Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove, and I'm delighted to say, despite what is not a great weather forecast, we are starting just 15 minutes late, a game that's been reduced to 49 overs aside. My name is Adrian Harms. I don't know if you're listening around the ground on the headsets. If you are, if you're able to give us a little wave, there we are. Thank you, sir. I'm not sure who that is. Right at the back of the stand at the top of the Spen Karma Pavilion, giving us a lovely wave. So thank you for listening. Or you may be watching via the live club stream, and if you are, welcome to you. Or you may be listening via the BBC website. As I say, my name is Adrian Harms. I'm delighted to welcome Ian Randall from BBC Radio Gloucester. Gloucester or Gloucestershire?
Oh, no, we are the Shire. We are the Shire.
So you're BBC Radio Gloucestershire.
And BBC. I'm wearing two hats today. I'm wearing the BBC Bristol hat as well.
Well, it's lovely to see you, Ian. So quite a lot of team news. I'll rattle through the sides in a couple of moments' time, but we're going to get Henry Crocombe, who's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, and he is going to be bowling to Ben Charlesworth. So Sussex won the toss. They decided to bowl first. Unsurprising, because the forecast is for showers later, and it could well be that Duckworth Lewis will come into play. But it's Crumbs, he is tall, isn't he, Ben Charlesworth? He is, left-hander. He's awaiting. So the Sussex side, I'll rattle through for you now, and this may or may not be in batting in order. Ali Orr, Tom Haynes, Travis Head, Ben Brown, David Visa, Ollie Carter, James Coles, Dan Ibrahim, Archie Lenham, Will Beer, and Henry Crocombe. And in comes Henry Crocombe to bowl the first ball of the batch, running in over the wicket past umpire Bainton and Charlesworth. That's what will go through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So in terms of changes for Sussex, no Tom Clark, who we understand has injured his knee, so we wish Tom well if he's listening. No Joe Sarrow today. He's replaced by Henry Crocombe. So they are the Sussex changes as Crocombe turns at the far end. A glimmer of sunshine. Wow, the sun, what's that? He comes running in. Passed on by Bainton, Bowles and Charlesworth. That one go outside the off stump and again taken by Carter.
Interesting for me that Beer has come in effectively for Clark, which is a bowler for a batsman. Although I am reminded, of course, of Will Beer's effort against Gloucestershire at Arundel in the Championship, where he opened the batting and batted all day.
He did, made 90 odd.
Yeah.
93, I think. Or might have been 97. Crocombe. In again, bowls, and Charlesworth edges that into the gully, fielded there by the aforementioned Will Beer. And there is no run. So we'll have to see who's going to open the batting for Sussex. If you look at the Sussex side on the BBC website, it's suggesting that Ben Brown might open. So Ben is currently fielding at mid-on. Hasn't got the gloves. That honour goes to Ollie Carter behind the stumps. And at the end of this over, because Henry Crocombe is rattling through his over here, we'll get Ian to fill us in on the Gloucestershire line-up as in comes Crocombe again, bowls, and Charlesworth plays nicely through the offside. He's going to pick up at least one and maybe two runs. He comes back for a comfortable second run with a nice drive, nicely timed drive through the offside. So a couple of runs to Charlesworth, and they're the first runs for Gloucester, who are two without loss in the opening over. There is a bit of cloud around. There's also a few patches of blue sky. Not a bad crowd, and that crowd that are in are enjoying this early sunshine. And let's hope it stays away and the weather forecast is horribly wrong and we get a full day of cricket in a game that I think both sides really need to win. In comes Crocombe again, bowls, and Charlesworth drives again straight to the fielder Ali Orr at cover, who fields, and there is again no run. And I don't think it serves either side in this match, Ian. No result and a point. They need to win games if they're going to qualify.
Yeah, I had a chat with my BBC colleague Ed Seaborn, who went up to Scarborough.
That was a heck of a game
on Thursday. He didn't go there and back on the day, I should add.
In comes Crocombe again, bowls, and Charlesworth again plays forward. So nice opening over from Henry Crocombe. Nice accurate over, making Ben Charlesworth play. And Charlesworth looks very competent indeed. Tall left-handed batsman. At the end of the opening over, Gloucestershire are two without loss.
Yeah, and Ed said it's a bit like a cup run now for either of these two if they are going to get anywhere in this tournament. They've basically got to win the next one and the next one and the next one, and they've got to string a sequence of wins together, and abandonments certainly don't help them. David Visa, I think, is going to open from the commentary box end, the C end.
Yes.
And I'd just give you the Gloucestershire side. Two left-handers opening, Ben Charlesworth and Chris Dent. And then Tom Lace, was moved from Middlesex last year at 3. James Bracey, who was away with England for a couple of Test matches, at 4. So 3 left-handers in the top 4. Then Graham Van Buren, Jack Taylor, who hit 16 in the last over at Scarborough to win that match on Thursday. George Scott, Tom Smith, well known in these parts, obviously from Eastbourne originally. Jared Warner, Dan Worrell, and the one change today, Matt Taylor in for Josh Shaw. So Gloucestershire still have a left armour in their attack when they come to bowl. But Visa will open from our end with just the one slip. The pitch is slightly away from the pavilion today, and that half of the square, and Dent squeezes that out to Head, who is at short mid-wicket. But I just looked at the record last year. Gloucestershire won 5 the last time this tournament was played. Gloucestershire won 5 out of 8 and still didn't qualify for the knockout. So they've only won 1. They've got 5 to play, but to win the last 4 on the bounce would be a challenge. Visa passed the umpire in and played again solidly, backed by Dent, who's just back from a finger injury which kept him out. He was injured in the T20 against Glamorgan and didn't play in the Lancashire match, the opening game of this tournament, which was played on a pitch with a tinge of green on it, where the toss was really important down at Bristol. And Danny Lamb bowled really well that day. Here is Visa, ponytailed figure, in, and Dent just skews that out on the offside, and they'll get the first run, which is a single. Fielded by James Coles.
Don't mention Danny Lamb's name in these parts, because he played brilliantly up at Sedbergh School. My favourite game of the season, a wonderful cricket ground, a lovely, super game of cricket. Sussex ultimately lost, but Danny Lamb coming in at number 9 really won the game for Lancashire.
Is that one of the grounds you must visit Sedbergh on a nice day?
Absolutely. Sedbergh on a nice day, it was just... it took your breath away when you got there. It really was extraordinary. So
young Charlesworth, who got 87 up at Scarborough, lets that one go outside the off stump from Visa. So just a reminder about the over situation, because we started 15 minutes late. It's 49 overs per side. There is some grey cloud around at the moment, but we are delighted to get a start. And by getting a start, provided we can get beyond 10 overs, at least we would only need a 45-minute window at some point later on to constitute a game, which is a big important thing. And Charlesworth is away with a boundary down the leg side, and a little very gentle flick, very, very fine. Nothing the keeper could do, nothing Carter could do, and Charlesworth off and on his way. Under 19 England international Ben Charlesworth came into the Gloucestershire side at 17, and then rather stagnated a little bit, and that partly because of injury and studies and such like. And he just plays out the last ball of Visa's over into the offside, fielded by Tom Haynes, who of course is the captain for Sussex in this tournament. And Gloucestershire are underway, 7 without loss after 2, and then he dislocated his shoulder, which meant he missed the whole of the first block of Championship cricket this season. So he's come back into this tournament, and I say got an 87 at Scarborough, batted very well, and there was although wasn't there, some of the video clips you can see on social media just suggested he had so much time to play the ball, and when you've got time to play the ball, you think, right, there's definitely a class player in there. So it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to bowl the third over of the match in his salmon pink top, coming into bowl to the Gloucestershire skipper Chris Dent. He's running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, in down bowls, and Dent just works this to backward point where it's fielded by the eager Beer, and there is no Is
run.
that officially salmon pink?
Well, no, not really. I call it salmon pink. Do you not think it is salmon pink?
I think it's a bit deeper than
okay.
Yeah,
it's a deeper pinted salmon.
Yeah.
They are a lovely colour. I like it.
At least they're nice. It's nice and easy to see the numbers.
Yeah. In comes Crocombe bowls and then pulls that away on the leg side, and it just falls short of James Coles, who's just fielding at backwards square leg. It bounced probably about 10 yards in front of him. It was in the air a long time, but nonetheless Dent picks up a single. He goes to 2. The Gloucestershire totals to 8 without loss. Lots to talk to you about, Ian, today.
We could talk all day about Sedbergh if you want.
I could, actually.
I have to say, I'll come back to that in a minute.
And comes at Crocombe again, bowls and driven nicely. That's a lovely looking shot by Charlesworth, who's a tall, elegant left-handed batsman. He times that beautifully through the offside, and he's going to get 4 runs. That was all in the timing. Wasn't too much wrong with that delivery from Henry Crocombe. And it was all about the timing from Charlesworth. His foot was right to the pitch of the ball, and he just eased the ball through the covers. Good placement as well. He goes to 10. Gloucestershire to 12 without loss. That was a proper cover drive.
Yeah, I just wonder, though, how slow this outfield might be, because that ball did not race away, or was almost running equidistant behind the ball all the way to the rope. He didn't catch it up, but he didn't get away from him.
Crocombe again bowls, and Charlesworth drives again to mid-off, fielded by the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Now, the question I was going to ask you first of all is, why were Gloucestershire playing Durham at Scarborough?
That game was originally going to be at South Northumberland.
As an outground for Durham.
An outground for Durham.
In comes Crocombe. Down the hill, bowls to Charlesworth, who places quietly into the covers, fielded by Haynes. There is no run.
And then I would assume that they felt that ground could not cope with the various restrictions there were likely to be as the COVID situation was sort of still rolling forward, and therefore they had to take it to a bigger venue.
Right. In another county?
Yeah. Well, they have played at Scarborough before.
Oh, okay. In comes Crocombe, bowls and clipped by Charlesworth off his hip down to deep square leg, fielded there by Coles, who gets in the throw. 1 more to the total. End of the 3rd over of the day, and Gloucestershire are 13 without loss. Charlesworth on 11. Dent on 2. I'm going to let you talk in because I'm going to sneeze.
And just to say that I think Durham have played something like single figures. It's either 6 or 7 matches at Scarborough down the years, but it is very much an occasional outground for them. We should just say too, because it's 49 overs, that the over that we've lost has been taken out of the middle phase, so the 2 power plays at each end are still 10 overs. Here is Visa then to Ben Charlesworth, who clips that on the bounce. Oh, there's a bump ball out to Travis Head. Still got the 1 slip in.
Yeah, just slightly across the line there, wasn't he, Charlesworth? He was looking to play that through the offside, got rather squared up. But of course, so it's interesting, so when Sussex played at Sedbergh School in the opening match of this competition, Sedbergh is in Cumbria, although I passed a sign as I went in that said they're in the Yorkshire Dales. Oh. All very confusing.
Visa again. And past umpire Chris Watts, a cry of wait. I heard a long explanation from Scott Reed about why Lancashire had gone to Sedbergh, and apparently it was to try and connect with those supporters in very much in the north of Lancashire. So if you're coming to watch your cricket from north of Morecambe, for example,
yeah,
it's quite a long trek down to Old Trafford.
Oh, it is, absolutely.
Visa running away from us and plays to Charles.
Oh,
that's a lovely shot. He played 1 and 2 of those at Scarborough. It's an off drive down the ground, and that's going to go all the way down the slope towards us for 4. Tall left-handers. They always look good when they play strokes.
Well, you have to say...
Of that ilk, that wasn't a slap, it was just a punch, wasn't it?
Well, I have to say, he's now played 2 exquisite shots, hasn't he? A cover drive and now a drive through mid-off, and they've both been beautiful shots. He goes to 15. He'll probably get out this ball, but from what I've seen, he looks a very fine player.
A lot of hope for him. He's in what's a bit full, but fortunately he's got away with that. That's out to James Coles, who's at extra cover on the edge of the circle. The 2 men out are at 3rd man and long leg at the moment.
I'm interested that he's... Sorry, Ian, I'm interested that he's born in Oxford and played for Oxfordshire.
And I think he comes from the Tews, the Tew villages, T-E-W. And here is Visa again to him, and again that's down the ground, but it will be stopped this time. Only a single, fielded by skipper Haynes at mid-off. Yeah, the Oxford has been a very profitable area for Gloucestershire for tapping into young players. So the two Taylors have both come from there. Ben has a younger brother, Luke, who's in the Gloucestershire Academy, and the Price brothers, who have broken into the first team this season. That's cut away by Dent, but only into the ground, into the gully, and there's no run. Endervis is over 18 without loss. The two Price brothers are also from Oxfordshire as well, so they've got 6 players, all 4 making their way in the game, and 2, who've played a decent amount of county cricket, all from that patch. And we should also say, for those that don't know, that Ben's father, Graham, is a well-established cricket coach in that part of the world. Right. So that is where the stream is coming from.
Well, Sussex also have a tie-up with Oxfordshire, and James Coles and Harrison Ward have both come through that route. Now, slightly concerning here for Sussex, because Travis Head fielded a ball in the covers. He immediately felt for his back. He had a quick word to Tom Haynes, and he's gone off the field. He's walking up the steps to the pavilion, holding his back, and that doesn't look good news to me. He's now bending over. I can see at the top of the pavilion steps, and he looks in quite a bit of discomfort, does Travis Head. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Charles with a play and a miss outside the off stump. Well bowled Crocombe, taken by Carter, and there is no run, and that'll be a massive blow. We'll have to see how that pans out, because Travis Head has made 3 half-centuries in the competition so far in the matches that Sussex have played, and has just shown in the last few games a little bit of the player that we've been wanting to see all season, but that didn't look good at all.
No, Harrison Ward's come out as 12th man.
Yeah, he has. And in comes Crocombe and bowls, and Charlesworth again plays to mid-off. There is no run. And what was interesting, Ian, was that Harrison Ward was sort of poised on the boundary, almost as if he was expecting Travis Head to come off, or as if he wasn't surprised. So I wonder if he was carrying that knock, or we'll just have to wait and see. But anyway, Travis Head is off the field. Let's hope it's a bit of sort of magic spray, and he'll be back into the game, as in comes Crocombe running in bowling to Charlesworth. Charlesworth drives another gorgeous shot down the ground. I like this young man. That's 3 lovely shots that would not be out of place in county championship cricket. All beautiful cricket shots.
He's played that gun barrel straight, literally a 4th stump at the non-striker's end, and it's gone up towards the Cromwell Road boundary for 4.
22 without loss are Gloucestershire. Charlesworth on 20, Dent on 2. Live cricket here, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, and BBC Radio Bristol. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Ian Randall. You may be watching via the live stream supplied by Sussex County Cricket Club, or listening around the ground as in comes Crocombe bowls, and Charlesworth had it again, and this was a bit too wide from Henry Crocombe. And again, Charlesworth, without hammering the ball, his timing is immaculate. He goes to 24, and Gloucestershire to 26 without loss.
He got, just to go back to that shoulder situation, when his first proper game, I think he may have played a little bit in the seconds, but he in the warm-up game against Wiltshire, he got 117, I think it was, and batted for most of the 50 overs of that game. And you thought, oh gosh, at least that's really got him back into the swing of things. And now to have the score at Scarborough and another start here.
Crocombe again bowls, and that's going to be 4 more. That's not a great bit of fielding by Alior. I think he should have stopped that. He's parried the ball, it's racing towards the boundary, and well done Will Bear, who manages to stop the ball as it goes over the ropes. But 3 more to Charlesworth, who goes to 29. It was cut away by Charles. My feeling was that all got a hand to it and probably should have stopped it, but he parried the ball. It took some of the pace off the ball, and Will Bear was sprinting back towards the boundary rope, prevented it from going for a boundary. But 3 more to Charlesworth, who's on to 33. Sorry, he's up to 27 off 23 balls. Crocombe in again bowls, and played to backward point by Dent. There is no run. End of Henry Crocombe's over. A good over for Gloucestershire, who are 29 without loss. Charlesworth on 27, Dent on 2, and we've had just 5 overs of the Gloucestershire innings.
Yeah, halfway through the power play, as things are. or the first phase. I mean, to me, it is still the power play in the first 10 overs because you've only got 2 men out.
Just reading, absolutely nothing to do with cricket, but he's one of my favourite sportsmen. Max Whitlock, if anyone's been watching the Olympics, the gymnast, has won another gold medal in the pommel horse. I think he's a brilliant athlete. So nothing to do with cricket, just a personal feeling. So well done, Max Whitlock.
It's been an Olympics with plenty of stories, some of them better than others, you might argue. Clipped away by Dent as Visa comes in for his 3rd over, again fielded by James Coles. Still only, I mean, this is a very young Sussex team, isn't it? Coles is 17.
Yeah, he's come from Oxford.
Lenham is 17. Ibrahim is 16, very nearly 17.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a very young side. But having said that, you know, are they going to be the core of a Sussex side in 3 or 4 years' time? That's the thing. In comes Visa again and clipped up to mid-off. Fielded by Lenham, no run.
Do you mind if I just hop in?
No, you may.
Ian, because we're just going to do an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. I saw an interesting article by George DeBell talking about some of the sides. He was talking about the Leicestershire side that played, a very young side in this competition, and in comes Visa again and bowls, and cut away by Charlesworth with a shot under control down to 3rd man, fielded down there by Ben Brown, who we would normally see behind the stumps for Sussex, but he gets in the throw on the bounce to keep a Carter. 1 more to Charlesworth. He goes to 28 and Gloucestershire to 30 without loss in this, the 6th over.
Does that say something about his fielding, that he's down at 3rd man?
Possibly.
I was being unkind to him.
I mean, you know, Ben's always behind the stumps as in comes Visa bowls, and this time Dent works that to backward point, not timing the ball quite as well as Ben Charlesworth. Dent remains on 2, Gloucestershire remain on 30 without loss.
He's not ignored much of the strike, but to be fair.
Good point, very good point. Yes, he's only faced 8 balls, whereas Charlesworth has played 26 balls, which we can see on the excellent scoreboard here at Hove, which pretty much gives you all the information that you need to know. In comes Visa. Look at bowls today. Yes, thanks very much, Joe. We've got cricket here and a glimmer of sunshine as well. So, all is well with the world. It couldn't be better. Gloucestershire are batting first in this game, which has been reduced to 49 overs aside. That's because we had a shower a little before 11 o'clock. Gloucestershire batting, and they're off to a good start. Ben Charlesworth, a young left-handed batsman, just 21 years of age, is there on 28. Chris Dent is on 2. And with the 6th over of the morning being bowled by David Visa. Gloucestershire 30 without loss, Joe. Driven into the covers by Dent, fielded by Harrison Ward. There is no run. End of the over, end of the 6th over, and Gloucestershire are 30 without loss. Charlesworth on 28, Dent on 2.
Yes, good start. Sanitisation break time coming here. Just we could have got sidetracked about your trip to Sedbergh, which I'm sure, well, it was widely and very positively reported, and if you're watching the stream or listening to us via various platforms, you may have heard of a cricket writer called Paul Edwards, who is the absolute king of outground cricket. If you find a game at Arundel or the Isle of Wight or Scarborough or Cheltenham or Sedbergh or any other festival venue, he will probably be there. And I think that the best line I can say about his piece about Sedbergh, which I did actually retweet at the time, was that he said, a man may find that they go to Sedbergh and never leave, because on a day like the one you experienced, you know, it's hard to think of anything better, particularly when in a 50 over game you have that ebb and flow which you don't get in a T20, and there is a possibility of a side to be backed into a corner and to ultimately get out of it, which I know was not good from a Sussex point of view, but from an actual game perspective did actually make for quite an occasion. Crocombe again outside the off stump, and again slapped away by Charlesworth behind point for 4. And I just did that ball because Adrian was in a bit of a tangle.
Yes. Thank you, Ian. I was just getting my pass back in the right place. Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely beautiful. You know, I could imagine Sedbergh on perhaps a cold, cloudy, rainy winter's day wouldn't be quite so... Well, perhaps it would be as appealing. It was just, as a setting, it was just wonderful. And it was a really good game of cricket, a good crowd, a game that ebbed and flowed. It just had everything, really. And if you get a chance to go to Sedbergh, go, because it's beautiful. Another beautiful shot as well by Ben Charlesworth, on to 32.
Yeah, the slip's gone.
Yeah. Crocombe, down the hill, bowls, and Charlesworth works this one. Now, there is a third man being placed, a fairly wide-ish third man. You could almost call him deep backward point, really, who's Alistair Orr, who fields Charlesworth to 33, 35 without loss. I don't want to get too excited about Ben Charlesworth, but we've watched him bat for... Well, this is the 7th over he's been out here, and he is mighty impressive. I mean, you just sometimes watch players and you think, wow. And I'm sort of thinking, wow, about Ben Charlesworth, to be honest.
Yeah.
In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Dent with the play and a miss. Outside of the off stump. Well bowled Crocombe, taken by Carter. There is no run. I don't think Henry Crocombe is bowling badly here at all, or Visa, but I think they've been proper cricket shots.
Yeah, and I should add, I mean, obviously he hasn't had much bowling because of that shoulder dislocation. He did have to cover a couple of quite gentle overs in the Lancashire match, but he is a handy medium pacer as well.
Crocombe in bowls, Dent drives, 2 minutes off. They're having to get a move on here. Haynes gets it, no, hits the stumps. That is a brilliant bit of fielding, and Chris Dent is run out, and that was brilliant by the Sussex skipper. Talk about setting the example. It was played straight to him by Chris Dent. He had to pick it up. He hit the stumps. Brilliantly done by the Sussex skipper. The first wicket goes down, and Chris Dent is on his way, but you have to say, brilliant fielding by Tom Haynes.
Yeah, I mean, it was Dent's call.
Yeah,
the one thing I would say, though, is that Crocombe had got across behind the stumps, and I wonder whether Dent might have, rather than running down the angle he did to try and make his ground, he appeared to have to check his run and come across the stumps to slide his bat in, and maybe a straighter line might have got him home, but it didn't, and that means that out at number 3 comes Tom Lace, and Dent started the day needing 9 runs for 2,000 in List A cricket, and he's still short of that total because he only made 2 today.
Oh, that's disappointing for him. Well, I would also say, actually, a word of praise to umpire Neil Bainton, because we've seen a couple of occasions down here, both in the 20 over, and it's very difficult sometimes for umpires when the game is so fast to get in a position where you can actually judge whether a player has been run out or not. And he was very quickly round, Neil Bainton, got himself in a good position, and he was able to see, in his opinion, that we've got no idea from here. I'm sure our friends sitting up in the stand, up in the grandstand there, had a very good view of whether that was out or not. So well done to the umpire. Archie Lenham's warming up, the young leg spinner, down at short fine leg. So a breakthrough for Sussex. In comes Crocombe, running in round the wicket. Bowls Charlesworth, lets that go. Outside of the off stump, there is no run. So Gloucestershire 35 for 1, and 33 of those are to Ben Charlesworth.
Yeah, and just you said about Lenham, obviously he made his debut in the T20 game at Bristol when you know nobody had seen him, and you know his T20 record, really for a player of his age. 10 wickets at 16 with a run rate of under 8.
Crocombe bowls to Charlesworth, drives into the offside, fielded by Beer. There is no run. End of Crocombe's over. 35 for 1. Charlesworth 33. Tom Lace yet to score. And Henry Crocombe, they've taken his bowling figures down, but he's bowled 4 overs, and I'll give those to you in a couple of moments' time. Be listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio
0 for 24.
Thank you, Ian. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucestershire. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Ian Randall. A pleasure to welcome Ian to Hove on a day where, well, there is some rather greyer cloud sort of starting to develop, but we're just going to try and ignore it today because we're fed up with the rain. And we've had 9 overs. 9 overs, yes. 7, sorry. I was just sort of counting these overs away to see whether we get anywhere near... Yeah, well, it says 7 overs on the scoreboard, sorry. 35-1, so...
Actually, it had an interesting point about the weather and the forecast today. I won't talk about the forecast, but I'll talk about the principle of something in a moment. Here's Visa coming in from the CN to the right-handed Lace, who's coming at number 3. Got his first Gloucestershire 100 in the championship game against Hampshire, which was a real cliffhanger. And I think Adrian, when I met him today, he said that every 4-day game for Sussex this season has gone to the final day, and the Cheltenham Festival obviously is a highlight for Gloucestershire supporters, and the two there both went to the last session on the 4th day. Here's Visa in, and let go by Lace, taken by a tumbling Carter behind the stumps. The slip is back in for Visa, and if you have joined us within the last 10 minutes or so, Travis Head is off the field. Harrison Ward is fielding as substitute for him, and it looked to be something to do, maybe a back issue, a twinge of some sort.
Yeah, I would agree.
But Head off, I think, after the 4th over only. Visa in, down the leg side, it hits the pad, or would have gone down the leg side, had not hit the pad of Lace. But there will be just a leg by signalled. Now, I'll come back to that point about the weather, and it's a concept I had in my brain on the way down, because of the forecast was not good for later in the day. Weather, pardon the pun, the umpires could make some kind of a judgment on certain days. I wouldn't say it would apply every time, but right, there is a biblical storm coming at 4 o'clock. We know it's coming. Every weather app in the country says it's coming. Could they not be creative? Here is Visa round the wicket to Charlesworth, who lets that go, and say, okay, we've probably got a window of about 5 hours here. Could we not play a 30 overs a side match so that it's a genuine game and people get a genuine and both sides have the benefit of a genuine result, rather than an abandonment where one side bats probably for their full innings and we end up with a no result situation? I just think that would be far better for all concerned. Here is Visa in, and Charlesworth defends just back past the bowler, but it's covered by Lenham. Now, it may be that somebody will say, no, the weather forecast is far too much of a vagary to have that scenario applied. But I just think there have been several instances this season, and you had one the other day where Sussex batted for 29 out of 31 overs, I think it was, and you ended up with a no result. Charlesworth tries to hook that, and actually it's a short one from Visa, and it's gone down the leg side. It's called a wide by umpire Watson. It is well taken in the end, quite a long way above his head by Carter down the leg side.
Yes.
That was unsatisfactory, was it not?
Yeah, so Sussex had 29 overs, then Kent came out to bat, and they batted 5.4 overs, another 4 overs, and we'd have had a game. But yeah, so both sides walked away with just 1 point.
Yeah, unsatisfactory. Visa again to Charlesworth, outside half of the bat, but straight toward short extra. And he's been tidy, David Visa. He's bowled 4 overs for 12 from this sea end, and he is the most experienced of the seamers by a country mile here today. And by Sussex bringing in Will Beer, obviously they're increasing their spin options, and I've always liked Beer as a cricketer. I think underrated would be an adjective I would use about him. Well, underrated and under the radar a bit, to be fair, for a lot of his career. No,
I would completely agree. I had an interesting chat with Will, which we broadcast 3 or 4 weeks ago now, as Henry Crocombe's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. 37 for 1. He's in and bowls to Lace, who clips this through mid-wicket, picks up a single fielded on the deep mid-wicket boundary by Alistair Orr, throws on the bounce to Carter. Lace on his way, and Gloucestershire to 38 for 1. And Will was saying that he'd been a bit frustrated the last couple of seasons, because here in T20 cricket, where primarily he's been behind Rashid Khan, he's been behind Danny Briggs, so it's been difficult to force his way into the side. Crocombe in again, bowl. Charlesworth drives, not with timing this time, off the bottom of the bat into the offside. There is no run, but he's become the first Sussex cricketer to take 100 wickets in T20 cricket. And I have to say, I was a little surprised when you're looking at some of the players who have been picked up in the 100. I was a bit surprised he wasn't picked up, to be honest, Ian.
Well, you couldn't afford to lose another one, Adrian. You've lost about 9 or whatever it was.
Yeah. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and forward comes Charlesworth, plays down the track. Crocombe fields off his end bowling, and there is no run. But also, Ian, you mentioned that game at Arundel when he made 97, opening the batting. up at Sedbergh School last week. He made a very quick 40 just when Sussex needed some quick runs. So he's a very, very useful cricketer, Will Beer. Crocombe in again, bowls, and Charlesworth again works this one into the offside. Good over this from Henry Crocombe, and he conceded the 1 run so far, 38
just
for 1.
Dragged his length back a little bit. Perhaps he was bowling just what you might call good length balls to Charles. At this point, okay, I'll climb into these.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's certainly done that. In terms of the field, there's a deep backward point and a deep backward square. The rest of the field is inside the 30-yard circle as in comes Crocombe and bowls. That's shorter and hammered away by Charlesworth down to Orr, who's fielding in that deep backward point position. Gets in the throw, 1 more to Charlesworth. He goes to 39. No, he doesn't. He goes to 34. What's the matter with me today? And Gloucestershire to 39 for 1. 1 more ball to come in this over from Henry Crocombe. This is the 9th over of the innings. A game reduced to 49 overs a side. Now there is a slip in place. As in comes Crocombe bowls. Good delivery, pitching around middle and off, and Laces plays that with due respect. Plays it to mid-on, fielded by Haynes. There is no run. Good over from Henry Crocombe, just conceding the 2 runs. And Gloucestershire at the end of the 9th over are 39 for 1. Charlesworth on 34. Lace is on 1. And just a reminder, you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Bristol online. You may be watching via the Sussex stream, somewhere at home or on a YouTube channel somewhere, or you may be listening to us around the ground. If you'd like to converse with us, it'd be great to hear from you on this Sunday morning. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk on email, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. Wherever you're listening, you're a Sussex fan, a Gloucester fan, a cricket fan, a non-cricket fan, don't care. It'd be lovely to hear from you.
Well, this is the last over of the power play, so this will constitute an innings if we have an interruption later, and Gloucestershire again see Charlesworth drive that neatly away. Not the cleanest stop by Haynes, but he did make it in the end and kept them down to 1. The side towards the main scoreboard is the shorter boundary today, so running 3s to that side of the ground, not too easy, but there'll be some big pockets of space out towards the pavilion and the grandstand. That's the way the ball is played for this last over in the power play, and for the right-handed Lace there are now 4 on the offside. Ibrahim has come out into that short extra position.
Just noticed, Ian, sorry to interrupt you, that Travis Head is back on the field. He's fielding down in front of the clock tower scoreboard. So he looks okay, so maybe it was a bit of a tweak or something, but he's certainly back on the field, which is good news for Sussex.
Just doing some stretching behind the rope there. Visa runs away from us, and bowls, and Lace will get off. I double his score. He's got 1 single already, but that's out to Head. Just the 1 run. One of the stewards on the way in today said the crowd somewhere sort of 1,200, 1,400 sort of numbers. What were the numbers at... we'll stop talking about Sedbergh in a minute. What were the numbers there that day? Do you know?
I heard people talking about 2,500. Whether it was that many, I don't know. Difficult to say.
Charlesworth waits for Visa. It's short. It's pulled away on the bounce, and will Orr get it? No, he won't. It will go 2 bounces past him at deep square, and that's the first time really Visa's tried a short one. But Charlesworth does play the pull shot pretty well by and large, and that's a long boundary out there, so Orr's got a massive area to cover, so the chances of it going to hand relatively small. And Charlesworth picks up another boundary. He's got 39 out of 45 at the moment, so he's dominating the board, and by and large he's dominated the strike too. Visa in, and another pull shot. He's gone down the leg side, and Charlesworth has got a glove on that, and he's gone for 39. It's a cheap wicket. Visa's got him really off not the greatest delivery, and Charlesworth will be angry with himself, and he's swishing his bat as he walks off to the pavilion, having played 1 lovely pull shot, and he's played a little faint tickle down the leg side, and I think that's just gone off the glove.
Yeah,
and it's taken by Carter, and he's got 39 off 40 balls. But he is now out, and Gloucestershire, as a result, but lost their 2nd wicket, 49 for 2 in the 10th.
Well, he'll be really frustrated, and David Visa will be considering himself. And good applause from the Sussex crowd, who recognise a good innings when they've seen one. And I think we've seen enough of Ben Charlesworth in those 40 deliveries to know that he's a very fine young batsman in the making. And say it was a ball, it was down the leg side. Had he let it go, he would have been a wide. However, Charlesworth is gone. David Visa picks up a wicket. Charles was absolutely furious with himself, isn't he? He was just looking to pull that one, hit the glove, and Visa was straight up, and umpire Watts declared in the bowler's favour. So a fortunate wicket for Sussex, but they'll certainly take that.
Yeah, the impetuousness of youth, I suppose, to some degree, but having got a start, and a good start as well, not just into the teens and feeling as if the ball's in the middle of the bat. He's got to 39 with some lovely shots, particularly those drives down the ground.
Oh, lovely, weren't they? Beautiful to watch.
But a cameo is all it's turned out to be. And James Bracey's come out at number 4, having been in isolation for 10 days and then got 90 at Scarborough in his first innings back. A bit skittish at the start, but looked a bit more like the old Bracey in the latter stages. And Visa to bowl to him, under the left-hander of course, and Bracey lets that go. So the end of the power play, Gloucestershire 45 for 2. I think I said 49 for 2. My board had not, I thought my electronic board had not quite clicked up. So 45 for 2, 39 of those to Charlesworth, who is now out. Dent made 2, Lace not out 2, and we've had 2 extras.
There is a lot of darker, rather more threatening cloud around Hove at the moment. We'll have to hope that there is a fair breeze here on the south coast. Let's hope that any of those rain-bearing clouds are going to drift their way away. At the moment we're bright enough and the clouds are far enough away, but they do seem to be gathering a little. Now we've got a change of bowling, and it's going to be Daniel Ibrahim who's going to come on to bowl from the Cromwell Road end as a replacement for Henry Crocombe, whose 5 overs were 0 for 26 from Henry Crocombe today. Travis Head is coming down to the field here at third man, so I can only assume he's okay, which is good news for Sussex, having left the field a little earlier, as Dan Ibrahim, the 16-year-old, is on his way bowling to Lace, who drives thickest outside edge down to Head, down here at the third man, who fields and gets in the throw. He doesn't look particularly comfortable, I have to say, Travis said. He just fielded that ball and then sort of limped around the boundary. But yeah, he's feeling his back again. Did I imagine it? Did Ibrahim get a 50? He's got a first-class 50 already. Was it on his debut? Yes, he's actually got 2. And on his first-class debut at Headingley, he became the youngest ever player in county championship history to score a half-century, and that was courtesy, that statistic, of Paul Edwards, who you were talking of earlier on today, who was covering that game. So yes, he did. Ibrahim in again, bowls, and forward comes Bracey, plays quietly into the covers, and there is no run. So he's had a fine start to his first-class career. He then followed that up with another half-century. Let's look back through my records. In the game here against Glamorgan, where he made 58. Back to his mark already. Gloucestershire 46 for 2, with both openers back in the pavilion. Ibrahim again and bowls. Oh, and that's a fortunate single for James Bracey. Harrow cut. Inside edge down to final. Travis Head, who seems to be nursing a sore back or something. The ball seems to be following around the outfield. They've got him down here at sort of third man and fine leg. Third man for the right hand, a fine leg for the left, and 2 balls in this over have already made their way down towards him. Will Beer warming up at backward point, the leg spinner. As Ibrahim is in and bowls, and forward comes Lace and plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Header's got his little finger on his left hand taped up. I wonder if that was the. He's got a strap. He's got a strap on the right hand as well. So yeah, I think it was definitely his back. I felt him. He saw it. He sort of reached for the sort of bottom left hand of his back. In comes Ibrahim. Bowls foot wide and cut away by Lace. That's a fine shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Placement was everything there from Tom Lace. It was wide outside of the off stump. There is a backward point and a sweeper on the cover boundary. But Lace just steered the ball wide of Will Beer at backward point, and the ball raced away down the hill. No chance of cutting that off. Lace goes to 7. Gloucestershire 50 up, 51 for 2. Nice shot.
Yeah, that's the shorter boundary to the main scoreboard side. Lenham, as you say, is getting himself ready, so he might not be a double change here.
Yeah, both Lenham and Beer have been sort of warming up. Ibrahim in again, bowls, and Lace just works his 3 mid-wicket. He'll be looking for 2 here, but Orr is quickly in off the deep mid-wicket boundary to field. Throws on the bounce to Carter. That's the end of Ibrahim's opening over, which cost 7 runs, and Gloucestershire are 52 for 2. Bracey on 1, Lace on 8. I don't know if we're going to see some more David Wiese. I think probably Wiese has knocked. Going to bowl the next over. Figures of 1 for 18. And it is going to be a change, and it's going to be Will Beer, I think, who's going to come on.
It certainly looks like it. He's removed his cap, and it's going to be taken away by one of the sub-fielders for Sussex today. Tom Haines won the toss, decided that Sussex would chase, and the bearded Beer is now going to set about deciding what field he wants. He's got a right-hander and a left-hander to bowl at. It'll be Tom Lace initially, and there will be a slip in. Lenham is going to go to backward point. There's all sorts of musical chairs in terms of who is where. Ali Orr's gone out to deep mid-wicket, and they're going to have Wiese and Coles at long on and long off respectively. So Haines very specific about who he wants in certain positions, which is not unusual, of course, in a white ball situation. Some dark clouds at the Cromwell Road end at the moment, but there is there's some brightness around, so we hopefully can keep going for a while yet. And Beer into the attack then from the C end, so he'll trot away from us past umpire Watts and bowl to Lace. Obviously one of the 2 leg spinners in the Sussex team. That's reasonably flat, quite short actually, and punched away by Lace to Ben Brown, who's in that short extra glove position. He's got Brown is there, and Haines is at short mid wicket, both on the 1. Beer spins himself a catch. You want Lenham to go a little bit finer. Lenham is at backward point at the moment. He's not moving, so either he hasn't heard him or that wasn't the indication. Again, quite a bit of chat. Are Sussex a loud team in the field, did you say? There are 1 or 2, but there is constant chat, and pretty loud chat as well.
Yeah, I don't think Sussex are particularly.
Not mentioning any names, Somerset. Here's Beer from the C end. That's cracked away off the back foot by Lace. It was quite short, and Ali Orr is out in front of the grandstand. 1 more to the total, 53 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Will Beer very much the pick of the bowling in the 2 games that Sussex have played. They've played 2, lost 2 and 2 washed out, but he took 2 for 34. Only bowled 6 overs at the Aegeus Bowl last week, and then in the game up at Sedbergh, 9 overs, 0 for 39. So he's very economic.
His run rate is down under 5, which is excellent.
Yeah, so I couldn't quite understand why he only bowled 6 overs at the Aegeus on Tuesday, and interesting to see Tom Haines getting him straight into the attack today.
So now Bracey, the left-hander, waits for Beer. He squeezed that away all along the ground. There's a chase for Lenham down towards the boundary at 3rd man. They'll take 1. It'll be a comfortable 2 as he hauls it in front of those 2 stands which are not occupied today, but it's a very steep view from the top of the one on the right hand side as we're looking at it.
Someone described that as like a sort of a cop, in football when you get the steep cop behind the goal. It is steep. I'm sure it must be coming out soon because there's no more T20 cricket here.
Beer again to Bracey.
Well fielded.
Driven out on the offside and nicely stopped by Haines. 55 for 2 in the 12th. Men out. Dent run out by direct hit from Tom Haynes for 2 on a single that was his call, and Charlesworth caught behind down the leg side off the glove by Carter. Visa, the successful bowler, for 39, and Bracey picks up a single quietly up to Visa at long off at the end of Will Beer's first over. We've had 12 in all, and Gloucestershire are 56 for 2, 9 to Lace, and 4 to Bracey. I've got a question about Ibrahim for you. I mean, perhaps people don't know this at the moment because he's only 16, but do the coaches at Sussex think that he will be a genuine all-rounder, or a bowler who bats, or a batter who bowls?
Well, a very good question. I'll ask Ian Salisbury and James Kirtley next time.
Because sometimes with cricketers, when Charlesworth came into the Gloucestershire side, and he was used as a bowler initially, even though he was only 17, and he would bat maybe at 4, but people said he will end up being an opener. No question about that. So do the coaches at Sussex have a thought about where Ibrahim will end up? I wonder.
He's coming in on bowls to Bracey, who clips that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Fielded there by Coles. I don't know. They may be listening, Ian and James. I don't know. Up on the balcony.
Looking at him, he does not look express pace, which would suggest maybe that he will end up being a batter who bowls probably more than anything else.
But he's got the I mean, he doesn't look like a 16-year-old, does he? I mean, his physique is such. He looks older than that. Ibrahim in again, bowls, and driven by Bracey to backward point. There is no one. Fielded there by Will Beer. But I certainly think if you were playing an under-17s game of cricket and Ibrahim is bowling, you'd probably think he was quite lively.
Yeah.
But a good prospect who was certainly taking his chance with both hands, and has been first change throughout this competition. Sussex really only with the 3 seamers in the side. Ibrahim in again, bowls, and played by Bracey again to mid-wicket. 3 dot balls to start the over. It has got a little gloomier here at Hove, and away to the west behind the Spenkarma Pavilion, and where those are sitting in the southwest stand, there is some really ugly cloud. I just hope it keeps going. If the breeze can keep going, it might just push these showers away. Let's hope so. Ibrahim past umpire Bainton in and bowls, and Bracey was looking to drive there for extra cover, didn't time it, and looks at his bat. Ibrahim fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
I see at the moment, this is good discipline from him, because his accuracy is such, even though he said he's not express pace, but his accuracy is such in terms of bowling literally off stump or maybe full stump and a good length. There's nothing cheap.
Ibrahim Milligan bowls, and Bracey just plays that off the hip through mid-wicket, fielded there by Coles, and Bracey goes to 5, and Sussex 57 for 2. Interesting, I was going to mention Tom Haynes, who made a very good stop in that previous over and affected the run out of Chris Dent. Earlier on this season, Tom got a run out, and they celebrated as if he'd sort of scored the winning goal in the World Cup final. I said, why did you celebrate? He said, well, they're always taking the mickey out of my fielding, that it's not very good. It's something I've had to improve. As Ibrahim is in again, bowls, and clipped nicely by Lace through mid-wicket. Runs here, nice looking shot as well. At least 2, and possibly 3, no, just the 2, fielded by Orr, out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 2 more to Lace with a nice looking shot. He goes to 11, 59 for 2, 3 runs off of the over from Daniel Ibrahim, who's now conceded 10 runs in his 2 overs. But what I was going to say, Ian, was he's clearly worked very hard on his fielding, because he got that run out. He got another one in another game, and then that run out today was a terrific piece of work. Yeah,
I mean, literally, he had all 3 stumps to aim at.
He did.
But literally, the force of the throw knocked the 1 stump out.
Yes.
It was a sharp effort, and I think Dent will be disappointed because it was his call.
Yeah.
I don't think Charlesworth hesitated, but whether he actually ran the right line on that single might be something that he will think about. Beer from the C end into Bracey again. That was a little bit short, but it was clipped out on the leg side and straight to Ben Brown. Quite a few left-handed throwers in this Sussex team. I'm sure all the batters look at who the right and left-handed throwers are, but there's reverse sweep. What was that? Sweep. That's a mini sweep, is a sweep.
Yes.
And it was straight to, I think that is Lenham.
Yes, it was Lenham, yes.
At what would be effectively be backward point for Bracey, but no run. 59 for 2, having been put into bat Gloucestershire. Oh, and that's beaten the outside edges. Bracey's drawn forward. Lace just maybe obscured my view as it was taken by Carter standing up. We've still got a slip in for James Bracey at the moment. Bracey's made 5 from 14 and waits as Beer just pitches that up a little bit more. That was just on leg stump enough that he could play a low risk shot up to Coles at long on. I gather the weather tends to come from the west, which is to the left of our commentary box, sort of grandstand side of Hove, and then across. You're hoping it's going to blow it inland, aren't you, all this?
Yeah, although I thought most of the weather today was coming more from sort of the northwest and down on this sort of front that's coming down. So
Beer again to Lace this time, and clipped away. Will that go past the dive of Tom Haynes? It will, and they'll just pick up 1 run. Henry Crocombe is out in front of the scoreboard. Are there only 2 Sussex players in this side with single-digit numbers? Crocombe and Orr, so you tend to make sort of look there a little bit easier to identify. Beard again to Bracey, 61 for 2. And again straight from Bracey back down the pitch, and Beer fields off his own bowling. Oh, the appreciative crowd here at Hove always find that knowledgeable and was supportive of their team as well. 14 overs gone, 61 for 2. Charlesworth 39 and Dent 2. The men out after Gloucestershire won the toss. Adrian Harms, pleasure to be with you on this Sunday in Sussex. I must confess that when I thought about the travel arrangements, my trip down here from the West Country, I thought, Brighton and Hove on a Sunday in August. No, don't go on the day. The traffic could be abominable. So I came down last night.
Yeah.
Particularly if the weather was really good. I thought it could be any number of queues getting in.
Dan Ibrahim is going to carry on. 2 overs for 10 runs. Comes running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road. A bit gloomy now here at Hove, and laces forward. Back to Ibrahim. There is no run. The only problem I found this summer in my trips down the M4, either to Bristol or to Cardiff, sort of late at night, is the closures on the M4 are a nightmare in terms of roadworks.
I had one yesterday. And
it took you off the motorway?
It did, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I ended up going through
Hungerford.
Yes. Ibrahim in bowls, and forward comes Lace, plays down the offside, fielded by
and with the best will in the world, the roads around Hungerford are not built for massive volume of traffic.
To be honest, I was coming back, was it from Bristol or it might have been Cardiff, I forget, and I went on that diversion, and one part, it wasn't well signposted, and I thought, I'm going the wrong way here. I mean, we were just going miles out the way to come on one junction further on the motorway. Ibrahim in and bowls, and a nice looking shot by Lace, well fielded at short extra cover by James Coles, but not before the batsman have managed to go through for a single. The total goes to 62 for 2, and Lace goes to 13.
He's got 4 men on the single, 5 men on the single, Dan Ibrahim.
Yes.
Third man and fine leg both out, and he's got the sweepers at deep mid wicket and deep point.
Ibrahim again bowls, a little bit too much width there, and Bracey manages to work that one down to third man. I think he'd be a little disappointed he didn't get away for 4 runs. It was wide outside the off stump, and he's just rehearsing the shot again, James Bracey, but he goes to 7. Gloucestershire 63 for 2. The other game, when I had a huge diversion, we went down to Kent for a T20 on a Sunday, and it was the day at the end of the British Open. There was all sorts of traffic and delays and closures. In comes Ibrahim over the wicket, bowls, and Lace in the air. He's going to get 4 runs, but a rather fortunate 4 runs from Tom Lace. He was looking to play that through the covers, the thickest outside edge. The ball whistled past Will Beer at backward point and sped away down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. So Lace goes to 17.
That was probably only 15 yards to the right of Travis Head, but the shot was played at such a pace that he wasn't likely to haul it in.
No. Wasn't that far away from Beer. But Lace goes to 17. He's faced 20 deliveries. Gloucestershire 67 for 2. As in comes Ibrahim and bowls, and Lace plays very correctly straight back down the track. Ibrahim fields. There is no run, so Ibrahim has conceded 16 runs in his 3 overs that he's bowled so far. Gloucestershire 67 for 2. Lace on 17. Bracey on 7. A very good afternoon now, wherever you're listening. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucestershire and Bristol. You may be watching via the Sussex live feed or listening to us around the ground, wherever you're listening. I hope you're having a good day, and if you'd like to contact us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport.
Beer is to continue. David Lees has just called for a sweater. He's just trotting away down to our right hand side. Beer then to the left-handed Bracey, still with the slip in. And Beer over the wicket, and Bracey goes for the reverse sweep and gets that in front of square to prove he really didn't get the timing on that at all correct. Haynes does the fielding, but he was a bit early on that. There was never a chance, but didn't get the paddle at the right point. Umpire Watts with a wide-brimmed hat, and Beer trots past him. That's tossed up, and Bracey drives straight to Vista at long off. Adrian is looking very, very hard at that dark cloud.
There's just 1 or 2 people now reaching for coats in the southwest corner of the ground. There's a lot of movement there, as if there may be a few little drops of rain. I hope not. The ground staff are poised down below us.
That's always the hint.
Yeah.
And the flag on the scoreboard away to our right hand side is blowing right across the ground from that area where the weather's coming from. Punched away, but straight to Ben Brown by Tom Lace. He's got 17.
No umbrellas, Ian, but just that sort of movement where people look as if they're getting ready.
You can see what's over the back of that stand. Beer in again, away from us, and caught and bowled. Just tied up Lace a little bit, cramped him for room. He tried to play it away on the offside, tried to find the gap, but Beer knew too much, and it wasn't quite a leading edge, but it was a clip that was straighter than Lace wanted it to be, and he goes for 17 and a wicket to the more experienced of the two Sussex leg spinners. And Gloucestershire in the 16th over are now 68 for 3.
Well, I said I felt that Will Beer had been slightly underbowled at the Aegeus Bowl on Tuesday when he just bowled those 6 overs, but Tom Haynes turning to his experienced leg spinner, and it's just a fact. He never let Sussex down, and he's come in and done really well here again today. And Tom Lace, who had looked excellent, has had Ben Charlesworth makes his way back to the pavilion. It was a good bit of fielding as well. He was, going to get down smartly to field that. Which will bring in Graham Van Buren, who I think is a very dangerous cricketer from an opposition point of view.
Yeah, I mean, his story. Just thought about Beer. This is 63rd List A match, and that's his 57th wicket. Right. So he's a steady. Yep. He's a steady wicket taker in white ball cricket for Sussex, and you made the point earlier, he's got over 100 T20 wickets now as well. Van Buren, Sussex supporters may not be aware, but Gloucestershire supporters will be well aware of the subplot to his season. He started with a match-winning innings in the championship match against Surrey at Bristol. I'll continue that after his first ball, which Beer is going to bowl to him. 2 balls to go in this over. Here to Van Buren, right-handed, and he looks to get off the mark straight away. He plays it to the right of Ben Brown at short extra, and Lenham is getting into that mood of either he wants to bowl or he's been told he's going to get a bowl. Sussex might want to whistle through a few overs here whilst play is still possible. Beer in, and Van Buren just plays that quietly out on the leg side, taken by Haynes at short mid-wicket. to his right-hand side. No chance of a run, and 68 for 3 after 16. I wonder whether, if Lenham got it into the attack and they could whistle through
I think he's going to, actually.
4 overs here, then get it up to 20 overs gone. They're conscious about the Duckworth-Lewis situation. So Van Buren, he had been waiting for paperwork to complete his English qualification so that he would not be registered as an overseas player. He'd done his 5 years, and that paperwork got stuck in the system such that when Gloucestershire had Worrell and Phillips and Van Buren available in the T20, they could only play 2 because Van Buren was still classed as an overseas. He, largely speaking, lost out, and the paperwork has still not been completely cleared. So he's now playing as an overseas because Phillips obviously has gone off to the 100.
To the 100, yes.
So he's had a big chunk of his summer where he couldn't play.
In comes Archie Ledham into the attack bowls to James Bracey, and Bracey's forward plays to mid-wicket fielder there by a tumbling
Let's be
Ben
clear,
Brown.
actually. Not couldn't play, but there was a very limited opportunity for him because of the fact that Gloucestershire were said to have 3 overseas and he was one of them.
I'm with you.
Where all the paperwork should have been done long ago.
Ledham bowls and Bracey drives straight down the ground, fielded all the way down the distance by James Coles. 1 more to the total, 69 for 3. A gentleman to our left I can see has got his maroon umbrella sort of on his lap, so he's poised. There's those heavy clouds. There does seem to be some lighter skies behind it, but it has got really quite grey and overcast here at Hove. I'm sad to report. Let's hope...
Lights are on.
Yeah, which rather indicates how...
They're warming up, shall we say.
Yeah, it takes a little while. And the ground staff are poised away to our left. Not standing right by the covers, but they're kind of ready. Lenham in bowls, clipped away by Van Buren to mid-wicket, fielded by Haynes. I think this is good tactics by Haynes, as you were saying, Ian. Get the spinners on, rattle through some overs here. Not least because Gloucestershire are just in a little bit of trouble here. 69 for 3 with the 17th over. And Lenham is in again. And bowls, and forward comes Van Buren. And both Brown and Lenham dive over the ball, and the ball goes down to long off, fielded in the distance by Coles. And it's 1 to Van Buren, his opening run, and Gloucestershire to 70 for 3. Playing elsewhere in this group at Chelmsford, where Kent in all sorts of trouble, 67 for 4 in the 20th over. And again comes Lenham, driven down the ground by Bracey. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but there isn't a second because David Vischer is quickly round at long off and fields. And it's just 1 to Bracey, who goes to 10. Gloucestershire to 71 for 3. And in the game at the Ageas Bowl, Hampshire are 78 for 4 against Lancashire.
So is that 2 of the top? No, it's not 2 of the top 3, is it? Because Worcester are top.
Yes, I mean, I thought Hampshire
Worcester, Lancs, Durham top 3.
Yeah, I thought Hampshire looked really strong, actually. The umbrellas are going up as in comes Lenham bowls, cut away to backward point. Good bit of fielding by Will Beer. That prevents a single. It is the end of the over, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're not coming off, and we are. And umpire Bainton has pulled the stumps out, says, quick, get those covers on. They must be able to see what's coming, and there is some much darker cloud which is drifting in from the southwest. So the players are going off. The ground staff are now running on with these covers. Ben Gibson and his team, who have had a pretty awful summer trying to get the covers on and off. And it is now starting to rain. 71 for 3 at the end of the 17th over. James Bracey on 10, Graham Van Buren is on 1 as the covers come on. I would say, Ian, that probably after these 17 overs, probably Sussex the happier of the 2.
Oh, no doubt. I think Gloucestershire have lost probably certainly 1 more wicket than they would have wanted at this point, and you might argue they've lost 2 more than they would have wanted, particularly the way that Charlesworth started. Again, very nice looking 39 from him. He just pulled the ball for what he took 7 boundaries in that 39. A couple of very nice drives, just literally to the offside of the stumps, right down the ground. He just pulled the ball from Vischer to deep backward square, and then the next delivery was reasonably short. Could have played the same sort of shot, but tried a deft diversion and just got a faint glove through to keeper Ollie Carter down the leg side. He would have been very annoyed. 39 from 40 balls when he was out. He'd scored 39 out of 45. Lace just got a bit tucked up by Will Beer. I think credit to the bowler for that. Chris Dent's run out, avoidable, you'd say, from a batting side's point of view. It was Dent's own call. He'd only made 2, but he's an experienced player, and Haynes from mid-off hit what would be the left-handers off stump if they were batting, facing bowling from the C end here at Hove. But yes, Hove, the Sussex boys will be, I think, certainly the happier of the two. 71 for 3 after 17, particularly as they've got through the minimum number of overs that Gloucestershire need to bat to constitute a game. Visa 1 for 18 from 5. Beer 3 overs 1 for 7, and the wicket takers. Crocombe 5 overs for 26, bowled a full length at the start, got driven a couple of times, but he is making his way in terms of white ball cricket. Ibrahim 3 overs for 16, a couple of boundaries off him, but one of those was chopped away by Lace over backward point in the air, and Lenham just introduced into the attack. They're going to cover the bowlers' run-ups, I think.
Yeah, they are. It's just the way that they're preparing here, that Ben Gibson's got his sort of troops and his lads around. Yeah, he's just signalled there to bring the tarpaulins on to cover up the run-ups, which suggests this may be a little more than a sort of a 5-minute delay. There is some bluer skies around. There are some lighter skies, but the umbrellas are up all around Hove, so we have got an interruption. I think what Ian and I will do, we'll have a little breather and have a cup of tea. We'll keep the effects microphone bubbling away, and we'll obviously keep you advised via our social media channels as well.
Adrian's got an update to do for BBC Sussex in 6 minutes anyway.
Yeah, so should we get a resumption. But the floodlights are on. The rain is falling, sadly, quite steadily now, and the ground staff are bringing on more covers. So we have got a delay, but let's hope it's not too long.
The one thing we should say, and this will have been evident by the fact we lost 2 overs in an 11:15 start, is that any time lost in this competition, you lose overs straight away as soon as you go off. There is no chance of a buffer where you can make up 30 minutes of cricket later on in the day. So the fact that the fact that that's it's an opportunity for either those who can get some cover to get some cover with the umbrellas up, but the overs are now being lost.
Yes,
I'm afraid, here at Hove.
And actually, the vagaries of now are that the toss actually becomes very important, because Sussex will know exactly what they've got to chase later on today, and this does seem to be the weather forecast suggesting we may get more showers. But the covers are coming on. Ian and I can have a breather and a cup of tea. We'll leave the effects mic bubbling away, and let's hope this isn't too long a delay, with Gloucestershire 71 for 3 after 17 overs.
It does. Yeah, two of them have been up here, haven't they? Yeah, only for 10 minutes only.
James Bracey and Graham.
So, a very warm welcome back to Hove. I'm delighted to say the sun is shining. Ian Randall from BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire is with me, and we were just commenting, Ian, I mean, famous last words, but, you know, the weather seems to be coming from the southwest, where there are much brighter skies, and I don't know, you were saying perhaps we should get another 25 overs in here.
Well, that will be the hope. The umpires have decided that lunch will be cut to just 15 minutes, or the break between innings down to 15 minutes, in the hope that we can now have a 42 overs per side match.
Yeah.
And that would mean Gloucestershire at 71 for 3 off 17 have 25 overs to bat. And the way the skyline looks at the moment, you would be hopeful that they would get that 25 overs in one run, which is of course exactly what they would want. The men in the middle as they return are James Bracey and Graham Van Buren, and then play was halted just about an hour and 10 minutes ago. 71 for 3 was the score off 17. Ben Charles for 39, Chris Dent for 2, and Tom Lace for 17 were the men out, and Will Beer had bowled 3 overs for 7, and he is going to continue from this C end.
Yes, he is, and he's going to bowl to the left-handed James Bracey. A slip in place. The floodlights are still on. How wonderful, we've got some cricket again. Well done the ground staff, well done Ben Gibson and your team, working heroically to get us back on so quickly as Beer is in and bowls, and driven by Bracey through the covers, picks up a single, fielded by the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Henry Crocombe. Gets in the throw, one more to Bracey, he goes to 11, the total 72 for 3. I'll run through the scores in some of the other games at the end of the over, because there are other games in this group which are quite interesting. In fact, I'll do a couple of them now. At Chelmsford, Kent 130 for 8 in 42 overs against Essex. You can't see Kent. Well, it'd be surprising if Kent were to win from there. You never know, of course. Essex, who do seem to be putting out strong sides in the competition, as Beer is in and bowls, and Van Buren works out to mid-wicket. They take a quick single. Haynes is in, gets in the throw, but not before Bracey had nipped through from the non-striker's end.
You would have thought they might have learned about that from earlier on with Dent's run out to Haynes.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
That was a sharpish single to take in the first over, back out again.
It was. Down at the Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire 148 for 9 in 34 overs against Lancashire. So they've been playing all morning in Southampton, which is encouraging as far as here is concerned. In comes Beer, bowls, and Bracey works it down the offside of the pitch, and Beer fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So the other games in this group, one other game actually at New Road, where Middlesex are going on nicely, 105 for 1 in 20 overs against Worcestershire, who are the group leaders. So action across the country, some delays as Beer is in and bowls, and Bracey again works this down the onside of the track on this occasion, and Beer makes a good stumbling stop. He doesn't stop the ball completely, but takes enough pace off the ball to prevent a single. 2 more balls left in the over, 73 for 3. Bracey 11, Van Buren on 2. But really the feeling between both Ian and I is that both these sides really need to win today to keep alive any hopes of qualification for the latter stages, as Beer in bowls and driven by Bracey past Haynes, who's fielding there at extra cover, fielded at long off by David Wiese, who has to trot to his right to field. One more to Bracey, he goes to 12.
I know you've got an update to do in a minute, but just conscious that if Lancashire and Worcestershire keep winning, there are only 3 spots available,
yes,
so it might be a real scramble for the last one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Lancashire and Worcester have still got to play each other, as in comes Beer again and bowls, and Van Buren is looking to hoik that one away on the leg side. He completely miscued. The ball just dribbled away onto the offside, so a dot ball is the result of that, and Will Beer continues his excellent bowling figures. Just the 2 runs coming off that over. 3 runs coming off that over, I apologise. 74 for 3. Bracey on 12. Van Buren is on 2. You can natter away because we'll probably have the travel before the update.
Okay, just a thought, and obviously cricket is a game of numbers, but with 42 overs, the bowling permutations are now 3 8s and 2 9s as a minimum of 5 bowlers being used by Sussex.
Yeah, difficult here for Gloucestershire, isn't it? Because this is one of the problems of batting second in a rain-reduced match. They've now got 40... I mean, they can't afford to go hell for leather here because there's still a long way to go. I don't know, we could get more rain. So it's a difficult equation for Gloucestershire to balance here.
Archie Lenham from the Cromwell Road end at the far end towards our commentary position, with that run-up, which is very reminiscent of Rashid Khan. And that's short and just worked away by Bracey into the leg side, but no run. 4 men.
It is actually.
It is very Rashid Khan to me, particularly front on. Here is Lenham in. That's outside the leg stump, and it's taken by Carter down the leg side, but it's signalled as a wide. There is a slip in. Ibrahim is still in at slip. 4 on the single. Backward point. Short fine leg. Short extra cover. And a straightish mid-wicket. Tossed up, and Bracey gets that very fine part bat, part pad. It's being chased down towards the rope, and it will beat Travis Head, who didn't chase that with a great deal of comfort.
I agree.
He went off the field after about 4 overs today. Clearly had some treatment for what looked to be perhaps a muscular twinge of some sort, but he didn't chase that at any pace at all, and it ran away down the slope for 4. Gloucestershire will be grateful for that. Bracey plays the reverse sweep this time, and it dribbles out to Beer, who technically is at backward point, but that was played, as I say, as a reverse sweep. 79-4-3 Gloucestershire, and this is a 42 overs per side game now, and this is the 19th over. Bracey waits for a slightly more floated delivery, and well fielded on the run by Ben Brown, coming in towards the non-striker's stumps, giving a run away there. Bracey's got 16. That's quite short again, and a good stop from Brown. He's trying to force it away. Bracey past a straight mid-wicket, and the man more used to having his gloves on his hands. Good diving stop.
I think you're having a good laugh, a few smiles around the outfield.
Lenham wheels in again, and Bracey plays across the line there, but hoiks it away deep into the outfield. They'll take one down in front of the big scoreboard, and that's all there will be. The return quickly in. The end of Lenham's second over, 19 gone, 80 for 3, and Gloucestershire have to think about this as a 22 over innings now from here, and they've lost 3 wickets, so I have to think, right, this partnership plus the likes of Taylor and Scott have got to do the bulk of the attacking. So I think it's got to be a gradual acceleration for me from here, from Bracey and Van Buren. They haven't got to go too hard at the 2 leg spinners.
So it is going to be Will Beer who's going to carry on into his 5th over, figures of 1 for 10. And he's bowled very nicely, the Sussex leg spinner. He's bowling to the left-handed James Bracey, who's on 17 off 32 balls. Slip in place. Got a delay, I'm not entirely sure why, but there was a debate about whether to keep the slip in or not, and they have decided to take the slip out. Well, that's the good news, Joe. We've literally just started in the last 5 minutes or so. We had a lengthy delay due to a shower, but now a bit of blue sky around Hove. That's not to say there aren't more showers on the way, but for the time being, we're back on playing, and Gloucestershire are 81 for 3 with Bracey on 17, Van Buren on 2. Sussex, this game has been reduced to 42 overs a side, and Gloucestershire are in their 20th over, so another 22 overs remaining after this one. Gloucestershire 81 for 3, a wicket apiece for David Visa and Will Bear. The other wicket, a wonderful run out by Tom Haynes. So Gloucester 81 for 3 in the 20th over. Beer in bowls to Van Buren, who plays quietly into the offside, fielded by Brown, who's in very quickly from short extra cover.
Was it, I'm trying to think, the game where Van Buren won a T20 here, was that last year or the year before? Hitting, was it the last ball of the match for 6? Or
Crumbs, you've got a good memory, Ian. Wow. I'm not going to pretend I know, because I can't remember, but in comes Beer and bowls, and Van Buren cuts firmly through backward point. They've taken one, they'll look for 2 here, or is quickly round, but he does well and gets in the throw quickly as well. Good bit of fielding.
Bearing in mind that the law tends to be that Sussex win at Bristol in the T20 and Gloucestershire win here in the T20. That's generally the pattern, or has been the pattern.
82 for 3. Beer.
Try and find that board. I think that may have been 2020, you know.
He's on his way again. Bowls and Bracey sort of slog sweeps down again to Orr, who is in quickly round. That's a good bit of run, good cricket all round actually. Good running by James Bracey, because he realised that Orr had a good way to go to his left from deep mid wicket, more to square leg. He got in the throw, but Bracey had made up his mind he had to come back for the second run. He goes to 20. Gloucestershire to 84 for 3. You're on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire. Will Beer looks in Ali Orr's direction as if to say perhaps he should go a little finer, but he's left him as it is, as Beer is in and bowls, and Bracey clips that one through mid-wicket past the diving Ben Brown, who couldn't do anything to prevent that, and again Orr is in action and he gets in the throw. One more to the total. Bracey to 21 off 35. Gloucestershire to 85 for 3. So what have we had off this over? 2, 3, 5 off the over so far. Will be with 1 wicket to his name, the wicket of Tom Lace, well caught and bowled by the Sussex leg spinner. Beer is coming in now to bowl to right-handed Van Buren. The slip is back in place. He bowls and Van Buren just works that to mid-wicket, fielded by the skipper Haynes. The end of another Will Beer over. 85 for 3. Bracey on 21. Van Buren is on 3. We've had 22 overs, which means there are 20 overs remaining, so still plenty of time here for Gloucestershire to build a sizable total.
Yeah, so in this reduced game, so 42 overs aside, Gloucestershire at the end of the power play, the first 10 were 45 for 2, and now after 20 are 85 for 3, so only 40 runs in the last 10. I think you'd have to say if they were north of 220 here in 42 overs, they'd be taking that as a competitive score. They certainly want something starting with a 2 to at least push Sussex a bit. And Bracey to face Lenham's third over from the Cromwell Road end. That's top flighted right up above the eye line, and another good stop with his right hand by Ben Brown. He's got an old wicket end just to his right there, which if Bracey plays it reasonably straight, he's going to be careful about the bounce. Bracey in bright sunshine tries to do a little reverse sweep down towards the boundary at what would have been third man for him, but a tumbling stop from Beer, who does well to keep his glasses on his nose while he's doing that. He's got a cap on, but while he's in the field doesn't have the glasses resting on his cap. They're resting where they should be. 86 for 3. Bracey to 22. Van Buren is with him. And again, really tossed up by Lenham. A little bit of a half stop, and they've got through for a single. Not getting all that quickly to his feet, probably because he's frustrated he didn't keep that down to a dot ball. Gloucestershire having lost Dent run out early on for 2, and Charlesworth for 39, that was very stylishly made, and then lace caught and bowled by Beer for 17. Another little tickle off his pads from Bracey brings him another single to Travis Head, who I think Sussex are trying to manage carefully in the field here. He's not being asked to do too much running, and when he is moving in the field, he's not moving with a great deal of freedom. 88 for 3. Lenham into Van Buren. That's just beyond the reach of Ben Brown this time, and all the way up to the field at long off. Henry Crocombe's up there in front of that very steep but empty stand today. You think those blue seated stands at the Cromwell Road end will all come down during the break after this tournament? When we come back to the Championship, it'll be deck chairs at that far end, hopefully with suitable weather to watch the cricket from. Lenham into Bracey. That's on the full, out through the offside. Didn't try and hit it too hard. A long chase for Ali, and he won't be able to haul it in. That's a first boundary for a while for Gloucestershire, and having a long chase in front of the grandstand. Just couldn't, even with a dive, which he didn't put in to be fair, couldn't haul it in. 93 for 3. Bracey up to 27. He had a very good knock at Scarborough on Thursday when he made 90, and one of these two has probably got a bat long into this Gloucestershire innings, if not both of them. Yes,
I would agree. Interesting there. Travis Head, who sort of seems to be a bit of a mentor in the field for Tom Haines, just came over and just had a word with Tom Haines, maybe about a change. To be honest, when you bowl a full toss, it's pretty difficult to set a field to that, to be honest. But maybe just giving Tom Haines a little bit of his thoughts. But Will Beer is going to carry on. From the C end of the ground comes in and bowls to Van Buren, who stabs out, well, looked to stab it on the offside. He got a thick inside edge. The ball ended up at fine leg. He was thinking about a single, was Van Buren, but that would have been ill-advised, and Bracey very quickly sent him back. And there is no run. The total remains on 93 for 3. Will Beer into his 6th over. Excellent figures. 1 for 15. Is in again and bowls, and that gets a little low, but cut away by Van Buren to Alistair Orr, who fields on the cover boundary. I think, to go back to that Van Buren question, it was 2019. Gloucestershire won off the last ball by 3 wickets, and Van Buren made 37 not out. Wow. 3 4s and 2 6s, and I think that, from memory, that was the last game in the group, which gave them a home quarter final. Beer. In again, bowls, and he's bowled, and another wicket for Will Beer. He was looking to sweep that, James Bracey, but he's been bowled. He rehearses the shot as he wanders off, and yet again, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, Will Beer yet again does the job for Sussex. He's picked up his second wicket, figures of 2 for 16 in his 6th over, and he's bowled splendidly.
I think Bracey didn't pick the length there. That was a view slightly obscured by Graham Van Buren at the non-striker's end, but that was the impression. That was just a little wider and a little fuller, and whether there was a little an under edge from Bracey, but he tried to pay the paddle, and it's been a tale of Gloucestershire's white ball season in a way. Players getting starts and getting out, and again today Charlesworth 39, laced a little bit to a lesser extent 17, and now Bracey 27, only a couple of boundaries in that, but having got his 90 at Scarborough proved that he could accelerate, and now 94 for 4, halfway through the allotted, in fact exactly halfway through the allotted 42 overs. Gloucestershire have got a situation where there is quite a bit of rebuilding to do. Now Jack Taylor made his highest score of the season at Scarborough, 49 not out, but if you're not playing a lot in the Championship and you're batting down the order in the T20, a lot of the time you haven't got a lot of time in the middle. Now he had time there and he's got time here, so he needs to repeat some of that late flurry that brought Gloucestershire victory up at North Marine Road.
Well, he does hit a long ball, does Jack Taylor, and I'm sure you'd have thought that in this situation he'll need to play himself in, but he will be eyeing up this shortish leg side boundary. Slip in place, Beer in the bowls, and Taylor, well, that goes a little low, looking to cut that one away on the offside. Carter knits from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. 94 for 4, Taylor yet to score. Van Buren on 6. Will Beer, a couple of wickets to his name. In his 6th over, he's only conceded 16 runs. He's coming in again. The lights are on, but the sun is out. Bowls, and Taylor is forward, and Beer fields off his own bowling. He sort of parries the ball to his good friend Ben Brown, who's fielding at short extra cover. And between them, they prevent a run. Beer tosses the ball from hand to hand. Unusual. Sussex have got 3 30-plus-year-olds in the side today. As Beer is in again and bowls, and Taylor just plays that quietly to mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Haines. Another excellent over from Will Beer, just concedes the 1 run, and Gloucestershire are 94 for 4. Taylor yet to score. Van Buren is on 6, and Will Beer the excellent figures of 6 overs, 2 for 16.
Well, he hasn't bowled a maiden yet, but he's bowled very well from this sea end up the slight slope, and 2 important wickets. Lace caught and bowled, and Bracey clean bowled in that last over, so he bowl a maximum of 3 more, and Tom Haines might be really tempted to make him one of his bowlers who bowls 9, because that not only is he taking 2 wickets, but a very impressive economy rate as well. Gloucestershire have got to be careful here. Oh, that's very well bowled by Lenham. Starting a new over from the far end. Van Buren drawn forward. That may have been the slider. I couldn't tell whether it did spin or just maybe went with the arm. That's cut away by Van Buren, and a good stop right on the deep point boundary by David Visa. Let's take a single, and ground to make from under the scoreboard, down the slope, and a sliding stop. Get them to a single. So Jack Taylor to face Lenham for the first time today. Lenham, of course, who, as we've said, made his debut for Sussex in the T20 game at Bristol, where I'm sure many of the crowd who turned up that day would have known very little about him. He's got a bit more known now, that's for sure, after an impressive season in the T20. And you've got to think he'll be part of that quarter-final at 11, Adrian, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Hard to see him being left out the way he's been bowling.
Absolutely, yeah, and Sussex have trusted him implicitly as well throughout the season.
96 for 4, Gloucestershire. And the Van Buren in to just a defensive shot there again, and Lenham just loses the cloth out the back of his trousers as he made the stop out of that delivery.
I think I said there were 4 30 pluses. There's 3 in the Sussex side today: Brown, Beer and Visa.
Visa, yeah. Lenham again, past umpire Bainton. That is a bit shorter. Van Buren tries to work that away into the leg side, but there's no run there. And again a good stop, this time from Tom Haynes. Still 4 on the single for Lenham. Sweepers out square of the wicket on both sides because Van Buren likes that shot, and that's a dab away. That won't be caught. And Beer will give up the chase. It'll go for 4 down to third man. Tonight, anything off the back foot is where Van Buren is very much in his element, and Lenham kicks the ground as he walks away, knowing that was too short. Dragged down at the end of his over. 23 overs gone, 19 overs to go, 100 for 4 Gloucestershire. 19 overs at a run of ball would get them over 200. But the problem is the wickets column. They've got to be very careful. George Scott made a brisk 25 at Scarborough, but he's not had a lot of time in the middle. And I come back to the previous point, even when Bracey was in, it's got to be gradual acceleration, and they might even try and play around Will Beer's remaining overs, who knows.
6 overs, 2 for 16, the excellent figures of Will Beer, who comes in over the wicket and bowls to Jack Taylor, who plays that to mid-wicket, fielded by Haynes, and there is no runner. Slip, backward point, extra cover, mid-wicket, short fine leg, then 4 fielders out, a deep mid-wicket, a long on, a long off, and a sweep on the cover boundary. Bit of blue sky above Hove, isn't that lovely? As in comes Beer and bowls, and cut away by Taylor to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Alistair Orr, who gets in the throw. If you're sitting out listening on the headsets, enjoying, well, a bit of fleeting sunshine, I hope you're enjoying the game and the commentary. Indeed, if you're listening on the BBC website or watching via the Sussex stream provided by the club, as Beer is on his way. Floodlights on, but blue sky above the ground. He comes in, and that's probably the worst delivery that Will Beer has bowled. And he's probably entitled to bowl 1. That was down the leg side, and that was a bit of a gimme. And Jack Taylor's able to sweep that one back to the square on the leg side. He picks up a single, so it's Graham Van Buren. He goes to 15, and Gloucestershire to 105 for 4.
Just looking at Taylor's numbers from that innings at Scarborough, he made 49 off 28 balls, but 16 of those runs came in the last over, so in fact he made 33 off 24 initially, so he didn't really press the pedal until very, very late.
Beer in again, that's a full toss, and Van Buren drives down the ground, a good stop by Ben Brown, a tumbling save at extra cover. He manages to deflect the ball to James Coles, who completes the fielding down in front of us. So 1 more to Van Buren, he goes to 16.
And by and large, a lot of his runs this season have been sort of in 20s, at around about a run a ball in white ball cricket, but really not showing the big hitting ability that we know he's got. Now maybe Thursday was an indication that a bit of that form is coming back.
Resurveying that leg side boundary as Beer is again, and Taylor clips that one back to the square. They'll look for 2 here, but Crocombe is very quickly in from deep square leg, almost a deep mid-wicket to field, and gets in the throw. 1 more to Taylor. He goes to 3.
He has to be there though at the end to do it.
Well, that's the point, and Van Buren now survives that leg side boundary. He hits a long ball as well, but you're right. Now he's Gloucestershire losing a couple of wickets here, and falling in a heap to a sort of 140, 150 all out. Still batting to come though. As in comes Beer, bowls, and Van Buren leans back and chops that to backward point. Well fielded at backward point by, who's that? Is that Harrison Ford? No. Turn round so I can see your shirt. It was Dan Ibrahim. So well fielded young man. Bowlers talk a lot, don't they, in limited over cricket about getting out of an over with a dot ball And will be getting out of the over. Gloucestershire 107 for 4. Taylor on 3. Van Buren on 16. Beers excellent figures. 7 overs, 2 for 24. I'm not surprised to see a change at the Cromwell Road end actually. Young Archie Lennon 4 overs for 23, going at 6 and over, and I think Tom Haynes just deciding to change things around a little bit. And James Coles, another 17-year-old, a product of this partnership that Sussex have with Oxford, a route that Harrison Ward has come, Jack Coles as well. Clearly they miss Ben Charlesworth, who batted very nicely for his 39 at the top of the order for Gloucester. I mean, he made it look ridiculously easy. But it's going to be James Coles from the Cromwell Road end.
Yes, he was slow left arm. Just a 3 or 4 pace run. That's quite short, but he is quite a tall teenager, and that's just punched away by Jack Taylor to Ben Brown. So there won't be much loop, I wouldn't think, here from Coles. He'll try to bowl it almost back of the length, almost. So Van Buren tends to bowl little, what we call little darts, is his slow left arm, but Coles has the extra height. Keeper standing up, obviously. Round the wicket once more. Wants a full toss, and Taylor didn't get too excited with that. Just did the simple thing, punched it down to the man at long on, and just be a single. So Coles becomes the 6th bowl used by Sussex. Swept by Van Buren this time, but straight to Travis Head, who is at a backward square. 3 men on the offside, saving 1. 2 of them behind the square, actually. They can see where Van Buren's major areas are, and Coles does give him a bit of width there, but again it's chopped into the offside, straight to Ibrahim. He's set a field for that shot, but ideally wouldn't want to drag it that far again. Nice simple action from Coles. I don't think he's going to spin it very much, but he's bowled very accurately there. And I say, with that extra height that he's got, if he just drops it back of a length, and there is enough bounce in this pitch, it might just be in that in-between length which is awkward to get away, and that's what his captain will be looking for. 108 for 4, Gloucestershire off 23, so 19 overs to go from here. Beer has bowled 7, which is the most of anybody. And remember, 2 bowlers can bowl 9. The rest only can bowl 8.
Yes, he's bowled very economically during this competition, James, because I agree with you. I'm not sure how much he spins the ball, but he bowls a sort of a nagging accuracy. Just reminds me a little bit of Mike Yardy, actually. Difficult to get away, varies his pace. Holds one back, pushes the next one through, but he's been very effective. For a 17-year-old, I think he's done extremely well in the competition.
Well, his economy rate is the lowest of all the Sussex bowlers.
Well, there we are. In comes Beer over the wicket. Bowls, and he's looked to drive that through the offside was Jack Taylor, but instead it goes on the leg side. There is no run.
He's at down below 4.5 runs per over, which is impressive.
Yeah, very good. Beer, who's also been very impressive today. He's in his 8th over. He's in and bowls and short and cut away by Taylor, only to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Alistair Orr, gets in the throw. One more to the total.
Just on the weather watch, there is a little bit of dark cloud to the left, but I think it is passing us, and behind it the cloud is lighter, so I would be hopeful that this Gloucestershire inning can be completed now without interruption. Yeah,
if you're to the east of Brighton or up on the Downs, you may be going to get a soaking soon, but hopefully not here at Hove. There is some pretty grim weather behind the grandstand as Beer is in and bowls, and forward comes Van Buren respectfully straight back down the track. Then he again looks at that leg side boundary. They'll obviously have to hit against the spin to the leg spinner. 109 for 4, Van Buren on 16. Dangerous customer in one-day cricket. Beer bowls and driven down the ground by Van Buren to long off, fielded by Coles, who trots in from just to our left-hand side here.
So in fact, if Cole's bowling from the far end, the batsmen are playing against the spin to the leg side boundary at both ends, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, and that's they're interesting tactics here by Tom Haynes. I mean, actually, this is pretty brave. We'll be bowling to this shorter edge, but he's the experienced spinner. He's in bowls, and forward comes Taylor and takes a comfortable single. A repeat performance as it's fielded by Coles, who comes running in again to field. One more to the total. Three singles off the over so far.
Would be a traditionally is not a nice word. As a rule, would he generally bowl from this end though? Because whenever I think I've been here, whenever I've seen him bowl, he tends to bowl from this end. Yeah,
do you know something? It's a good question. Beer again, in and bowls, and down the leg side there's an appeal of catch it, and it's given a wide, so it clearly didn't hit anything. And Graham Van Buren, I think
that was tactical. Wasn't it not?
Well, I think Will Beer is having a wry smile there with Graham Van Buren as he wanders back to it. I think the keeper appealed, and Will Beer thought that's a good idea, but the umpire was not to be fooled, and a wide is signalled. 112 for 4. Beer in the game bowls, and Van Buren ball again kept a little low, cut away to backward point, and that's a good bit of fielding again by Dan Ibrahim, who prevents a single. Ben Brown says well fielded, young man. End of the over. 112 for 4. Taylor on 6, Van Buren on 17, and Will Beer's figures really are excellent. 8 overs, 2 for 25, so he's only got one more to bowl in a reduced overs match. 42 overs per side. Yeah, I mean, your weather update I think is spot on. There's some really ugly cloud making its way to the north of the ground. Behind it there's some lighter skies, still some heavier cloud, but fingers crossed we're going to get a few more overs in. And one thing that Sussex are doing here is rattling through the overs with the spinners on. We're already into the 27th of the 42. And for the time being, the sun is out and all is well with the world.
Yeah, Adrian Harms with me, Ian Randall, here at Hove, commentary on the BBC Sport website, BBC Sussex, BBC Bristol, BBC Gloucestershire, and also if you're on the ground listening to us or indeed watching elsewhere on the stream. I was told a very well, I thought it was a curious tale anyway. As Coles comes in and Taylor will take a single up to long on. Somebody went to the last day of the Cheltenham Festival and was listening to the stream commentary with the stream in his pocket. So the phone was logged into the video, but he said, I didn't want to watch it 30 seconds on a delay, so I just, that's very wide from Coles, and chopped away by Van Buren, and that will be well stopped. On the boundary, again by Veesfield, cut them down to 1, that would have been 4 otherwise. And again, a quick throw. So he had the commentary in time with the play, but he wasn't watching the stream that he was logged into on his phone, because that was just literally just tucked in his pocket, which I thought was a different way to do things. Coles, slow left arm, but not spinning it very much, we suspect. Just making it, it's almost back of a length off about 3 paces, but because he's tall and has got quite a high action, it's going to be awkward to drive anything unless he over pitches, and he's not done that so far very much. 115 for 4. That is a full toss, having said that, and it's not put away by Van Buren. It's just almost, I mean, he was surprised by it. It just almost just defended it. He's got a long on and a long off out, Coles, and that is, again, that's more of an off spinner's flight, and again it's just clipped into the leg side, and again Brown fields, and Sussex getting through the overs very quickly. That's another over has slipped by, and Gloucestershire's rate of scoring is dropping at the moment, so they're 115 for 4 after 27, so the current rate is 4.28. They want it to be more than that come the end, that's for sure, because they'll be well shy of 200 if that continues.
Well, Will Beer is going to bowl out here, which is good tactic. 8 overs, 2 for 27, 115 for 4.
It might be that he will be the only bowler to bowl 9, actually, looking at
yes, it would be,
what's been used elsewhere so far. No one's bowled more than 5. So it might be that he is the only bowler to bowl the maximum of 9.
So Will Beer is going to bowl to the right-handed Jack Taylor, who's on 8 of 16 deliveries, is in on bowls, and Taylor looks to make room and cut it away, but in the end just forces it towards extra cover, and Will Beer comes round to field off his own bowling. It's another dot ball from Will Beer.
You have to feel that Tom Haynes did the right thing today by deciding to field first.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Chris Dent would have done exactly the same had he won the toss as Beer is in and bowls, and Taylor just nudges that to square leg, fielded there by Travis Head. One more to the total, 116 for 4.
Does this remind you a bit actually of the T20 game earlier in the season where Gloucestershire had wickets down and Phillips and Taylor sort of turned it round and put a competitive score on the board?
Yeah. Beer is now having a word to Ben Brown. Travis Head is talking to Tom Haynes. There's two conversations going on here. Now, he's quite animated, isn't he, Travis Head? He's obviously making a point to Tom Haynes about something or another.
He certainly wanted to pass on something he'd seen or an observation.
It just says so. Now, I'm not sure, I'm not a great fan of this, where you've got you're either captain or you're not really. I know there's sort of some help going on, but it's sort of 2 or 3 people setting the field here, which is anyway. Now Ollie Carter is stepping in and as well, so we've got a bit of a delay. Anyway, the upshot is there's a short fine leg, a backwards square leg, and a mid wicket. Let's see what happens as Beer comes in and bowls to Van Buren, who's on 18. He bowls, and there's a loud appeal by Will Beer for an LBW as Van Buren looking to sweep that one on the leg side. It's a dot ball though. That
looked to be the inference from the umpire. I think Beer asked, was it, I think the question might have been, was it leg side, and there was a little nod from the umpire there.
The tall figure of umpire Watts at this end of the ground. Beer again. In and bowls, and driven firmly but straight to short extra cover, fielded by Brown.
Crowd catch.
No run. Yeah, I think your analysis of the weather was correct, Ian, because that darker cat has sort of drifted away to the left of the ground and up towards the downs. So if you live up there, you may get a drop of rain in a moment. Beer in again, bowls, and clipped down towards fine leg. Nice looking shot by Van Buren. He's going to pick up a couple of runs as Travis Head chases back, and that's all it's going to be. The total goes up to 118 for 4 on Van Buren onto 20. One more ball left for Will Beer to bowl. This will be the final ball of his spell. He's conceded 30 runs so far from his 8 overs and 5 balls, and he's just waiting at the end of his run as keeper Carter settles himself. Beer is in and bowls, and straight back down the track. It's another dot ball, and I have to say that is an excellent spell of leg spin bowling from Will Beer. We said at the beginning he rarely, if ever, lets Sussex down. He's very, very reliable, and that's an excellent spell of bowling. 9 overs, he's taken 2 for 30, and he's bowled splendidly.
Yeah, he's bowled very well. Standardisation break just coming here with 14 overs for Gloucestershire to go. 14 overs, 118 for 4. I think they consciously, when Beer got Bracey out, there may have been a thought about just trying to see Beer out of the attack and then re-evaluate where Gloucestershire were. But they, as you say, Adrian, the risk would be add 2. The whole thing had 2 wickets to the score, and then see where you are. They wouldn't want to leave the last 7 or 8 overs with 6 wickets down, where you cannot accelerate. At least with these 2 in, Van Buren has 20, and Jack Taylor has 9. There is the opportunity to do so, and Sussex look like they might be thinking about a change with Ibrahim coming back into the attack. Coles has only bowled 2 overs for 4, but maybe there are a couple of full tosses in there which skipper Tom Haynes or indeed Travis Head maybe didn't like the look of.
Yes, I think he rather got away with a couple in the last over. He was certainly indebted to a very fine diving save by David Wiese that prevented 1 boundary, and the full toss didn't go either, so maybe he's looking to change things around here, or perhaps getting the feeling that maybe these 2 are looking to get on with it. As in comes Ibrahim, running in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Taylor, who plays very straight, so straight in fact that the ball eludes Ibrahim and hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. And it's a dot ball, 118 for 4. I mean, these two have played a lot of cricket, and I'm sure they're saying to themselves, right, we need to go mad here. Let's make sure we keep the scoreboard ticking over, and maybe with 10 overs to go, then you think, right, now's the time to really step on the accelerator.
Yeah, they might go even a bit later than that.
Ibrahim again. In bowls and cut away by Taylor to backward point. It eludes the diving Beer, but Travis Head, who's down here at third man, picks up, gets in the throw. One more to the total, 119 for 4.
And I press it's a different scenario when you're chasing, but at Scarborough on Thursday they got 52 in the last 4 overs.
Yeah, so there you go. So and Taylor, and we have to say there's a shortish leg side boundary, so that they'll feel they want to be in. They won't want to be sort of 7 or 8 wickets down. As in comes Ibrahim, bowls and tucked away by Van Buren. Good bit of fielding by Lenham. Rather got away with that, didn't he, Dan Ibrahim? It was down the leg side, and Van Buren is ruefully scratching away on his crease and annoyed with himself that he picked out Archie Lenham at short fine leg, who prevented a run. Sun has disappeared again, floodlights on, heavy air cloud around as Ibrahim is in and bowled. Short, cut away. Really good bit of fielding by Will Beer at backward point. It was cut away. Sussex ground fielding has been very good, actually. It was cut away by Van Buren, and Beer diving at backward point. Couldn't prevent the single, but might well have prevented a boundary, because we think Head is slightly struggling with a back problem.
Incapacitated.
Great word. Well done. Yes, I couldn't think of the right word. Thank you, Ian. Ian Randall from BBC Radio Gloucester and BBC Radio Bristol, as Ibrahim is in and bowls to Taylor, who works this down to Head, who feels comfortably enough down at third man. Gets in the throw. Nice throw as well, right over the top of the stumps, taken by Carter. One more to the total. Taylor to 11. Van Buren on strike on 21. And the 29th of the 42 overs in this rain-reduced match. Ibrahim is on his way again. Bowls, and Van Buren plays this to backward point, fielded by Beer. Good accurate over by Dan Ibrahim, just conceding the 3 runs at the end of that over, the end of the 29th over. Gloucestershire are 121 for 4. Taylor is on 11, Van Buren is on 21, and Dan Ibrahim has bowled 4 overs, hasn't taken a wicket for just 21.
Now, I'm sure that Beer has to come off. I mean, all the maths would suggest that you can't bowl more than 9 in a 42 over game.
No, it's going to be, I think they're bringing James Cole.
Coles is going to change ends by the looks of it. And you hinted, Adrian, about the when they press the pedal. I wonder whether at 35 overs they might have a look, because that will leave 7 overs to go. They might have to try and push on a bit from there. But at the moment, to say they're crawling would be a bit of a harsh way to put it, but they're certainly not scoring very quickly. It's no more than a steady accumulation, and the rate is dropping. It's only 4.17 on the actual. And here is Coles then from the C end, commentary box end, and Taylor picks up a single up to Will Beer. Beer and Visa are long on and long off respectively. Visa signalling to the pavilion 150 yards across the ground. Coles with a little bit of loop there, to be fair, and Van Buren again plays the same shot in the V. Pretty low risk, but lowest risk and low return at the moment for these two. They have to be conscious of the wickets column. That's the problem for Gloucestershire. 4 down, and here is Coles at 123 for 4, and Taylor tries to use his feet, but Coles just tucks him up, and all he can do is squeeze it out to backward point. So we've got a backward point, fine leg inside the circle, short extra cover, short mid wicket, and that's chopped by Taylor. A chase for Lenham down towards the third man boundary. They'll certainly take 2, and the ball will just beat the fielder over the rope. That's a welcome boundary for Jack Taylor, and Gloucestershire up to 127 3:44. We're at nearly at 2:15, and the cut-off for the overs is said to be at 3:22.
There's plenty of time, isn't it?
Sussex going to be miles inside that.
Yeah, that's the virtue of having plenty of spin in the side.
We could be talking, well, at least you could be talking more like 3 o'clock, I would have thought. And Taylor tries to crash that off the back foot, and fortunately he doesn't get a touch. He tried to play it past Ben Brown's left hand with extra cover, but no contact, and he waits now again as Coles comes in, and again it's quite swift for a spinner. He's just not giving Gloucestershire anything to hit here, James Coles. Just the one, that was the first boundary off him in 3 overs, and he has bowled now 3 overs for 10, Lenham 4 overs for 23, Ibrahim 4 overs for 19, Visa 5 overs for 18 and a wicket, and Crocombe 5 overs for 26. Wilby has finished 9 overs, 2 for 30. Was Crocombe the bowler who at Sedbergh got hit a bit towards the end when Danny Lamb?
Yes. Yeah, he bowled
got Lancashire over the line. I wonder whether he may be the player who's actually taken out of the attack late on here.
Possibly. In comes Ibrahim, running in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Van Buren, who flicks this through mid-wicket. They've taken 1. They'll think about 2, but all is quickly in off the square leg boundary to field. Yes, he bowled a no ball that Danny Lamb then had a free hit and hit for 6, which was a pivotal moment in the match. But I think he bowls a good line of length, Henry Crocombe, and he's a young bowler who's learning his trade. I think he's a good bowler as well. In comes Ibrahim, bowls and played to the onside by Taylor, fielded by skipper Haynes, and there is no run. Just a bit of a weather update. Clearer skies out to the southwest. The heavy cloud has definitely missed us on this occasion, which is good.
I think we are grateful for the lights being on, though.
I would agree.
It would be a bit gloomy without them.
Yes, it's by no means a lovely summer's day. We're grateful for small mercies that Ibrahim is in and bowls, and Taylor, who has this exaggerated backlift, plays the ball down the ground, fielded by Coles, who comes in and fields 1 more to the total, 129 for 4. To be honest, though, with the exception of Charlesworth, batting hasn't looked easy. Now, whether that's down to the quality of the bowling, whether it's that the wicket is not as good as we think it is, I don't know. We'll have to see whether it's more difficult to score. Looks a good wicket. Ibrahim in and bowls, played by Van Buren to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So
it's certainly not as green as the one at Bristol for the opening match against Lancashire.
Okay.
That was there was more than a tinge of green about that. That made the toss all important on that game, and you would say the toss was quite important here too.
No, I would agree, particularly with rain around. Ibrahim in bowls, cut away. That's a good shot. It's going to be runs here. Will it be 4? Yes, it will be 4 runs. It's a bit too wide from Daniel Ibrahim, and cut away by Graham Van Buren. Even the speedy Crocombe, who's sweeping on the cover boundary, had no chance of cutting that off. For those of you who don't know Hove, the ground falls away from the Cromwell Road end to the commentary box here at the sea end, and anything that beats a fielder, it's very difficult to drag the ball back when it's running down the slope. Nice shot by Van Buren, who's rather ominously for Sussex here on to 27 off 42. 133 for 4. Ibrahim in again. That's a horrible delivery, and that'll be a free hit and some. So it's called, it's a no ball. It would have been a wide. It just slipped out of his hand, and I think, to be fair to umpire Bainton, he probably said, never mind, young man, but it's going to be a free hit. And Van Buren will be, you can't change the field for a free hit. Ben Brown is just coming up and having a word to Dan Ibrahim,
which may have been, don't worry.
Yes. Yeah,
I would think.
It just slipped, didn't it? Ibrahim again. So free hit comes in the bowls down the leg side, and that's going to be a wide. That's not what was intended. So the free hit still remains. It's going to be quite unnerving for a young cricketer. He's only 16 years of age, and now Tom Haynes is taking an opportunity to have a word to Dan Ibrahim. And actually, probably at this stage, you just want to go through your own thing. You think, yeah, I know what I'm doing here. So still a free hit. Ibrahim on his way. Bowls, and Van Buren hammers this one away, and he's going to just get a single, fielded by Ali Orr. A deep backward square, so Sussex and Ibrahim, well done, because he's just conceded the single there. It could have been a whole pile worse. End of the over, end of the 31st over, so what have we got, Ian? 11 overs remaining. Gloucestershire are 137 for 4. Taylor on 17, Van Buren on 28. If you just joined us, a very good afternoon to you. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucestershire and Bristol. You may be watching via the live stream or listening around the ground. A game reduced to 42 overs a side due to a delayed start and then a shower. And Gloucester with 11 overs to bat. And you're listening to myself, Adrian Hunt, alongside Ian Randall.
And here's James Coles to bowl his 4th over. He's bowled 2 overs from the Cromwell Road end and now the 2nd from the sea end. And that's worked away by Van Buren, but straight to Travis Head, who is at, well, short fine leg really, right on the edge of the circle there, never a chance of a single. So Van Buren 28 from 45, and Coles, floppy hair, bowls to him, and that's driven straight down the ground. They look for 2, Taylor doesn't think there is 2, and Visa gets the throw in quickly anyway. Good work from him. He's been good value as an overseas player.
Very good.
I would say, David Visa.
No, very good. A fine cricketer and very nice man as well, David Visa.
Coles to Taylor and get clipped straight to Haynes at short mid wicket. I'll come to that point about Crocombe again in a minute, and it may depend on whether Taylor is still in the latter part of the innings. Coles, Taylor down the ground. Van Buren gets his right leg out of the way, and so the ball beats the bowler, and Van Buren goes all the way up to Visa again for a single. Gloucestershire batting first, having been put in. This is the 32nd over, so 10 overs after this. 139 for 4, and Van Buren sweeps, and he's going to be caught by Travis Head. He tried to paddle it round the corner, got it off the top edge, and Coles has a wicket. And again, somebody in a threatening position for Gloucestershire has got into a good position on the scoreboard and has got out trying to accelerate. Van Buren caught off a top edge of a paddle, and even with a degree of restricted movement, Travis Head taking a comfortable catch. 29 he made, Van Buren, but he has to go, and Gloucestershire are 139 for 5.
Yeah, and just as I was saying rather ominously, Graham Van Buren had got to 29. He's such a dangerous customer, and Sussex will be very pleased to see the back of him. But you're right, just as Ben Charles made 39, Bracey 27, Van Buren 29. No one's gone on to play the really big knock. Would you say a lot depending here on Jack Taylor for Gloucestershire? Yeah,
and I'll come back to that point that was made about that match at Durham, where Taylor tends to, and I'll visit the Henry Crocombe example. If Crocombe is going to bowl, by and large, what you would call a good championship length, Taylor would like that at the later stages of an innings, and that's why I wonder whether Tom Haynes might leave Crocombe out of the attack and not give him those, what I call those slot deliveries that Taylor might like to really attack in the last 5 overs or so. Right, so George Scott's come out at number 7. Tom Smith, Matt Taylor, Jared Warner and Dan Worrell are to come. I think Gloucestershire would, well, from here, 10 overs to go, they'd take a score starting with a 2.
Well, that partnership was worth 45, and I thought those two had batted pretty sensibly actually, without, they picked up the runs, picked up the 1s and 2s.
But only at 4.5 and over. Absolutely. That's the thing.
So they're trying to build a total here, but that's an important wicket for Sussex to take. So well done young James Coles, who's, I think he's bowled very well in this competition. He's a tall man, isn't he, Scott?
Yes, one of the ex-Middlesex contingent at Gloucestershire. You got to slip back in. Coles to Scott, who chops that away, and they'll take 1. They might think about 2, but
there's definitely 2 there.
Ali Orr's got to that quickly, and they're going to come back 1 on the throw. That's the longer of the 2 square boundaries, but Coles again has done well, and when Haynes has shuffled his bowlers round, they've done well for him. In fact, all 4 wickets have been taken at this sea end. Visa, Coles and 2 from Beer. Coles has 1 for 14 from 4 overs.
Well spotted, Ian. Well, Archie Lenham is back into the attack, so Ibrahim out. He's bowled 5 overs for 29. His last over was expensive with the free hit. And Archie Lenham, 4 overs for 23. He's going to come on from the Cromwell Road. So Sussex really are rattling through their overs here, because it's the cut-off time is another hour away, but they've only got 10 overs left to bowl. And you'd have thought that Coles and Lenham are going to bowl a fair proportion of those, possibly. We shall see. Anyway, Jack Taylor surveys the leg side boundary. It's a longer boundary. He will see there's a long on, a deep mid-wicket. Just waiting. There's a long off as well, and a sweeper on the cover boundary as Lenham is in and bowls, and Taylor looking to cut, misses, taken by Carter behind the stumps, and there is no run.
Actually, there's a bigger plot at play here about the over rate, Adrian. I'll get to in a minute.
Lenham waits. Is in again, bowls. Rather dragged that one down. In fact, he's rather got away with that. Taylor hit the ball straight to Ben Brown, who shied at the stumps. I think he's enjoying himself in the field, is Ben Brown. He missed the stumps.
If there is going to be rain later, and possibly more fierce rain later.
Lenham, and again Taylor looks to cut. Bit of extra bounce from Lenham, taken by Carter.
And Sussex can get through the Gloucestershire innings quicker. They've got more chance of batting for 10 overs, which would constitute a game.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. The forecast did suggest there may be more rain later. Lenham, and again bowls. Taylor is forward. He just plays this straight down the ground, fielded by Coles, who comes running into field. Just the one run off the over so far. 142 for 5. We're in the 33rd over. 33 out of 42 overs for those just joining us. The game didn't start till 11:15. Then we had a delay of about an hour for a heavy shower. Since then, mercifully, no further rain, a bit of blue sky above the ground, but plenty of heavy cloud. It's certainly not a lovely summer's day here on the south coast, but we've got cricket as Lenham, there's busy action in and bowls again, and Scott drives through the offside. He pierces the offside field, but only as far as Visa, who's very quickly round, fielding by the clock tower scoreboard. Gets in the throw, just a single to Scott. He goes to 3.
It's possible here Sussex could bowl half the overs with the spinners. Very possible.
Lenham again. In and bowls, and Taylor drives it. Oh, very nearly a brilliant catch by Brown at short extra cover, but a very fine bit of fielding by Henry Crocombe out there at long off, and it's just going to be a couple of runs to Jack Taylor. He goes to 21. Gloucestershire 145 for 5. And Archie Lenham has bowled 5 overs and has taken no wicket for 26. That was a good goalkeeper style dive by Brown at short extra cover. He didn't manage to take the catch, but Crocombe was racing around the boundary and did very well to prevent the boundary. So 9 overs to go. Gloucestershire 145 for 5. The dangerous Taylor is on 21. George Scott is on 3. The cut-off time is 22 minutes past 3, but Sussex have only got another 9 overs left to bowl, so they're going to be well within the time. They could be done here by
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Yeah.
You know, so we're sort of nearly 25 minutes left to spare.
And just if you're thinking of making a tea in between the innings, only 15 minutes in between innings now today here at Hove. Scott faces the first ball of a new over from James Coles with his slow left arm, and he'll find a single out to Ibrahim at point. Orr and Crocombe have been the sweepers for the spinners on square of the wicket on both sides of the ground for most of the game. And Scott there watched his T20 captain play a ball from Coles that only dropped about 2 or 3 yards in front of Lenham at backward point. Never a chance, but it was in the air for a while. The cry of yes, yes, yes from Taylor as he can punch that one down the ground to Will Beer. But Coles is, well, he's only giving Gloucestershire singles at the moment. Just that one little dab cut away from Taylor for 4. The only boundary he's conceded. That's a bit wider, and Scott can find the gap this time out to Orr in front of the grandstand. Very compact ground here at Hove. One of the stewards on the way in said that if you go to a test match, watchers, come back to the point in a minute, with the spinner in, it's difficult to make a point in between deliveries. Picked another single to Taylor. If you're a supporter from a county that plays on a test match ground, you notice the intimacy coming to a place like this where 1,500 people in the ground can actually make a proper atmosphere, which you don't get at a ground which holds 25,000. Cole's round the wicket once more, and Scott steers that, but straight to Lenham.
Good over.
And Cole's again, he's got through 5 overs. Each of the overs has probably not taken more than about 2 minutes to bowl, and his figures are impressive. 1 for 18 he's bowled taken from 5 overs. And now Gloucestershire have got to a stage where we go into the final phase of the power play. 34 overs gone, so the last 8 overs will have the fielding restrictions. So relaxed, they're tightened almost in a way, aren't they? They give Sussex even more flexibility now to defend.
And there's real discussion going on at that far end between the bowler Archie Lenham, Travis Head, Will Beer and Tom Haynes about field placement, because sooner or later Jack Taylor's going to have to hit the accelerator here. There's only 8 overs remaining, 149 for 5. I mean, if Gloucestershire were to score at 6 and over, 6-8 to 48, they're going to be round about 200. Whether that's going to be enough, who knows? But he'll just be mindful here. Gloucestershire must have something to bowl at.
And I don't think Taylor is pressing the accelerator yet. I think he's still waiting.
I just wonder with Lenham bowling whether he might fancy having a dip. In comes Lenham bowls, and Taylor with a play and a miss. Well bowled. Archie Lenham, good bit of keeping by Carter as well, who whipped off the bails.
There is a big gap away on the leg side.
Yeah, that's
but
what
you're
I mean.
Playing against the spin there, aren't you?
Yeah, there's a big gap between long on and deep mid wicket, but you're quite right. He will be hitting against the spin. Lenham again. Bowls. Well, doesn't on this occasion. Taylor just plays quietly to Haynes. He feels a short extra cover. This is good from Sussex. Lenham 5 overs for 27. Taylor looks like he's getting twitchy. He's on 23. Lenham in again, bowls short, hammered away by Taylor, but only to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is David Visa. Gets in the throw. One more to Taylor. He goes to 24, 150 for 5. Just 1 off the over so far, 3 balls remaining. We'll have an update to our listeners on BBC Sussex in a moment. But for the time being, it's Lenham from the Cromwell Road in bowls to George Scott, who just plays this through the inner ring of fielders on the offside, fielded by Visa on the cover boundary. 1 more to the total. Scott's to 6, 151 for 5. 2 balls remaining of this, the 35th over, and then just 7 overs remaining. They just moved David Visa more towards sort of a deep extra cover position. 3 men saving 1 on the offside. Here comes the... Yes, thanks very much, David. Well, we are playing here at Hove, despite an interruption, a lengthy interruption earlier on today. A game reduced to 42 overs aside. Gloucestershire are 152 for 5, with Jack Taylor on 25, George Scott on 6. The pick of the bowlers for Sussex, Will Beer, who quite beautifully to take 2 for 30. So just 7 overs remaining for Gloucestershire. They're 152 for 5. The next delivery is played through the offside. It's another single to George Scott. He goes to 7. So the end of another good over from Archie Lenham, which he just conceded the 4 runs. 153 for 5. Taylor on 25. Scott is on 7. So 7 overs remaining for Gloucestershire. The batsman having a natter looking at the scoreboard. And I think of the two sides, Sussex will be very pleased with their bowling performance.
Undoubtedly. And this does, though, smack a little bit of that T20 game, doesn't it, where obviously you can't quite know until we've seen both
Ooh.
sides bat, but Sussex have strangled the middle point of this Gloucestershire innings by just chipping. The wickets haven't come in clumps, they've just chipped out one when they've needed it. And that's a very handy knack to have, actually.
Indeed.
Because none of these stands have really pushed the score along. In fact, that stand for the fifth wicket between Van Buren and Taylor is the biggest stand
45
of the innings so far. Scott gets a first ball from Coles' new over, which is right on his toes, but he can only just play it straight. Once more to skipper Haynes, and again that's almost Yorker length. Very well executed skills here from James Coles. Only his fourth list A game this, and he's done exactly what his captain would want. It's just that the wicket is almost a bonus because he's just bowled so economically.
Reminds me a little bit of Danny Briggs, the way that he bowls as well.
Yeah. Well, there's a good model. Coles round the wicket. That's a bit shorter, and Taylor a little bit more aggressive, straight the way down to Visa at long on. I'll be looking for 50 runs from these last 8 overs. Gloucestershire, if they can, that would get them over 200. More than that would be dream scenario, and again almost another Yorker from Coles, fired in from around the wicket. So stands tall and bowls with a high action as well. Scott waits for him. That is shorter outside the off stump, and there'll be a chop away, a run for and a good tumbling stop. Will they take one on the throw? They won't be tempted. He certainly saved one run there, and Scott will pick up 2, but the sweeper away on the point boundary, having gone round to point from almost a deep extra cover in a way, at probably 30 yards to sprint. Good tumbling stop. 157 for 5. 6 overs to go, and the spin will continue. So we've now had 21 overs of spin, and remember it's a 42 over game, and Lenham's going to bowl, so there will be more than 50% of the overs bowled by spin. A cue, I think, there to say that Tom Smith and Graham Van Buren are going to have an important role to play for Gloucestershire, the 2 left armers.
I think you're right. 6 overs remaining. The first of those to be bowled by Archie Lenham from the Cromwell Road end in Sunshine now. Bowls to Taylor. Taylor tries to force that one away in the offside. Footed by Brown. There is no. It's all the batsmen have struggled against the spin, haven't they? Maybe the ball's not coming onto the bat, or perhaps we just have to give credit to some very good bowling by Sussex. We'll see. Who knows? This might prove a decent total if Gloucestershire can get somewhere near 200. It's now quite a nice afternoon, actually. The sun is out. There's quite a bit of blue sky around, and the heavier clouds seems to have gone away for the time being. As Archie Lenham waits. He's in again and bowls, and driven by Scott through the covers. It'll just be a single as Visa is quickly round, sweeping on the cover boundary. Good bit of fielding by David Visa. He got round quickly, got in the throw. Scott goes to 11, brings Taylor on strike.
Just to say that the maths mean that Tom Haynes can't use the spinners exclusively to the end.
Lenham comes in and bowls again, cut away again by Taylor to Visa. Again comes off that cover boundary. 160 for 5, Taylor to 28. Gloucestershire going along at 4.4 and over at the moment.
Doesn't feel very much in the 50 over game, does it?
No, I agree. 3 singles off the over so far. Lenham in again this busy approach. Bowls to Scott, who's got this one down towards fine leg. Not sure if he got any bat on that. We'll have to wait and see. It's fielded just down below us by Daniel Ebring. Yes, he clearly did get a bit of bat on it. With a reverse sweep. One more to Scott. He goes to 12. 161 for 5. So 4 singles off the first 4 balls of the over. Sussex was settled for that. Lenham again. Now gorgeous sunshine. He's in again and bowls and played it to the onside, but I'd say they'll look for 2 here because Beer's got a long way to come in from deep mid-wicket, and that's good running by Jack Taylor. Just played it quietly onto the leg side. Picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 30 or 46, 163 for 5. I think really important for Gloucestershire that Taylor is there for these final 5 overs. If he is, and he gets enough of the strike, he could certainly cause some damage as far as Sussex are concerned. 1 more ball to go in this over, then 5 overs remaining. Let him in again. That's a full toss, and Taylor hammers that down the ground. Might feel he's slightly missed out, fielded down in the distance by James Coles. It is the end of another over, an over that cost 7 runs, but I think at this stage Sussex will be happy enough with that. 164 for 5. Taylor on 31 of 47 deliveries. George Scott on 12 off 14. Gloucestershire going along, got 4.4 and over.
Yeah, just looking at that Gloucestershire card, Taylor's faced 47 balls for his 31. No batsman has faced more than 47 balls in this innings, so it really has been a case of bowlers just nipping out a wicket when Sussex have needed it. So Charlesworth 39 from 40, Bracey 27 from 40, Van Buren 29 from 47, and now Taylor 31 from 47. I agree, he's got to have quite a lot of the strike in the overs that remain, and Coles will continue from this sea end in quite bright sunshine now. It's again to Taylor, but again straight to Ben Brown, and
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said Sussex are just rattling through these with maybe the threat of rain later.
Coles again to Taylor, drives straight down the ground. Will Beer will cover it, another single. Taylor's only hit 1 boundary in those 50 balls, which again, it may be that he is managing the situation out there and he can tell that maybe the ball is just sticking a little bit in the pitch. Coles to Scott, little paddle, a chase for Travis Head. They'll certainly look to get 2. Head will haul the ball in right by the rope, and a good throw back to keeper Carter. 167 for 5. 4 overs after this.
I see Ian Sussex have got these 3 fielders on this leg side boundary, a deep mid-wicket, a cow corner and a long on.
Coles again into Scott, who goes straightish down the ground, gets it off for the kind of a leading edge, but there's a big space down to Will Beer, and it's dropped like a sand wedge well short of him, and on the bounce he gets his throw in. It'll just be 1. So Scott looking to start, maybe trying to press the pedal. Taylor won't be long behind him, I don't think. That's a full toss, hauled away by Coles. There are 2 men covering, and they'll come back for 2 runs. That's well run from George Scott. There's not many 2s on that side of the ground, but Haynes in particular, I think that might be Visa just to this on our commentary box side between them.
Nearly collided actually.
Yeah, they did actually stop it though. 170 for 5. Taylor to 34. Coles about 4 paces around the wicket, and it's straight through his hands. It's gone straight down the ground for 4. That was a caught and bowled chance. It was a tough one. It was hit hard and straight, but it's gone through the hands of James Coles and all the way down to the boundary in front of us for 4. An important boundary at the end of the over for Gloucestershire. 174 for 5 off 38. Taylor now has 38 himself, and George Scott has 15.
That was belted down the ground by Taylor, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know whether he got his hand, he just seemed to go straight through his hands, but it was hit very, very firmly. Just briefly elsewhere, which may or may not be relevant, we don't know where the weather's coming from, it's all over the place at the moment, isn't it? But it's now raining in Southampton, where Hampshire are playing Lancashire. I think that game's being played at the Aegeus.
I think they're playing all their games there.
Yes, they are, yeah. So it's raining there at the moment. Lancashire won without loss, hitting 163 to beat Hampshire. But we're concerned with the here and now. 4 overs remaining, the first of which is going to be bowled by Archie Lenham from the Cromwell Road end. So Sussex persisting with spin and rattling through these overs. David Vita is warming up, I can see, on the cover boundary.
Yeah, Coles' figures at the moment, 7 overs, 1 for 32.
Yeah. Lenham 7 overs, none for 38. He's coming into bowl to the right-handed Scott. Scott's down the wicket drive. That's gone miles. That has gone miles and miles and miles. That might end up in the nets. Yes, it has. That's a big, big hit. Used his feet down the wicket. That's the biggest hit of the day. So that's a big hit to that end of the ground. Ian, and that's ended up in the netting area. It's gone over the temporary stand with the blue seats at the far end of the ground. It's carried that stand, and that's gone into the nets at the far end of the ground. That is a big, big blow. And Scott, he's walking off. I don't know if he's going to change his bat or maybe going to change the gloves or something. But he goes to 21. Gloucestershire to 180 for 5. Well, you know, just maybe we've been thinking that maybe Gloucestershire have been a little slow, but now the run rate up to 4.7 and over. Maybe it's well placed. Jack Taylor's an experienced cricketer, Ian. Maybe they're looking at this and thinking, you know, 220 might be a very good score.
Yes, I think that the key point when Van Buren was out with 10 overs and 1 ball to go was that they wanted to be in a position where they could accelerate late on, and obviously another wicket would have left one end open potentially. If Tom Smith was to come in next, as he probably would do, and he's a dabber and nudger, he's not a hitter, whereas as Scott showed with that shot, there is power there. 180 for 5, 3 overs and 5 balls to go. And just to reiterate the point, because Beer has bowled 9, only Lenham or Coles of the other 2 spinners could bowl 9 potentially, and therefore Tom Haines has got to find at least 1 over from a seamer. So it could be that Lenham bowls out at the top end, at the Cromwell Road end, and Visa bowls out at the C end. That might be one way of looking at it.
I think a lot will depend on
how this over goes.
Pretty brave to bowl your young 17-year-old leg spinner with 4 overs to go. Let's see if he can get his revenge. So he comes into bowl to Scott, and Scott just works this one to short extra cover, fielded there by Haines. Well judged run. Gets Taylor on strike.
So this stand is now worth 42.
And the best stand of the match so far was 45.
Yeah, correct.
Van Buren and James Bracey. So Jack Taylor looks at that leg side. He'd be hitting against the spinners, as we've been saying. Lenham tosses the ball from hand to hand and comes into bowl to Jack Taylor. And Taylor is hammering this one into the offside, just a single. Sussex will be happy enough with that, fielded by Visa, who comes round, sweeping on the cover boundary. 1 more to the total, so good response here from Archie Lenham, not phased by the first ball of the over going for 6. He's bowled 2 deliveries that just cost a single apiece. 182 for 5. Lenham again bowls, and Scott just places onto the onside. They'll be looking for 2 here. Will there be 2? No, there's not. It's a good bit of fielding by Orr, who's in very quickly from deep mid-wicket to prevent a second run. 183 for 5.
That first ball 6 kind of sort of takes the pressure off the rest of the over.
Yes, it does to a degree. Yes, it does.
You don't need to go hunting the boundary necessarily.
9 off the over so far. Lenham in again, cut away by Taylor again. It's a single. To Visa, who's sweeping sort of on the deep extra cover boundary.
You know, in one sense, you could say that Taylor's played this very calmly. Really, you know, he's kept Gloucestershire in the game.
Yep.
By
that's certainly not out
accumulating the singles.
Lenham in again. Scott forward and
good stop.
Driven back firmly. That's a good stop by Archie Lenham. Presents it going for more runs down towards long on. End of the over, 11 off the over. It could have been worse for Sussex when the first ball went from George Scott into the nets for 6 runs. You think crumbs, but he's kept his nerve, Archie Lenham, who's doing remarkably well in his first season for Sussex. You have to remember he's just 17 years of age. 185 for 5 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Bristol. Myself, Adrian Harms, delighted to have Ian Randall, who's made the trip up from Gloucester alongside me. Taylor on 40, Scott on 24, 3 overs remaining, and the first of those is going to be bowled by David Visa, who I suspect is going to probably bowl 2 of the remaining overs. He's got good figures, 5 overs, 1 for 18 earlier on.
Yeah, 2 overs to go for Visa, and then the question is who is used at the Cromwell Road end by Tom Haines. We had a Brains Trust meeting at the end of the last over.
Yeah.
Presumably to try and work out what the tactic is going to be here. I would think it would be pace off from Visa, because as we've mentioned, Taylor in particular will certainly attack the balls in the slot if they are delivered at what you might call Visa's usual pace. We'll see. 5 men out on the boundary, of course. That's down the leg side. That'll be four wides. That's not a good start.
No.
And Scott trying to, particularly on its way outside his front pad, didn't get a touch. And Gloucestershire will get it. Not only they'll get the extra delivery, they get the runs from the extras as well. So that's a poor start from Visa in terms of his radar. And maybe now 220 might be a target score.
Well, I agree. And you're looking, you see, the Gloucestershire run rate is up from 4.4. It was a couple of overs ago, up to 4.9. It still doesn't sound a great amount, but you're right. You'd think from here 200 ought to be comfortable for Gloucestershire, and that didn't look likely half an hour ago.
Scott on 24. Visa all to him, and he's tried to slam that down the ground as he did off the first ball of Lenham's last over, but didn't get as much on it, and it's gone all the way to Will Beer at long off for 1 run. He got 25, I think, George Scott at Scarborough on Thursday, including 2 sixes, and then got out. Well, today he's got to hang around if he can and help Jack Taylor here, because you've got the potential of clearing the rope at both ends while both of them are in. 191 for 5. Visa to Jack Taylor. And he's got a big slice of luck there. He's tried to clear the rope way down over long on, and it's gone sailing out of the reach of Ollie Carter and down very, very fine for 4. And if you're going to attack at the end of an innings, you sometimes need moments like that to go for you.
Well, a big thick outside edge, and you can't set a field to that, can you? You're quite right, Ian. He was looking to hammer that one over long on, but a big thick outside edge, and it flew away over the wicket keeper and almost directly behind the keeper for 4 runs. But as you say, that's, you know, in one-day cricket you chance your arm. That's what Taylor is doing, and Gloucestershire edging towards that 200.
Handy over already with 2 boundaries. Visa again to Taylor, who will work that away on the leg side. There's a sweeper who is Haynes, and they'll keep them down to a single. Good throw from the captain, who's away at. Well, it's in front of the Cow Corner Hospitality, and that is very much where that shot was played.
Yeah, it was. I'm not a big fan of a captain fielding on the boundary personally, but anyway, that's where Thomas found himself. But that was a good bit of fielding. 196
for 5. 2 overs after this, and hauled away, hoiked away by Scott out to Henry Crocombe in front of the scoreboard at deep mid wicket. That's just 1 run, and this stand now worth 58. Biggest stand of the innings.
That's been a good partnership, hasn't it? You know, they had to post some sort of a score, Gloucestershire, and they'll feel they're in with a shout.
Visa again to Taylor. And that's gone aerial. That's going to be 6. He's picked the short boundary and he's cleared it.
Yeah.
And Jack Taylor reaches his half century. It's his first half century of the summer. Didn't play a lot in the championship. Batted down the order in the T20, and now he's got a 49 not out, and followed that with a half century here. 56 balls, 3 fours, and that was his first 6.
Well, super shot. It is a short leg side boundary, and you did say that Taylor, if the ball is in the slot, I mean, it wasn't a bad ball by any manner of means from David Visa, but the ball in the slot, he'll hit it. And it's sailed away for 6 runs.
Also take Gloucestershire over the 200, and that's outside the off stump. Will that be called as a wide? It won't. That's a good over though for Gloucestershire. 18 off it, if my maths is correct. So 203 for 5, 2 overs to go. Could they add 2 10s to that? Could they add more than that? 220 would certainly give them a total, and it would push the rate over 5, which is probably, you know, what they would want.
It is, yeah, the answer to your question about who's going to bowl the final over, it is going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to come back. This is pretty tough to come back and bowl 1 over at the end, but clearly Tom Haynes has decided that That's the best option for Sussex. So we consider Archie Lenham. I don't think he'll bowl the last over. Having said that, I mean, David Visa's gone for a few in that over. Is 18? Was it 18 off the over? Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah. So he's 5 overs for 18, 6 overs for 36.
So other options he's got, either Lenham or Coles. Whether he'll trust either of those two, because you're bowling to right-handers, you're also bowling to that short edge as well. So it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to bowl. 5 overs, 0 for 26. Bowled very respectfully earlier, but Ben Charlesworth was batting very nicely right at the top of the Gloucestershire order. Hit him for 3 or 4 nice boundaries. But in comes Crocombe. This is a different scenario. Coming into bowl to George Scott, and Scott is up on his toes, plays onto the leg side. They've taken 1, but Crocombe nips round to field the ball at mid-wicket. And it is just a single. Sussex will settle for that. 204 for 5. The field, there's a fine leg, a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, and a long on. There is no one saving 1 on the onside. Then on the offside there's a sweeper on the cover boundary and 4 men inside the circle. There's Visa as Crocombe is on his way. Look at bowls and a play and a miss. Good delivery by Henry Crocombe. Jack Taylor's looking to cut that one away through backward point. There's a fielder at backward point and a short third man.
And he was trying to play that over the two of them.
Yes. Both of those,
almost like a half scoop.
Yeah, both of those fielders are inside the 30-yard circle as Crocombe's on his way again. Bowls and Taylor stands back and hammers that down the ground. They've taken 1. I think they'll think about the second, but it isn't there. Coles comes in quickly from the log-on boundary. And just a single. Taylor to 52. 205 for 5. Good over so far by Henry Crocombe. He's just conceded the 2 runs. He's down the hill, bowls, and that's going to be 4 out. You can't do anything about that. That's unfortunate for Henry Crocombe. It was a big, thick outside edge. I'm not at all sure that George Scott intended to play that shot. Nonetheless, effective enough as the ball runs away through third man for 4 runs. And Scott, a very useful contribution here. He goes to 31 off just 24 deliveries. Ian, and Gloucestershire to 209 for 5. With 8 balls remaining in the innings. Lovely afternoon now, lovely bright sunshine at Hove as Crocombe is in again, bowls short, and looked like there's going to be more runs here, just a single. I thought it was going to come down here for 4 runs. A strange shot really. Scott sort of paddled that into his own thigh pad. It completely wrong-footed Ollie Carter behind the stumps and dribbled behind the stumps for a single. 210 for 5. Scott on 32, so 7 balls remaining in the innings.
His highest score of the summer was 43 in the first game against Lancashire. Again, Gloucestershire were on the back foot early on.
Crocombe in, pulled away by Taylor. More runs here. This is going to be caught by David Visa. On the deep point boundary, it was short. Taylor swung the ball away, and David Visa took a good catch. He was looking into the sun. Good job he had his shades on. He took the catch high above his head. So Jack Taylor's innings comes to an end. He's out for 52, and Gloucestershire off the last ball of the penultimate over are 210 for 6. But I think that's a good innings by Taylor, who's at least given Gloucestershire something to bowl at.
Yeah, I think he's paced that very carefully, just conscious that the wickets column was against the team. Somebody needs to be there at the end, even if he really didn't do any more than rotate the strike with singles. 52 off 60 balls with 3 4s and a 6 is most unlike Jack Taylor in a white ball innings, but he's accumulated those runs and he's given the side at least something to bowl at. His brother's come out, Matt Taylor's come out at number 8 to see if he can hit a long ball in the last over.
Partnership was 71, Ian, and that was a fine partnership between that pair.
And important that Taylor, as I say, was not out cheaply after Graham Van Buren was out, because that total would not have been possible. So
no.
210 with 1 over to go, and I wonder what George Scott and Matt Taylor can negotiate Here, Scott would like the strike, I would think, and that's probably what Matt Taylor will be trying to do.
I think from 139 for 5, I think if Gloucestershire can get to 220, they'll feel they've done
Well,
okay.
they've done very well. So Matt Taylor to face the first ball of the last over. It's a slower ball from Visa, and he's clipped it straight down the ground to long off, where Will Beer has been positioned for the last few overs, and that will give Scott the strike, and that's what the former Middlesex man would want. I think Taylor was quite prepared once we got into the last 2 overs to say, right, if I am out here, it'll be a pity, but at least I've got us into a position where we've got something to bowl at in this last over. Only 15 minutes between innings, remember, if you're thinking of leaving us temporarily. Scott slaps away a full toss into the offside. It'll be a chase for all, but he won't hold it in, and that's gone to the boundary at extra cover. And that's a more than handy start to this over, with a single off the first ball, and then Scott getting a 4 off the next.
He's annoyed with himself, David Visa, isn't he? He sets himself very high standards. His first 5 overs, I think, just went for 15. I mean, someone's got to bowl at the death, and that's not easy.
5 out on the rope now, of course, for Sussex. Vista again, slower ball, same shot from Scott. They'll look for 2 because Orr is going to get to the ball now. He'll haul it in towards the non-striker's end, and Matt Taylor has run back quickly enough to get home. There is one on the arm to that grandstand side of the ground today, especially if you weight the shot correctly, because it is the longer of the 2 boundaries. Towards the main scoreboard side, basically, it's 1 or 4 most of the time. 2:17 for 6 in the last over. Scott again waits for Visa. Goes down the ground. That's gone for 6, I think. No, it's not. It's going to be held on the rope, right on the rope by James Coles. And I thought that was going to clear the rope, but Coles was literally put his feet 6 inches inside the rope, and because he's tall, he was able to stretch up and hold the catch, and George Scott has to go in the last over. But again, he's put a more than useful contribution together. He's made 38, and he is out, called by Coles off Visa, and it's 217 for 7.
Yeah. It's a very accomplished cricketer, James Cole. It was totally unfussy, wasn't he? Just caught it, rolled the ball back in, thanks very much. But good innings by George Scott. As you say, at least he's given his side something to...
So Tom Smith to come out in the last over, and obviously popular from his time down here at Hove, and immensely so at Bristol as well. Everybody will know the backstory to his cricket and the sad illness to his late wife.
Indeed. And
how much the cricketing family, if you like, have rallied round him. Visa then, with the batsman cross for the balls in the air to bowl to Matt Taylor, who tries to go straight down the ground. He'll get a single, nothing more than that. Will Beer will leave the fielding, in fact, to Ben Brown, and Gloucestershire will pick up 1 more run. So, by my calculation, unless this is a no ball, Smith will be faced with 1 ball, left with 1 ball to face.
Very good friends with Ben Brown as well, Tom Smith.
And T20 wise, you'd have to say one of the best slow left armers in the domestic game. So Smith with 1 ball to face. This is the last ball of the 42 overs, and he will try and run a bye here, and there'll be a run out because Matt Taylor can't make his ground, so he is run out off the last ball, and Gloucestershire finish on 218 for 8 in their 42 overs. The run rate a fraction over 5.2, and it will give Sussex a teasing chase when they come to bat in a quarter of an hour's time. And the weather, I'm pleased to say, should mean that we get enough cricket in the Sussex innings to mean that we have a proper result out of this match, and it's not classified as a no result situation. But that Gloucestershire card, some bits and pieces at the top. Charlesworth looked very good for his 39 before he was caught down the leg side off Visa. Dent was run out early on for 2. Tom Lace caught and bowled by the impressive Beer for 17, and Bracey bowled by Beer for 27 when he just looked to be opening up a little bit. Beer's final figures very good at 2 for 30 from his 9 overs. Then the middle order really pulling the Gloucestershire innings around. Van Buren finally out for 29, and then Taylor and Scott putting together that good partnership before both of them were out in the last 2 overs. But the stand was worth 81 between them, if my maths is correct. 71 between them, sorry, 71. Taylor making 52 and Scott 38. Taylor out in the last 1 over and Scott out in the last over. Matt Taylor not out 2. Matt Taylor, sorry, run out for 2. Tom Smith not out 0. 218 for 8 the final total, and the bowling figures: Crocombe 6 overs 1 for 33, Visa 7 overs 2 for 44, Daniel Ibrahim 5 overs for 29, Beer 9 overs 2 for 30, Archie Lenham 8 overs for 49, a little bit expensive at the end, and James Coles, who did a very good job in 2 spells, 7 overs 1 for 32. If you had £1 on this game, I don't know where you put it.
No, I agree. I was just thinking the same. If you'd have said to Tom Haynes at the beginning, would you settle for Gloucestershire 218 for 7? I think he'd probably have said yes. From a Gloucestershire perspective, from 135, what were they, 139 for 5, they'd have probably settled on 218. So I think it's even Stevens. It'll be very interesting because the weather forecast is suggesting there could be more showers around. The Sussex batting order will be interesting. They'll be wanting to make sure that they're ahead of Duckworth-Lewis at all times. So I think this is an interesting game of cricket, and it's a must-win game. I think whoever loses this is out of this competition.
Yeah,
it might well be whoever wins it is out as well, because it all depends how other results go. And very briefly, before we go and have a quick cup of tea, in other games in this group, just to keep you completely up to date, it looks like Kent are going to lose at Chelmsford. Kent bowled out for 158, Essex 51 for 1 after 10 overs. So that looks like an Essex victory, barring some sort of miracle. Hampshire bowled out for 162 at the Aegeus Bowl. Lancashire, they are playing again. They're now 7 without loss, so you'd fancy Lancashire, I think, to win that one. And in the other game, down at New Road, Middlesex, 302 for 5 in 41 overs. Steve Eskenazi making 130 at the top of the order against Worcestershire, who are the group leaders. Worcestershire have already won 3 out of 3. But I think the upshot of that is whoever loses this, we reckon, is pretty much out. Whoever wins will live to fight another day. So Ian and I are going to have a break. We're going to have a nice cup of tea. We'll leave the effects microphone bubbling away, and we'll speak to you again. This is a very short break, so don't go away. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time.
Returning to the field around 120 yards was your move and Chris Watts. These Westmore visitors, led by their captain Chris Innings, Gloucestershire.
Well, welcome back to Hove for the Sussex reply to this Gloucestershire total of 218 for 8. We're a little surprised because the Sussex total to win, which is all around Duckworth Lewis, is 218 to win. So I don't quite understand.
How would you, to somebody who doesn't follow cricket,
I've got no
or
idea.
even to a lot of us who do,
Yeah.
that feels very odd. In that you had an interrupted innings,
I agree.
and the victory target is only the same as the one that Gloucestershire achieved, and you can only assume that is because they were 3 wickets down when the break came, and that has impacted on the algorithm that they use to work out the target. But it is a 218 target against a 218 score.
Yeah.
So
We shall see.
let's not be confused by that.
Now, the Sussex opening pairing is not one that we've seen before. It is Alistair Orr, who is a fine young player who's made 100 in county championship cricket, just 20... Is he 20?
He is 20.
Yeah, 20 years of age. But Ben Brown, the Sussex wicket-keeper in championship cricket, former captain of the championship side, is opening the batting. I'm not sure in all the years I've covered Sussex whether I've ever seen Ben opening the batting, but he is today. So we wish Orr and Brown well, but it's going to be Dan Worrell, who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls to Alistair Orr, who clips that to square leg, fielded by
Tom Lace.
Lace. And there is no run. So, the weather looks okay, he says. At the far end of the ground there's some horrible cloud, but I think that is sort of on its way and is going north of where we are, which is good. And coming in from the southwest it looks a lot clearer. So let's hope we get a game, because both of these sides need to win to really stay in this competition, as Worrell runs away from Hutchison and bowls, and Orr is forward and plays quietly to mid-off, fielded by skipper Dent. And there is no run. So, was that a well-paced innings by Gloucestershire? Did they recognise that maybe batting is not easy? Or are they undercooked? Only time will tell.
I had a text message from somebody watching in the interval that said it's 55-45 Sussex, he thinks. So it's a close call.
Worrell in bowls, and Orr looks to work that one down towards fine leg. All triggers onto the onside. There is no run. Dan Worrell, who'll be joining Surrey for next season. You're saying he's got a 3-year deal at the Oval, South Australian.
So he's heading off at the end of the group stage of this tournament. Now I don't know.
Surrey?
No, to back home.
Back to Australia.
He's going back home. Now the question is, there's only 2 days between the last group game and the playoffs, so I don't know quite whether that will work as tight as that.
Worrell in bowls, or plays and misses outside the off stump, taken by keeper Bracey, and there is no run. I know a lot of Australians seem to be heading back because their domestic season gets underway, I think, in September, and of course everybody going into Australia has to quarantine for 2 weeks. I'd imagine that's going to impact on a lot, not least perhaps Travis Head as well, with these very strict COVID regulations in place. Good opening over though by Worrell, yet to concede a run. He's running away from us to bowl to Orr, and Orr plays this to backward point. Good bit of fielding, good tumbling stop at backward point by George Scott, prevents a single.
Worrell's stock ball, if I can call it that, is the one that goes away from the right-hander, so into the left-hander. He might have plenty of chance to bowl them at the left-handers if Gloucestershire can get a couple of wickets here, because 3 of the top 4 for Sussex are left-handed.
Yeah, normally it'd be 4 of the top 4. In comes Worrell bowls, and Orr gets runs, and he gets runs down to fine leg. Nice shot by Alistair Orr, just erring down the leg side was Dan Worrell. And Alistair Orr just waited for that, and with a little flick of the wrist sends the ball down to fine leg for the opening runs of this Sussex reply. After 1 over, they are 4 without loss. Sussex needing to score at 5.2 an over. And Duckworth Lewis is important here, and it's showing at the end of that over that Duckworth Lewis is 3, Sussex are 4. We hope we don't get interruptions, but I'm pretty certain that Sussex will have a keen eye on that Duckworth Lewis score.
Yeah, what they'll also have an eye on particularly is where they are at the end of 10 overs. We may go further than that, judging by the blue sky to the west. But Gloucestershire have got 2 spinners who will have a key role to play, you would think, Tom Smith and Graham Van Buren. And 2 slips for Dan Morrell, but just the one for Matt Taylor, who's going to bowl from the far end, the Cromwell Road end, running down the hill towards us to bowl to Ben Brown, who slaps that away straight through the cover point region for 4. That was wide, and Brown quickly onto it, and James Bracey with encouragement for Matt Taylor.
Yeah, nice shot by Ben Brown. He batted very nicely here on Friday, making 38 against Kent.
Just the 1 wicket so far in the tournament for Matt Taylor. That's floated up much fuller length and dug out by Ben Brown and fielded by George Scott. Just the 1 slip in, so brother Jack is at first slip. 2 men out are both at third man and long leg. That's had a pretty good red ball season, but white ball a bit more expensive generally. Comes in, that's hooked away by Ben Brown. That will be 4 more, I think, as a chase around the rope for Dan Morrell, and he won't quite reach it. He was quite fine at long leg, and it was a safest shot from Ben Brown, hooked into the big gap behind square, and Jared Warner is going to drop out now, I think, to deep backward square leg, and they're going to bring Worrell up into the circle.
It's a favoured shot of Ben Brown. That sort of, he stands on 1 leg and sort of pulls the ball backward of square.
Sussex already 12 without loss. Conscious that a good start is important. Ben Brown defends this time. That on the onside, fielded by skipper Chris Dent. Didn't really get a start today. Run out by a direct hit from Tom Haynes, but it was his call for the single.
Yes, it was.
But those lower down the order contributed to that 218 total. And here is Matt Taylor round the wicket again to Ben Brown, who again defends, and fielded again by Dent at mid-on. Ben Brown's got he's got a decent white ball average for somebody who wouldn't normally bat in this area of the team. His average is just under 25 with 8 50s across. This is his 76th white ball game at this format, this day format for Sussex. No run there though. Just pushed out to George Scott, who might be used as a bowler today, but hasn't really desperately threatening, but might be a tricky man to get away if this pitch is prone to stop a little bit. But they'll be looking for Worrell and Matt Taylor and Jared Warner, who made his Gloucestershire list day debut up at Scarborough on Thursday, to see what they can do. I think we've got to get a couple of early wickets would really help, and just let Sussex know that this isn't going to be an easy chase.
Dan Worrell's going to change the angle of attack. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Alistair Orr. Talking of left-handers, Sir Alistair Cook is rather enjoying this competition. Essex 80 for 1 in reply to Kent's 158, and Sir Alistair is 49 not out. Essex going well in the competition. Sussex go there in a couple of weeks' time, as in comes Worrell. Bowls, and he's caught is Alistair Orr at first slip, so the change of angle does the job outside of the off stump, and that was a bit of a sucker punch, I think. Pitching round about just outside of off stump, or playing forward, big thick outside edge, and caught in the slips. And
Jack Taylor
cleaning up, and Alistair Orr is on his way for 4, and Sussex Sharks are 12 for 1.
Almost looked as if he held that one back a little bit. It looked when the edge went, it almost went in, seemed to go in slow motion from this end. It didn't go awfully quickly to Taylor, and it was kind of waist height, one of those ones that really, if you're a professional cricketer, at slip, 99 out of 100 you'd catch of those.
Yeah, absolutely. There'd have been no excuse for putting that down. So disappointment for Ali. He rather followed that, didn't he? But you have to say it's a good bit of bowling by Worrell. I mean, he's an experienced campaigner. The final ball of his first over, he'd slid it down the leg side. He decided to come around the wicket, pushed one outside on the off stump, big thick outside edge, straight into the bread basket. And Taylor making absolutely no mistake at all. So an early blow for Gloucestershire, and that'll change the Duckworth-Lewis. We're hoping that's not going to come into play, but it will be something Sussex will have an eye on. Look at Duckworth-Lewis now, 21. Makes a huge difference when a wicket goes down, and brings the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes to the crease.
So if Haynes and Head are 3 and 4, Visa probably at 5?
Well, do you know, it's interesting, Dan. I wonder. I mean, I think in terms of limited overs cricket, David Visa has vast experience. I'd kind of like to say David Visa, maybe 6 or 7, just because to come in their order. But I suspect that might be the case, as Worrell is in, bowls to Haynes, who's forward and plays us into the covers, and there is no run.
So, bearing in mind in the Sussex team, they brought in Will Beer for Harrison Ward.
Yeah.
Are they a batsman light?
Yeah, I would say they are. I mean, they can all bat in that middle.
Yeah.
Coles, Carter, Ibrahim, they can all bat.
And Beer.
I mean, Visa is the destructive batsman in there. You know, if you're wanting 7, 8 and over, David Visa is your man. Worrell in bowls to Haynes, hits Haynes on the pad, the ball drifting down the leg side, hence no appeal from Dan Worrell, so it remains 12 for 1.
Interesting that he is round the wicket though, because a couple of the games at Bristol he's had no luck at all bowling over the wicket with the ball leaving the right-hander. So actually bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, he may not be able to move the ball quite so much because of the angle, but he's prepared to go with that.
Worrell again bowls, Haynes just works that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So
you may feel, of course, it's a bit more accurate that way. That's the only thing.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Yeah, Tom Smith's gone in as the second slip.
The sun has disappeared momentarily. In comes Worrell round the wicket, bowls, and Haynes plays his back to the square on the leg side. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but there isn't a second run there, well fielded by a sprawling Lace. And Haynes is on his way with a single. The total goes to 13 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucestershire and Bristol. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Ian Randall. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you wanted to send us an email. We haven't had an email today, which is very odd. Most days we get stacks of emails. I'm sure there are people who are listening. It'd be good to hear from.
Do they email more when Sussex are batting?
No, I would say actually generally in emails we get an awful lot during the week as well, so maybe people are doing other things at the weekend. As in comes Worrell, bowls to Brown, and Brown hammers that one away. That's going to be 4 runs. Little short arm jab by Ben Brown, and that races away through point. Lovely shot by Ben Brown. He goes to, just wait for the scoreboard tick over,
12,
he goes
I think.
to 12 of 7 deliveries, and at the end of the third over the Sharks are 17 for 1. Duckworth-Lewis, for reference, is 22.
Yeah, I think the email at the start of this game would have said to Ben Brown, don't bowl short.
Yes. Yep.
And unfortunately we've had a couple of those where he's just helped himself. So the off stump with some width, and then if it's too short he can crack it away. So 2 slips now for Matt Taylor with the new batsman in, Tom Haynes. Again, not played an awful lot of 50 over cricket. Matt Taylor over the wicket to him, left-hander to left-hander, and he's just nudged that into the leg side for a single. And Taylor's follow through meant he did the fielding, but there's always one there with quite a gap on the leg side for Haynes.
His first game in List A cricket was at Sebra School, where he captained the side.
Well, there we are, enough said. But, you know, he's got a decent record in first class, averages 31.
He's had a good season with the bat as well, particularly in the Championship. With a couple of hundreds to his name.
Yeah, 700 runs at 45, pretty good. Taylor forces Brown to defend on this occasion. He's got George Scott just at backward point. Van Buren in his sky blue and white boots had a squarish cover, and then Charlesworth at mid-off, so there's a big gap at extra cover. He must go through there, and Worrell is up at fine legs, and they've got a deep backward square out and a third man for Ben Brown. Quite a square stance for the round the wicket of Matt Taylor, and again he's found that shot off his hip around to Yared Warner. He's got the throw in quickly, and there will only be one run. I do him a disservice, that was Tom Lace out there, and it'll just be one run. Sussex chasing 218 to win, although Gloucestershire got 218 for 8, and the algorithm that decides what the Gloucestershire total should have been, even with an interruption, said that it should have actually been one run less, which is rather bizarre, but that's the way it's worked it out. And Matt Taylor from the far end, the Cromwell Road in, and that's punched away. That's a nice drive. There's a chase for Chris Dent up towards the pavilion, far corner of the ground. It's a long boundary out there, and Dent's throw is in quickly, but they can still take one on the throw, and they'll get 3. That's probably the longest point on the ground. You might even run 4 up there if the shot was played at such a weight, but Dent cut them down to 3. 22 for 1. Ali Orr the man out, caught by Jack Taylor at slip off. Worrell for 4, and Brown has 13, and that's worked past Lace. They'll certainly get 1 this time, and the return in quickly to James Bracey.
Yes, thanks, David. Sussex 23 for 1 here in the 4th over. They need 218 if they're going to win this match. Ben Brown is on 14. Tom Haynes is on 5. Ali Orr, the man out. He was caught at second slip for 4. So 23 for 1, Sussex in the 4th, needing another 195 to win this match.
And that will be 4 more of them, I suspect. And it just goes over the rope now. Another delivery where Matt Taylor, I'm afraid, has bowled a bit too short and a bit too wide, and Sussex profiting at the moment, whilst that ball from the Cromwell Road end has a bit of bounce about it. Taylor has bowled 2 overs for 18, and you can't have too many of those spells if you're going to defend 218.
Yeah, Duckworth Lewis is currently 25, so Sussex 27 for 1 have just got their noses ahead. I have to say, the weather suddenly to the southwest looks a lot brighter than it has been for most of the day. We had a tweet in some time ago, actually, which I hadn't noticed, and I apologise. The gentleman's or Twitter handle, it could be a lady, is the Panic Office, as Worrell is in, bowls to Brown, who's faced straight back down the track there is now, and says, "Good morning, Adrian, in the ground today, hoping to savour as much play as the weather will allow. My partner couldn't make it, so I'm grateful for the company of the commentary team through my trusty earpiece. Have a good one till the storm hits anyway." Thank you. I don't know your name, sir, or whoever sent that tweet, but thank you very much. I don't know where you're watching from as well. But
the Panic Office, what a great Twitter handle.
But it's great to hear that people are listening through the headsets. As in comes Worrell bowls, and Brown plays firmly into the covers, fielded by Lace. And there is no run. 27 for 1, Sussex. Brown 14, Haynes 9, Gloucestershire making 218 for 8, Jack Taylor top scoring with 52, as Worrell turns down in front of us. Well built, strong looking man, Dan Worrell runs away from us in and bowls, and Brown covers up and plays quietly down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
Cricketers are awful footballers, aren't they? Try and play keepy uppy and they never do.
Yeah. He just looks he looks an athlete to me, Dan Worrell. He's very powerfully built.
Yeah, I think as Sir Frederick would have said, fit to ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ball yourself fit.
Number 41 on the back of his shirt, runs in, bowls to Brown, who cuts that away. That's a lovely shot, beautifully played by Ben Brown. Too much width, and Ben Brown absolutely belted that one away through cover point for 4 runs. He looks in good touch here, does Ben Brown. He goes to 18 off 14 deliveries. The Sussex Sharks 31 for 1. That was a lovely shot.
Yeah, I think someone will take a copy of that email out that said don't bowl short when they have the semi-finalisation break.
So Worrell is in again, bowls, and Brown looking for a repeat performance. He's annoyed with himself. He doesn't time that, played into the offside.
That was a better length from Worrell.
Yes, by the eager lace. And again, this occasion there is no run. The sun has disappeared, the floodlights are on. Plenty of blue sky around.
Sussex are determined not to get bogged down here.
No, they are, absolutely. And they will be very mindful. I know we don't want to be a bore going on about the weather, but they will be mindful of that Duckworth Lewis. Worrell in again, bowls, and Brown nudges that down to third man. Picks up a single. He goes to 90. The Sussex to 32 for 1 at the end of a Dan Worrell over that cost 5 runs. So 37 overs remaining for Sussex, in which they need to score 186. They're currently going along at 6.4 an over. They'll need to score at 5 and over for the remaining overs if they're going to win this game. Duckworth Lewis 27, Sussex 32 for 1.
Yeah, so I mean at this point Gloucestershire were 29 without loss, but obviously as we know there was an interruption after 17 overs, and then the game reduced to 42 per side. So it's 2 9s and 3 8s if you're going to have only 5 bowlers. Matt Taylor to continue from the Cromwell Road end, and Ben Brown has already worked out that if Matt Taylor bowls anything on off stump or middle stump, he's going to work it to leg. That he snapped that one boundary away through the covers in the first over, and I think Taylor thought, well, I can't bowl there to he's going to do that, so I've got to bowl a bit straighter, and as a result of that Brown has profited on the leg side. But now Matt Taylor, with the slip having come out and Jack Taylor in in a gully position, and Worrell to a fine third man, sees Matt Taylor come over the wicket, and they can still get a single out of that. That was very cleverly run, good call and a good response from Ben Brown. George Scott didn't have an awful lot of ground to make up. Little dab out on the offside, wide of Taylor in the gully, to point Scott at backward point. They could still run through for a single, and this is forcing Matt Taylor to do it. 34 for 1 is to switch his line to the left and right handers, which won't help his rhythm much. Warner is back out on the deep square leg boundary, and Brown content to defend this time. Out to Scott, who kind of packed the offside for that crack through a square point area. You've got Scott at backward point, Smith at a very square point, and Taylor at extra cover, and now Charlesworth at mid-off. So trying to pin Brown at that end. That's better from Matt Taylor, more accurate. It's fielded by Warner, who's at mid-wicket. I think those who were brave enough to pre-book their tickets today knew there was an element of risk. It was a bit fingers crossed for the weather, but hopefully they will be rewarded.
Well, you hope so, don't you? And that was the real shame on Friday. I think there was about 1,500 people here on Friday, and in the end it was a no result, which was a great shame.
Matt Taylor past umpire Bainton, that's clipped away nicely by Brown. Picked the gap at a straight mid-wicket. Dent again is on the chase. There might be 3 here. There should be 3. There's another sliding stop from Dent, and his throw is in quickly. But again, it's such a long boundary out there. There will be easily 1 on the arm. From the way Sussex have started, you'd have to say Gloucestershire, to win the game, have got to bowl them out, because they don't look as if they're going to be containing them. This is what happened in the T20 game, where Glenn Phillips played a huge role in Gloucestershire's victory. Taylor again to Haynes, who doesn't time it, tries to crash it away through extra cover, but only gets it as far as Lace, who's removed his sweater. End of the over. I think it was Luke Wright that day who set Sussex off on a really rapid reply to Gloucestershire's 162 for 5. That was in the T20, and when he was out and the runs dried up in the middle overs. And to a degree that's what Sussex did today with their bowlers, so there may be a pattern that we can see repeated, but Gloucestershire will be conscious that 7 for 1 after only 6 overs in a 2-1-8 game. It's a good start.
Yeah, Phil Salt made runs down at Bristol as in comes Worrell bowls to Brown, who taps that back with a swing.
Batted very well that night.
On the leg side, picks up a single to Brown.
I think Sussex lost, so in Bristol, Sussex lost 4 in the power play and still won, and here Gloucestershire lost 4 in the power play and still won.
Yes, it was a partnership between George Garton and Phil Salt.
That's right.
Sussex, a partnership of 92. Pretty much saw Sussex over the line, then Chris Jordan with a very rapid 24 not out. This is the here and now. Worrell round the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who thumps that straight to a cover for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by Tom Haynes, dismissive really. Over pitch from Worrell, and Haynes said thanks very much, I'll hit that for 4 runs, which he did. He goes to 14. The Sharks to 42 for 1. I don't know if the Haynes family are listening today. They sent me an email last week, and they were on holiday down in the West Country. So I don't know if they're still on holiday, whether they're back in Sussex. Peter has been in touch, who's a Gloucester fan. I'll read his email in a minute. Peter, thank you for your email. It's good of you to get in touch. As a glimmer of sunshine makes its way across the ground here at Hove, Worrell in bowls, and Haynes covers up, plays down the track. There is no run. He says, hi guys, I'm enjoying the live feed, although it's been a real pleasure attending matches in person at Cheltenham and here in Bristol these past couple of months. I'm also looking forward to seeing Rovers in person for the first time in many a month, away at Mansfield next Saturday. Crumbs, that will start next Saturday. There's Worrell in the game, bowls, and Haynes is struck on the 5 pad. My feeling was that was probably a little high, and it was an unconvincing appeal from both.
Late and optimistic, I think that was.
Yeah, Bracey the keeper and Worrell the bowler. He goes on to say, it's been a while since I've been to Hove. The last match I went to there was also rain affected, and during a walk around the local area during a lengthy break, I saw the right said Fred brothers sitting at the window table in a restaurant. Be seeing you, says Peter. Thanks for getting in touch, Peter. Lovely to hear from you. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. The sun is out brightly now as Worrell is in bowls to Haynes, who covers up and plays quietly into the offside, fielded by Jack Taylor. And there is no run. 42 for 1, Sussex in the 7th over, going along at 6.2 and over. We need to another 176.
I mean, the rate they need at the moment is down less than 5.
Yes,
so.
Yeah, 5 and over they need it at the moment. Duckworth-Lewis 32, Sussex 42. So at the moment Sussex with their noses in front, but we all know how the game can change, particularly with wickets. Particularly with Duckworth-Lewis as Worrell is in bowls, and Haynes is caught behind, and there we go, as if to make a point. Tom Haynes is on his way, and Darren Worrell picks up his 2nd wicket, and I don't think Tom Haynes will be very pleased with his shot there. He rather left his bat out to dry outside the off stump, and the Sussex skipper is on his way for 14, and the Sussex Sharks are 42 for 2, and I was talking about the effect of wickets on Duckworth-Lewis. All of a sudden Duckworth-Lewis is 48. And that's the impact it has. Haynes has gone. Sussex 2 down.
That was as much of a feather as Charlesworth's flick off the glove was earlier on. It was we couldn't hear it from our position, but clearly Bracey and Worrell could. And so skipper Haynes has to go. And now Travis Head coming out for Sussex at number 4. So he's not batting with a runner.
No.
But I wouldn't mind betting there's been a bit of treatment of some sort whilst he's been off the field since the end of the Gloucestershire innings. So he didn't look to be moving that comfortably whilst he was fielding. But from a Sussex point of view, 3 50s in 3 matches tells you all you need to know about his import to the team and how Gloucestershire will be very keen to split this stand.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's looked in really
You
good.
might almost say these are the last two, even at this point, the last two absolutely recognised batsmen, because Wiese is an all-rounder, and anybody below that you would say is probably an all-rounder.
Yeah, I mean, they all sort of bat and bowl, don't they? So, that was the end of the over. 7 overs gone, 42 for 2.
2 for 19 for Worrell, and here's Matt Taylor to try and see what he can do to split this stand, and it's still the right hand left hand because Brown is a right hander.
So with the game in terms of averages and things, and I ought to know this, Ian, and I apologise that I don't, is the game on Friday was a no result.
Yes.
So do those stats still go down in the averages? I wouldn't have thought they do, but looking at Crick Info, it looks like they have.
I think they have.
Yeah.
Taylor in quite bright sunshine, bowls to Brown, who has worked him again to that area behind square on the leg side, and that is going to be an irritant to Matt Taylor. Worrell's taking, say, 2 for 19 from his 4 overs. Taylor is now in his 4th, and he's been more expensive, and he's got a new batsman to bowl at, so Brother Jack's gone back in at first slip. Warner is up inside the circle at fine leg, with Worrell back at third man on the rope. The other man out is at deep backward square, which is where Graham Van Buren is. The left arm Taylor bowls to head and defends back up the pitch. 218 as a Sussex target in 42 overs. A little bit of dark cloud to the left, but so there is no doubt in my mind that we are going to have an outcome out of this match, because this is the 8th over.
Yeah.
So there is no doubt there's going to be a result. The question is, will it be genuinely decided? I hope it's not decided on the weather. Cracked away by Head into a gap on the offside, but he doesn't really go outside the circle, and it's covered by Dent at mid-off, just a single. I got an interesting bit of tactical captaincy needed for Dent today. He's just had a word with Jared Warner, maybe, about getting loose. And Matt Taylor again to Ben Brown around the wicket from the far end. And Brown works that into the onside. That's a bit too straight for him to go to deep backward square with that one. Warner has had he's had the nod.
Yes.
I'd not seen him bowl live, actually, because the only game he's played was at Scarborough, and our colleague Ed Seaborn was up on the Yorkshire coast for that. It was against Durham on Thursday, so my first sighting of him will be shortly. And here is Matt Taylor again in, and again Brown on that occasion just tucked up a little bit. And the end of over number 8. So 44 for 2 Sussex, having lost the wickets of Orr and Haynes. One caught at first slip, one caught at the wicket, both to Dan Worrell. Ben Brown's got 25 from 25 balls, and Travis Head just a single to his name so far. But it's still difficult to call, and somebody could take a grip on this game with an innings of a 70, or possibly somebody with a spell of 2 or 3 quick wickets.
It is starting just to cloud up a little bit. I'm just looking behind the grandstand towards the Sven Karma Pavilion. There are some heavier clouds drifting in. Duckworth Lewis says 50, Sussex 44 for 2. Dan Worrell's about to bowl his next over. There's 4 men saving one on the offside, a sweeper on the cover boundary. On the leg side, there's a deep square leg and a short fine leg, a mid-wicket. As in comes Worrell bowls, and Head works it around to the offside, and there is no run. The fielder at mid-on is Ben Charlesworth. You know, he's a tall fellow. Looks like he could almost play basketball, doesn't he? He's a tall lad.
Lovely exchange there. I think that Worrell bowls almost like a leg break out of the back of the hand, and I think he bowled it there to Travis Head, who spotted it and played it back at the pitch, and the two were then grinning at each other. I think both knew the other had nearly done them there.
Well, they know each other from South Australia, I guess, as Worrell is in, bowls to Head, and Head works out into the offside. They both play for the Adelaide Strikers. So they'll be good friends, played into the offside, and there is no run.
That's quite something to bowl
I've seen
what is like a leg break at Worrell's pace.
I've seen Jared Warner bowl, because he spent some time here on loan during the second season of Jason Gillespie. I think he came down from Yorkshire.
He was Yorkshire at the time.
Yeah. And played a couple of games, and I think he got a side strain as in comes Worrell bowls, and a flick of the wrist. Hayes plays that through at backward point, picks up a single, does Travis. They're having a laugh and a joke with each other, are Dan Worrell and
There's a broad grin
Travis
from
Head.
Worrell where
Yeah.
yeah, there'll be a bit of banter between those two.
And there will. Worrell wanders back to his mark. That brings the right-handed Ben Brown on strike. He's on 25.
Have you enjoyed having him in the commentary box for the T20s? Because he's been good value, I think.
Ben?
Yeah.
Excellent. Very good indeed. As in comes Worrell bowls to Brown, and Brown is forward and works that straight back down the track onto the offside, and there is no run. You could probably hear the seagulls crying in the background. Got a very good effects microphone here up on the roof at Hove, which we put away into a little box at the end of every game to keep the rain out, and then we put a couple of paving slabs on the top of, or paving stones I should say, on the top, just to keep the rain out, and they've been very important over the last few weeks, and it's working, which is great news as Worrell is in and bowls, and Brown clips that one away. I thought for a moment that had breached Ben Brown's defences, but it's played to deep backward square. Throw comes in, one more to Brown. He goes to 26 off 27 deliveries, and the Sharks are 46 for 2. Just keeping right up to date, Duckworth Lewis is currently 52, and after one more over, after 7 more balls, we will have a result in this match, come what may.
Hurrah.
Absolutely. Worrell in again bowls, and Head works that to backward point.
That didn't get up very much.
No, it didn't. A couple have kept a little low, but Head keeps the ball out. End of the over. 46 for 2 are Sussex. Head is on 2. Brown is on 26. Sussex needing 172 to win in the remaining 33 overs. They need to score at 5.2 and over. They're currently going along at 5.1 and over.
Now, I think that is the
end of the power play.
I think that is the end of the power play, actually, because there's going to be a bowling change. Matt Taylor's bowled 4 overs for 25, and here is Warner from the Cromwell Road end.
Yes.
But Scorer Graham's announcement, I think, would indicate that means that the power play has ended.
Yes, you can see more fielders out on the boundary. Oh, we were talking about matches that are abandoned, and do they count? And I'm very grateful to Adam in Moreton in the Marsh. Is that in the Cotswolds?
Morton, yeah.
You pronounce it Morton in the Marsh.
Morton in the Marsh.
In the Cotswolds.
In fact, Morton in Marsh rather than Morton in the Marsh.
Right.
Here is Warner from the far end, and that's a full length. Almost like I say, that was a Yorker. It was almost a slower ball Yorker. First up to Ben Brown. He drove outside it, and it went between his bat and the off stump, and fielded by James Bracey on the bounce. Tom Smith's doing some limbering up.
So Adam says, hello, stats and abandoned matches do count. Only case they don't is when you have the situation where a game starts and it rains a lot and that game is scrubbed, and then they start a new one later in the day. So how about that?
There we are.
Thank you, Adam. Wonderful.
Warner herring in from the far end, comes in and bowls. It's chopped into the ground by Brown. He's got away with that, and James Bracey throws to the far end, and they're going to go through for a single. Brown almost gets hit on the head by a looping throw to the non-striker's end, and Brown gets one more. That wasn't the most convincing shot.
Well, your description was excellent. You were saying that Warner was herring in, and he does run in as if he's running 100 metres, doesn't he? He's got a very aggressive approach to the wicket. And I seem to remember when he bowled down here for Sussex, he was sharp. He was a little wayward, but he was a young man, but he's certainly got pace about him.
He's going to bowl around the wicket to Travis Head, and that's down the leg side and taken by Bracey, be called as a wide.
Yeah.
And that's the issue when you're I don't say this all bowls at 24, but he's 24 years old and he hasn't played a huge amount of first team cricket. Switching from round the wicket to over the wicket against good quality batters. I'm sure there's an element of nerves for him as well here. First over, you know, bowling down the hill with the advantage that may bring in terms of pace. Ball's now to head. That's cracked away on the bounce. Good stop from George Scott. Nice height for him though. Scott did well with the bat today. And he's eventually out in the last over for 38. Got a good stand between Scott and Jack Taylor. Stand of 71 for the 6th wicket. Taylor finishing with 52. He was out in the over before, giving Gloucestershire at least a chance in this game from, well, 139 for 5. Could have been 170 all out if Sussex had got through the tail. Head waits once more. 48 for 2. That's cracked through the gap at cover. There is a man out on the rope though now. That's Lace out there. And Warner in this first over now is going to go back over the wicket to Ben Brown. So the sun is in, but here we are at nearly 4 o'clock, and we've lost an hour in the game, but that's, given what the forecast looked like at various points yesterday, that's not too bad, and we're going to play for quite a bit longer yet, I think.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I wondered if we get any sort of a game.
Warner tearing in towards us and bowls again, and Brown plays that fairly comfortably back up the pitch. It's partly stopped by Warner, and Charlesworth completes the fielding. Almost as if the approach to the wicket is not quite as fast as the delivery that follows from Warner at the moment. Now that may be absolutely deliberate, but the pace of the run is not quite reflected in the pace of the delivery. Gloucestershire in this all black kit with yellow trim. Warner in again, like this short and cut away, and that will be 4. It won't be able to be cut off by Matt Taylor. Just wide enough from Warner, and Brown kind of helped himself really there, and Warner walks away a little ruefully at the end of that over. So 42 overs per side round, but here after that interruption earlier on today, and after 10 of those overs, Sussex are 53 for 2. The DLS is 55. So Gloucestershire have got 2 wickets. Can they do now with the spinners what Sussex did and try and put the squeeze on in the middle overs? And here's the man they hope they can do it from one end, and that is Tom Smith.
Yes, just finishing off Adam's email, he talks about the Sussex target, and he says the Sussex target didn't change as the rain came early into the Gloucestershire innings, and 42 overs, not much different to 49. Rain at 40 overs in a 50 over match that is then reduced to 45 would have a much greater impact on the batting side than Gloucestershire today. Adam, thank you for getting in touch, greatly appreciated. Is Morton in Marsh near Broadway?
It is up in the North Cotswolds,
right, okay.
yes.
I had a day out last year down to the Cotswolds, went to Cirencester and various places. It was lovely.
Yeah.
In comes Tom Smith, left arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Travis Head, who works up to backward point, fielded by Warner, and there is no run. In fact, Jared Warner's best bowling figures come here at Hove. He took 3 for 35 against Glamorgan in 2019, and his highest scores also here. He made 13 not out in the game be Sussex and Middlesex whilst he was on loan. In comes Smith, bowls and Head just works that casually down the ground to long on, fielded by his South Australian compatriot Dan Worrell.
Gloucestershire used to play at Morton. Used to play traditionally would have played an old 40 over Sunday League match at Morton. I have been there how many times to watch? I think probably 3 times to watch a 40 over game, one of which was against Lancashire when Gloucestershire won, when they appeared to have nowhere near enough runs, and that Lancashire collapsed. That was back in the mid-90s.
54 for 2. Smith round the wicket, bowls to Brown, who plays that firmly down the ground, just wide of Chris Dent, fielding in there at short extra cover. Brown picks up another run.
In the way of many outgrounds, the cost to set up one day was too much compared to the crowd you got in. It was just, the equation just didn't work, or it doesn't work anymore.
Smith again, Bowls and head is... Oh, I thought he'd been bowled. He was looking to cut that one away down through backward point, and he very nearly played on Travis Head. Tom Smith thought he'd got his man. Head remains on 4. He's faced 11 deliveries. Brown on 32, off 32 deliveries, 55 for 2. The former Sussex man, Tom Smith, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and Head drives firmly down the ground, and that's a very fine stop actually at mid-off by Jack Taylor, because that was motoring. I guess at this level you would expect it to be fielded, but Travis Head really got that out of the middle of the bat, and Taylor was down very quickly to his left of the field, and there is no run.
So for Ben Brown, you've got a long on and a long off out, and the 2 sweepers square of the wicket.
Smith in again, bowls to Brown, and Brown works that to short extra cover, fielded by Dent. It's the end of Tom Smith's opening over, an over that yielded 3 runs. Sussex are 56 for 2, Head on 5, Brown on 32. It's interesting really, Ian, because no bowler has leaked runs like a sieve today, have they? There's David Visa went for 44 in his 7. He went for a few in his last 2 overs, but generally speaking, I think it's fair to say the bowlers have been on top today.
Yes, I think there was one Visa over that went for 18, but that was the only really expensive one. But it is a pitch. You think with the bowlers ought to feel this, they are still in the game, or they're always in the game. Warner around the wicket, hits Head on the pad. And that just dribbles out for a leg by. Was there anything off the bat there?
Possibly there was, maybe.
There was. Adrian's just looking at the cloud formation away to our left.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I mean, I'm sort of peeping out of the corner of the commentary box, and you can see some lighter clouds. I think that heavier stuff is hopefully not coming towards us, which is good news.
Well, because of the way the overs, or the pace at which the overs are bowled by Sussex, we're heading, if we have a full game, to around about a 6:15 finish. Here is Warner in and slapped away by Brown through the gap again, through point out to Van Buren, who will have a bowl, I'm sure, before too long.
I'm just looking out down here. The ground staff are in their little dugout you use for 2020 cricket. They're having a well-deserved rest, but down as you peep out of the window here, there's all sorts of paraphernalia. There are tyres and all sorts of things for their groundskeeping equipment. There's an old ladder down there I can see. A bit of a gravel path runs along the front of here, a bit of a soakaway. So all sorts of paraphernalia down there.
But the ground staff are sat in their dugout with their feet up. That suggests they're
good for them. They must be exhausted.
But they're pretty relaxed about the weather as well too. Here's Warner in. That's again played square of the wicket by Head. There's a very profitable area square of the wicket for these two, both sides of the wicket. That was just a single out to Lace. And 59 for 2 Sussex.
Yeah, but you're right. They're very relaxed down there.
They're trying to pace this evenly, aren't they?
Yeah.
These two. They're trying to not get bogged down, but B, play with limited risk, I would say. 59 for 2. Brown has 33. He's on strike, and he'll get 34 now as basically. Single out to Jack Taylor. Can't keep Brown from getting up the non-striker's end, and these two, the experience in the Sussex tackle. I said 68 for 2. That should have been 50. That was an error on my part looking at the board. It's chases of 218, and they are. This is the 12th over. 60 for 2. Sussex Head has 7. Waits for Warner to bowl to him. And again, that's gone straight to Jack Taylor this time, and at the pace at which there was never a single. Those fielders at mid-wicket and short extra cover on the singles are very important in terms of drying up the runs. Of course, you have Smith and Jack Taylor in those positions. Matt Taylor's down to our right at fine leg. Warner turns at the end of his run. It's a straight approach. Holds the ball initially in both hands and now just in his right hand. Round the wicket to Head. Again forces it into that gap. And one more out to Lace. The sky's just darkening a little bit, but we are now through the point at which the game will be abandoned as a no result, because we've had more than 10 overs of this Sussex reply. 218 for 8 the Gloucestershire score, but under DLS the Sussex victory target is also 218, and all for 4 and Haynes for 14, the men out both to Dan Worrell. 2 for 21 from his 5 overs, and Tom Smith to continue from this C end to the left-handed head, and just turns that comfortably, no risk there, off his pads around to Charlesworth. That short fine leg on the edge of the circle for 1 run. Smith had a very good T20 season, bowled well, bowled economically as normal, and now to the right-handed Brown, who forces that down the ground. Again, not over-hitting it, doesn't need to at the moment. Singles and 3 or 4 singles and over, say 4 singles and over for Sussex.
Yeah, I
absolutely
agree.
No problem.
No, absolutely. Keep the scoreboard ticking along, no need to rush. There or thereabouts on Duckworth Lewis. Wickets important to keep intact.
Always a pill for LBW for Smith, and he's got Travis Head.
I'm quite surprised at that.
I think that might have, Head thought that was a bit high, I think, but umpire Watts, Head's giving him a glare as he walks off. He didn't move his feet very much, I'd say that, and Smith has struck an important blow with Travis Head out LBW for 9, and one of the favourite sons of Eastbourne, at least in Bristol anyway, has made it 63 for 3.
Yeah, my initial thought was that might have been going down the leg side. And you might well have been right in terms of, well, the only opinion that matters is that of the umpire Chris Watts, and I think Travis Head was not overly happy with the decision. Well, batsmen never are, of course, but that's a big blow because he was in decent form in this competition, Travis Head. So your 3 batsmen are out. There's plenty of batting still to come for Sussex, but you would feel now there's an awful lot depending on Ben Brown. Now this is James Coles who's coming. Now I think you asked me about David Visa earlier on, and I think this is a good tactic from Sussex, not sending Visa in at the minute. They might need Visa a little bit, his experience a little further down the order. This is 17-year-old James Coles who's coming out to bat, because what Sussex need here is just to keep the scoreboard ticking along. There's no rush, there's no panic, but look at the effect that a wicket has on Duckworth Lewis, Ian. Duckworth Lewis is now 77.
Can it rain now?
Well, I hope not.
In the words of our good friend Bob Hunt, can it rain now?
I mean, and there is some darker clouds coming in, so we just, Sussex will just need to. I can see Ben is looking at the scoreboard now, because it just has an enormous impact on the game.
I wonder if Gloucestershire might think about getting Van Buren on at the other end.
Well, possibly.
To try and get some overs through.
Yeah, quite possibly.
In this situation where there is the possibility of an interruption. Smith to continue with a slip in, and the first thing that Coles does is get a single to Warner at short fine leg to get off the mark straight away. He bowls slow left, he bats right-handed, so.
Well, I think James Coles rather decided there was a single there. I mean, it wasn't really his call, was it? I mean, in the end, it was a well-judged run. It went to Warner, and Ben Brown responded to his call. But he just had to get the skates on a little.
64 for 3. Smith under what is a cloudy sky now, and Dent fields well as Brown cracks it off the back foot straight to him, an extra cover.
Yeah, I think Sussex are needing Ben Brown to stay here. A lot of experience.
Smith twirls in again from around the wicket to Brown, and Brown defends, and Smith's introduction into the attack has been fruitful for Chris Dent. So just in his second over, Smith's got a wicket, and this is going to be a seesaw afternoon, you feel. Hopefully not spoilt by any further interruptions, but great to be here with Adrian, bringing it to you. As he has said on really 1 point for these two sides is no good, and the winner then has to keep winning after today. But somebody needs to take 2 points, and Gloucestershire want to get the over rate up, so Van Buren's coming on. So he will do what Coles did, and he'll fly through his overs at the far end.
And talking of Coles, he's going to be facing. As in comes Graham Van Buren. Left arm around the wicket, bowls to James Coles, who the play and a miss outside the off stump taken by Bracey, who whips off the off bail, and there is no run. Essex on the verge of beating Kent at Chelmsford, and easily as well. 148 for 1 they are, needing 159 to win. Alistair Cook on 75. Van Buren in bowls, Coles down the wicket. Van Buren fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. At the Aegeus bowl, Lancashire 73 for 2, needing another 90 to beat Hampshire. Coles in again, sorry, Van Buren in again. Coles plays out into the offside, there is no run. And Worcestershire 41 for 1, needing another 262 from 32 overs to beat Middlesex. Van Buren, a quick delivery, hammered away by Coles, 4 runs. Too short from Graham Van Buren. And that was rather help yourself for James Coles, who tucked inside the line and pulled that over wideish mid-wicket for 4 runs. Welcome boundary for Sussex.
Yeah, draw him forward, drop one short.
Yeah.
Would be annoyed at that.
68 for 3, Sussex. Coles to 5. Duckworth Lewis 79. Van Buren in again. Coles tucks that one backward of square on the leg side, just passes umpire Watts. It's a single to James Coles, who goes to 6 for total to 69 for 3.
He's got some useful runs in the first team cricket that he's played, Coles. He's got 40 runs in this format.
Buren into Brown. Brown drives that through the covers to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is the tall figure out there of George Scott. I was saying that I thought Ben Charlesworth is tall enough to be a basketball player, and I think George Scott is as well.
Yeah,
he's a tall lad. But it is the end of the over, the end of the 14th over, and the Sharks are 70 for 3. Coles on 6, Brown on 36. Sussex needing 148 to win this game. The required run rate not really a problem. It's 5.3 and over, but they've only got 7 wickets left and quite a bit of inexperience in the ranks.
Yeah, he's got 40 runs with only having been dismissed once, James Coles, in this competition. He's got 80 runs in 2 matches in red ball cricket, so you can see why Sussex would feel that he's quite capable of batting at 5. 3 down they are here. They're chasing 218, and here is Tom Smith to bowl to James Coles with a slip in. And Coles comes forward. I think it might have been against was it the Lancashire match? I think Smith bowled 10 overs for 23. I appreciate that Lancashire weren't needing to hurry, but they basically saw him out. And another appeal for Smith for an LBW. That looks to be going down the leg side, and umpire Watts agrees.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it was, but what you'd have to say is that James Coles did step across his stumps quite a long way there, hence the appeal from Smith.
71 for 3. This is the 15th over of 42, and Smith from the C end draws Coles forward. It's a lovely ball. That's just drawn him forward. I'm not sure it's beaten the outside edge, but I think that's more on line than anything else. And Smith says to Worrell, long off please. He's got mid on up. Coles going to be tempted. Smith will try and tease him here. He's played a nice little dab shot, to be fair. He's adjusted his foot work there well, and he's picked up a couple of runs with a chase down from Lace to third man. Those temporary stands that we see, in fact there are 4 temporary stands. Does the one on the right stay, or do all 4 go? And
no, all 4 will go.
All 4 will go.
Yeah.
The temporary stands are down at Bristol that were there for the international. Smith in once more, defended by Coles. So the Kennington Avenue side at Bristol, if you're in your commentary box, Adrian, the side to the left.
Yeah.
That's now back to its normal state, where there are no seats on that side of the ground, and that will be the same here. I say, I'm sure when the Royal London is over and We return back here for the 2 matches, or Sussex return back here for the 2 matches in the Championship. Gloucestershire's 2 home games are in rounds 1 and 4 of that last phase of the season.
Well, it's going to be Graham Van Buren who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. Left arm spin around the wicket to the right-handed Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown, using his feet, drives too long off. Picks up a single, does Brown. He goes to 38 off 41 deliveries. The Sharks are 74 for 3. Duckworth Lewis is 83. Sussex needing to score up 5.4 and over. Van Buren, who hastens through his overs, is again in. Around the wicket bowls, and driven through the offside by Coles to the sweep on the cover boundary. Coles goes to 8, and the Sussex total to 74 for 3.
Brown is he's just doing very sensible batting here, isn't he?
He is. I had an email in from Graham over in Canada, which I'll read in a moment. As in comes Van Buren, bowls to Brown, who eases that down to long off. Picks up another single, does Ben Brown. He goes to 38. Sussex to 75 for 3.
Warner's 2 overs cost 12 from that end.
Van Buren in again, bowls. Coles plays quietly into the offside. On this occasion there is no run.
Interesting that, so Chris Dent got Van Buren into the attack within reason as soon as Smith got that wicket.
Van Buren in again, bowls. Coles, for a moment wicketkeeper Bracey thought that had breached James Cole's defences, but and the scoreboard has just gone AWOL. There's Van Buren in again, bowls to Coles, who hits that one, sort of a streaky shot actually out to the sweep on the cover boundary. Picks up a single. That is the end of the over.
16th over.
Thank you. The scoreboard has momentarily gone. I'm sure they'll get that back in a few moments. So it gives me an opportunity to read this email from Graham. He says, "Hi Adrian, I'm tuning in as always from Canmore in Alberta. Another warm day in store, but the smoke from all those forest fires to the west is ever present. That must be awful. Is it really true that there is just one more match at Hove this month? Our Royal London Cup match against Middlesex. It's truly concerning to see what's happening to our county game. Not a single game on yesterday in high summer on Saturday. Always enjoying the commentary. Born in Stroud, lived in Chalford Hill, but grew up in Sussex." Do you know where that is, Chalford Hill?
I do. Smith from the C end, in the air and just over Dan Worrell's head. He was right on the edge of the circle. Coles risked going over the top, and Worrell couldn't quite reach it.
Yeah, he couldn't do any more, could he, Dan Worrell? He was right on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Took a chance, didn't he, James Coles?
He's up to 13. And Smith, I suppose, he's prepared to tease Coles with that field setting, mid on and mid off, both up.
But no, you are right, Graham. I'll talk about those fixtures in a moment, which are left this season.
81 for 3. DLS is 85. Smith, Sunshine is back with us into Coles, who drives that down the ground, and Matt Taylor makes a good stop. There's never a single there, and good bit of return work. Made sure that Brown had to make sure his bat was in. Smith trots around the back of umpire Watts, and Coles uses his feet to force that out through the offside. Must be one run out to George Scott. Reminder that 42 overs means 2 bowlers can bowl 9. Nobody else can bowl more than 8. Gloucestershire have used 5 bowlers already. Here is Smith into Ben Brown, and again that's a good length. Just cramping Brown up a bit. I'm going to push that back down the pitch. This is the 17th over, so 25 more, and you still couldn't call it. Smith around the wicket, and Brown into the gap straight up to Worrell, who was dropped back to long off for Brown. So a bit of more respect. Must give Brown the single and bowl at Coles, was perhaps the feeling there from Gloucestershire. Coles has 14. There's 15. My board is behind it. Mine just ticked up. Smith trots in from our end of the ground and again beats the outside edge. Coles, a bit of a tentative prod. I think the twice he's beaten the bat, I think probably more on line and angle than anything else, but still a moral victory to the bowler. Smith's bowled 4 overs for 15 runs and he's got a wicket. And Worrell's bowled 5 overs, 2 for 21. Those are the wicket takers so far. Van Buren 2 overs for 10, Warner 2 overs for 12, Taylor 4 overs for 25. It remains the case that this C end has the predominancy of the wickets.
Graham Van Buren is going to carry on in the sunshine. Around the wicket comes in and bowls to Ben Brown. Brown is forward, eases that down the ground. Good bit of fielding by Van Buren off his own bowling. There is no run. 83 for 3 Sussex. Brown 40, Coles 15. Duckworth Lewis is 87, so Sussex there or thereabouts. As Van Buren is in bowls. Full toss and Brown hammers that to long off. Just a single to Ben Brown. He goes to 41. So to 84 for 4. Yes, so you're quite right, Graham. There's just one more game against Middlesex this August. The T20 quarter-final is in Durham, and the 2 championship matches are in September. Van Buren in, bowls to Coles, who plays it onto the onside. James Coles in his... We were talking about the colour of the Sussex shirts. They're sort of salmonish pink, very bright colours. There's Van Buren in again, bowls, and Coles plays that away through the offside. That could be 4 runs. There's a long chase around the boundary. It's a better shot than I thought by James Coles, using his feet, hammering through the offside. And George Scott is fielding on the cover boundary. Couldn't do anything about that. Nice shot by young James Coles, who is just 17 years of age. He plays with a maturity that belies those years. He goes to 19. Sussex to 88 for 3. Van Buren in again, bowls, and Coles works this one.
That didn't get up very much.
No, to a shortish third man. And there is no run, fielded there by Charlesworth. Sussex in their pink tops. I don't know whether you call the Gloucester tops green. They're sort of a darkish cucumber green, really. Perhaps the Gloucester top, as in comes Van Buren again, bowls, and Coles is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Graham Van Buren to finish the over, an over that conceded just the 5 runs. Sussex are 88 for 3. Brown on 41. Coles is on 19. Duckworth Lewis is 90. So it really is nip and tuck. I don't think you want to pick a winner from here, Ian Randall.
No, I hope the weather doesn't win, Adrian.
No, I agree. Yeah.
I hope that's the only thing I think we both agree on that. We are trying to be as neutral and objective as possible, as usual.
Yeah, I agree. I think whoever wins, we want to see them win in a proper game.
Tom Smith to continue, and Ben Brown forced to play that a bit wider than he wanted, and a good stop from Chris Dent at short extra cover. 5 on the single and 4 out for Tom Smith. Pretty much the field you might expect. Sweepers square of the wicket, and then long on, long off back. So Brown can play a single in the V wherever he wants, pretty much.
He's enjoying this, Ben Brown. They are really good mates, Ben Brown and Tom Smith. And there was just a wry smile there from Ben, and lovely to see 2 good friends enjoying a game of competitive cricket. Wonderful stuff.
Smith, as the sun goes across the ground now from west to east, and a little nudge out from Coles gives him a single onto the leg side.
Yeah, that was good running by Ben Brown, wasn't it? He called James Coles. Coles wasn't quite sure where the ball had gone, and Brown was very quick to identify that it was dribbling more towards Jared Warner at short fine leg, and he was able to take a single.
Brown organising this Sussex innings, you would argue.
Yeah. From
his position, his unfamiliar position at the top of the order.
Of course. I'm not sure how often he's opened, if at all. I'm sure he has at some stage in his career, but not one that I've seen, I'm fairly certain.
42 he has. Tom Smith to bowl to him. That's tossed up a bit more, but to the left of Dent, who is a left-handed thrower, so they won't chance one to a tumbling stop to his left. 90 for 3. DLS is 92. So to get that gap up, Gloucestershire need another wicket. Smith in, and Brown gets off the outside half of the bat, but it's gone all the way out to George Scott, who is on the boundary in front of the single level of the grandstand. There's a double tiered stand, and part of it is only a single level with a building at the back. And Sussex will know that Smith is one of their major threats here, a bit like Bill Wilbeer was, and maybe they almost bat kind of round him. He's bowled 5 overs for 18. And it's 91 for 3.
Van Buren. Sun has disappeared, bowls to Brown. Brown uses his feet, then kills the spin, plays it back to Van Buren, and there is no run. You know, the cut-off time for this innings is 6:15. We've only got another 22 overs to be bowled. Both sides have really rattled through their overs today. Van Buren in again, bowls. Brown using his feet again. Van Buren fields on the bounce. Again, there is no run.
They won't keep going at this rate, obviously, because Van Buren and Smith will...
but we're way ahead of schedule.
Spells will come to an end.
Van Buren again bowls, and Brown works that down to long on and picks up his 44th run. He's faced 54 deliveries, 92 for 3. No one has gone on to play the big innings in this match. Jack Taylor, the top scorer, with 52.
Brown gets 80, Sussex win, don't they?
Van Buren in again, bowls, and Coles works that on the leg side to deep mid-wicket, picks up his 21st run, does James Coles. He goes to off 25 deliveries, 93 for 3. Duckworth Lewis is 94.
Last wicket fell at 63. Gloucestershire need another one.
Sussex don't need to lose one. Van Buren in again, bowls. Brown uses his feet and drills the ball down the ground. It's another single, 3 off the over. Sussex needing to score at the moment at 5.6 and over. That won't be a concern at the moment. Picking up these ones. Van Buren again, in and bowls, and Coles plays that straight to it. Good tight over from Graham Van Buren, in which he just concedes at the 3 singles, and Sussex at the end of that over, at the end of the 20th over, are 94 for 3. Coles on 21. Brown is on 45. Sussex needing 124 to win in 22 overs. They need to score at 5.6 and over. Duckworth Lewis is 95, so it really couldn't be tighter in a game. As we've said umpteen times today, the loser today is out the competition.
Almost, yeah.
Almost certainly out.
Gloucestershire have 4 games after this. Generally you consider a minimum of 5 wins. They've only won 1 so far. Here's Tom Smith trying to do what he can to sort that out. Another single though from Ben Brown, up again to long on. In a way, keeping the Sussex batsmen to singles is fine to a point, but it's hard to see Gloucestershire squeezing them to a position where they don't bowl them out and still win the match. Appeal for LBW here, and Smith's got another wicket. Coles has not gone very far forward to that, and the stand breaker has come for Gloucestershire. Smith's got his 2nd wicket, and Coles, having got to 21, now has to take the long walk, having been trapped LBW.
And I don't think there was too much doubt about that. James Coles barely bothered to look at the umpire. It was a lovely bit of bowling by Tom Smith. James Coles is on his way, 21 of 27 deliveries. I mean, he's done a decent job for his county, but more and more, a lot depending here on Ben Brown. Now, the next man in is David Visa. The tall South African who, by his own very high standards, perhaps hasn't had quite the impact he'd have hoped this season. I wonder whether this might be his day, because Sussex certainly needs someone to bat here around Ben Brown. It's a good round of applause does David Visa as he makes his way out. So, this game is ebbing and flowing. It's been a super game of cricket, Ian.
Yeah, it's been very good. Visa in the T20 didn't actually bat very much at all. When he scored 55 runs in 7 innings.
Yep, he did. He didn't have a good time in the T20. And one of the problems with that was that when he came into bat, it was either at the end of games, and there were so many games rained off, he barely had a chance in the middle. And he hasn't quite hit his straps in this game, but everybody who follows Sussex will know what David Visa is capable of. There's no need to go mad here. This is it's a perfectly reasonable run rate, 5.7 and over, 123 to win in 21.4 overs. So can these 2 experienced players, Visa and Brown, steer Sussex towards
victory? At the
victory?
moment it looks like a wicket is adding about 15 runs to the DLS.
Yeah, I mean, look at that, 110 now. So Sussex behind.
That's where the game is. So Smith's got 2. Can he do something about Visa as well? So if he can place that off the outside half of the bat into the gap on the offside, but that was not totally controlled. If you listen to what the Gloucestershire fielders' reaction was for that. Visa gets off the mark, and Smith is into his 6th over. I mean, he can bowl a maximum of 9, and you'd be hard pressed to vote against that. Ben Brown on 46, waits for Smith to bowl to him, and then that's driven straight to Dent at short extra. No run.
I think
you don't have to have. I mean, this is going to be a tight, tense, edge of the seat kind of game, isn't it?
It is.
You don't have to have 400 plays 400 to make a good game of one-day cricket.
No.
Cracked away by Brown once more. It's going to be a slow burner, this one.
I think that Sussex need either Ben Brown or David Visa to play a major. I mean, Ben Brown's already played a major innings. He's on 47, but Sussex need him to almost be there. They'd certainly one of these two.
Visa waits. Quite an open stance. Smith to him. It's chopped into the ground and fielded by Tom Lace. The end of Tom Smith's 6th over. He's had a good stint from this C end. 2 for 21 he has at the moment. 97 for 4 after 21 overs. Gloucestershire were 85 for 3 after 20. So, it's a flip of a coin.
It is.
Job.
And the reason I say I think one of these two needs to be there, it's not to be disparaging in any way to the Sussex players to come, but they are young players, and this is now a pressure situation. In comes Van Buren from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Brown, who uses his feet and drills that nicely through the covers, gets his 48th run. Sussex to 98 for 4. When you think Ollie Carter is 19, General Ibrahim is 16, Archie Lenham is 17. It's asking a lot for young players.
Where will Will Beer bat in all that, I wonder?
I don't think above Coles or Ibrahim, above Carter or Ibrahim. I'd have thought probably 9.
He's a bit of an insurance policy for you then.
Yeah. Van Buren in bowls to Visa, who just caresses the ball down too long on and picks up a single.
And if anybody wasn't in any doubt from a Gloucestershire persuasion about Visa, I remember hearing you and Kevin James at the Aegeus Bowl when Visa got about 160 out of a 340 chase and very nearly won the game on his own in a 50-over match.
Van Buren in bowls to Brown, and Brown just leans on that delivery and plays a similar shot to Visa did with the previous delivery, down to long on, picks up a single.
I haven't got the precise math of that in my head, but you'll know.
Yeah, 100 for 4, 100 up for Sussex, Brown to 49, and that was a partnership between David Visa and Ben Brown that very nearly took Sussex over the line. Van Buren in, bowls to Visa, cuts firmly only as far as backward point. Good tumbling stop there by Matt Taylor, prevents her, and every run is being fought over here. This is terrific stuff. Van Buren, 3 singles off the over so far, in and bowls, and Visa plays quietly to short extra cover, fielded by the captain of Gloucestershire, Chris Dent. Van Buren on his way again, bowls to Visa, who plays firmly to Dent. Good over again from Graham Van Buren, just conceding the 3 runs. It's been a good spell by Van Buren. 100 for 4 are Sussex. Visa on 2, Brown is on 49. So 20 overs remaining in the match. Sussex needing 118 to win. The required run rate has just sneaked up a little. It's up to 5.9 and over.
So run a ball shouldn't be a problem really, should it? Cricket update to come shortly for listeners to BBC Sussex.
Yes. So Tom Smith to begin another over from the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls to Ben Brown, and Brown is forward, works that into the offside, and that's Ben Brown's 50, and a fine innings as well by Ben Brown. The 9th List A 50 for Ben Brown, who raises his bat towards the dressing room on the far side of the pitch. He's had a difficult couple of weeks, says Ben Brown. No longer the county championship skipper, but he's certainly using all his experience today to maybe guide Sussex towards victory here against Gloucestershire. Yes, Sussex Sharks 101 for 4 here, David, in the 23rd over. They need another 117 to win in just over 19 overs. They need to score at nearly 6 an over to win the game. And at the moment, Ben Brown is holding things together for Sussex. He's there on 50. David Visa is on 2. Sussex 101 for 4, needing another 117 to win. As in comes Smith around the wicket, bowls to Visa, who's forced back onto his stumps, and Smith fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Tom Smith rattles through his over. Comes Smith again, bowls, and Visa cuts off the bottom of that. You see, he's not quite in touch here, David Visa.
Could have dragged that on.
Yeah, he's just struggling a little bit with the bat play. Needs to get a couple right at the meat of the bat. 2 off 9 deliveries, but he's got plenty of experience, and that's probably what Sussex need here. Smith again bowls, quick delivery, and Visa plays this firmly for extra cover. They've taken 1. I think they'll come back for 2 because Ben Brown is very quick. Oh, there's going to be a run out. Oh, well, I think there was a second run there. Ben Brown was on his way back. I think David Visa said no, and in the end, for a moment, I thought they were both going to be stranded in the middle of the pitch. I think there was 2 there.
Should have been 2. George Scott had quite a long way to get to the ball, but he got his throw away quickly, and there was a yes, no, wait, sorry moment.
Smith bowls to Brown, and Brown works that down to long off. This just will be a single fielded by Dan Worrell. It's the other of another very accurate Tom Smith over, which just concedes 3 runs. So at the end of the 23rd over, the Sussex Sharks are 103 for 4. Ben Brown is on 51. David Visa is on 3. Sussex needing 115 more runs to win in 19 overs at a rate of 6.1 an over. Duckworth Lewis, Sussex now behind. Duckworth Lewis is 116, and they're 103 for 4. Weather update, clouding up a bit, I have to say, sadly.
Yes, but I think the worst of it, I think, has gone to the west of us.
Let's hope so.
We need about an hour and a half to finish the game. Brown gets another single, dent with a shy at the non-striker's end, but good call from Brown, answered by Visa. So my thought here about what Chris Denty's doing, he's bowled his 2 spinners for, well, this will be 7 and 6 respectively. Visa defends back to Van Buren. So he's trying to push the rate up, but the problem is he may have no spinner to bowl later. If he's only got seamers to bowl later on, that might not be an ideal option. Chopped away, but straight to Matt Taylor. Good bit of work once more. So it's a gamble, perhaps to try and get another wicket. You might think about taking Van Buren off maybe after this over. Bowling Smith through and at least giving a little bit of spin up his sleeve. Van Buren into Visa, who squeezes it out on the offside, straight to Dent, but they've quickly got through for 1 run. Dent's at short extra. He's probably only 20 yards from the bat on the angle, but again, it's almost a... You played tip and run when you were young, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there you go. That's probably what they're doing here.
Yeah.
105 for 4. The DLS is 118. The target is 218. Brown again defence. Thinks about a single there, but Dent's more quickly onto that. He's just come in a couple of strides. Just on the, we're about 5 pitches from the edge of the square here, so there's a shorter offside boundary for Van Buren to defend. And again, Brown says, OK, I'll take the single up to Ben Charlesworth to Jared Warner, I should say, at long off. So again, just happy to play out the overs from the slower bowlers. Smith bowled 7 overs for 24, and Van Buren has bowled 6 overs for 24. Smith's got 2 wickets, but the debate has to be, if you bowl the 2 spinners for 9 overs each, which they could do, then you're only down to the seamers for the chase at the end.
So David Visa, that innings at Southampton, that was 171 he made.
It was a big score chasing a big score.
Yeah. Smith continuing around the wicket, bowls to Brown. Brown drives down the ground, well fielded at extra cover by Dent, who saved a lot of runs in that position, diving away. There is no run, required run rate up to 6.3 and over. Still won't be hugely concerning for Sussex. What will be concerning is to lose any more wickets. That will be the priority. In again is Smith bowls, and that just spat a bit at Ben Brown, who looks suspiciously at the wicket as he plays it quietly to backward point, and there is no run.
This is Smith's penultimate over. Gloucestershire got this to the stage where I think they just said, right, we'll see Beer out.
Yeah, I just think we're going to need an hour and a half to finish this. There's only another 17 overs left after this one, as Smith is in and bowls, and Brown drives firmly down the ground to long off, fielded by Worrell, who's very quickly in, gets in the throw to keeper Bracey. Brown to 54. Sussex to 107 for 4, 111 needed. But now just 17 overs remaining after this one. As the crowds just start to roll in a little. Smith is in bowls, Visa drives. That was a better shot from David Visa. Flowing cover drive, picks up a single. He goes to 5 of 14 deliveries, 108 for 4. So 2 singles off the first 4 balls of this over. It's been a while since it's in a boundary.
Smith's only conceded 1 boundary in his spell.
Been a very fine spell by Tom Smith. Waits again, and Brown drives firmly through the offside. They've taken 1, and that's all they'll get. There's a well-placed fielder out there sweeping on the cover boundary, who is George Scott. Brown to 55, 109 for 4. And has required 109.
So halfway there.
Yeah. More than half the overs used. 3 runs off the over so far. Boundary will be useful here for Sussex. Not least because Duckworth-Lewis is 122. Smith in again, bowls, and Visa is bowled, and he's on his way. And that's another big wicket for Gloucestershire. And David Visa, who hasn't looked quite himself with the bat this season. The tall South African, who's such a wonderful cricketer. Lovely man as well. He'll be disappointed. I think he played down the wrong line there. And Tom Smith has bowled David Visa. He's on his way for 5. And now Sussex are in trouble. And now they'll be thinking, this is about Ben Brown. 109 for 5. And an inexperienced tail to come. Carter, who's 19. Ibrahim, 16. Lenham, 17. Henry Crocombe, who's 19. And of course Will Beer. But I suspect that this is going to be Daniel Ibrahim who's coming into... Or is it going to be... No, it's not. It's Ollie Carter.
I'll say it looks like there's some long hair out of the back of that, headgear.
Good batsman Ollie Carter. Made a very good 50 in the game up at Sedbergh. So 2 wicket keepers together.
So what does Chris Dent do here? Really interesting tactical decision. Smith, you think, has got to bowl his last over. What does he do? Smith bowled 8 overs, 3 for 27. What does he do with Van Buren? And the answer is, keep some overs in reserve.
Yes,
6 overs for 24, and Warner's coming back.
Yes. What a good spell of bowling by Tom Smith, though. I mean, excellent figures. 3 for 27. Run rate of 3.38. So Visa on his way for 5.
Brown is the big wicket now.
Oh, unquestionably.
How many does he have to get, do you think? Well, I think he
probably has to get 100.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, close to it.
Yeah, well, very close to it. Yeah, and it's his experience, isn't it? That's what you're relying on. Ben Brown's experience here. As in comes Warner down the hill, bowls to Brown, and Brown hits that way. It's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot by Ben Brown, but too much width there from Jared Warner, and Ben Brown thumping that one away through backward point. Lovely shot by Ben Brown, just what Sussex needed, just to relieve the pressure a little, getting a boundary off the first ball. Brown to 59, and the Sharks to 113 for 5. Duckworth-Lewis now, though, 135, so Sussex needing, well, Ben Brown have all sorts going through his mind here, because it is clouding up. I know you can't play for rain, but that's the effect that wickets have. Warner in again, and bowls, and Brown works that down to 3rd man, and it's a single fielded down in front of us by Matt Taylor.
Just a thought about, not necessarily about Warner, but he's tried to be quite aggressive with his length. If the ball isn't coming on as easily as it might appear, then it's going to sit up and be cracked away off the back foot. So why not just sort of almost bowl within yourself a little bit.
Yes.
And alter the length that you're trying to bowl on the pitch, and kind of encourage the drive if you want.
Warner racing in, bowls to Carter, who leans back and plays a nice looking shot down towards third man. That could go for 4 runs. That's a very fine bit of fielding by Matt Taylor down to our right hand side, racing around the third man boundary. Not easy fielding here because the ball comes very quickly down the hill, but a good sliding stop by Taylor. Nice looking shot by Carter. Good cricket all round actually, 116 for 5.
Yeah, but it doesn't half hair away down towards this boundary at this commentary box end. Now, Warner's got to be careful not to leak too many runs here. Gloucestershire got themselves 20 runs ahead on DLS effectively.
Warner in and bowls, and Carter again just plays a nice looking shot, just runs the ball down to third man. He goes to 3. Sussex to 117 for 5. Ian from Findon's been in touch. He says the weather looks fair to the west at the moment, but it changes so fast. And he wrote this before David Wiesel was out. And thanks us for the commentary. Thank you, Ian. He was talking about Cow Corner.
I stayed at Findon actually when I came down here for my last game down here.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely place.
Yeah.
Lovely cricket ground as well. Where did you stay? In a hotel or a bed and breakfast?
They know that they're about their horses in Findon, don't they?
Yes, they do. They do. Certainly national hunt horses.
Indeed.
Yeah? In comes Warner and bowls down the leg side, and that's signalled a wide. So it's been a slightly expensive over here. 3, so 5, 7, 8, 9 off the over so far.
Yeah, that's the
2 balls to come.
I wonder if I might be tempted. I know he's not a big wicket taker in this sort of form of cricket. I wonder if I'd be tempted to give George Scott an over or 2 from the top end.
I'm just keeping an eye on this weather. It's very dark to the top end of the ground. Let's hope that keeps away. And away to the southwest, it is a little brighter. I just really don't want rain to spoil what's been a really good game. As in comes Warner, racing in, down the hill, bowls to Ben Brown, and Brown plays that quietly to mid-wicket and picks up another well-judged signal. He goes to 61, and Sussex to 119 for 5.
He will have confidence in Carter, would you think, as a
Oh yes, I do. Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's a perfectly good batsman, Ollie Carter. Not a lot of experience, but I say the 55 he made at Sebra was a fine inning. So he will have total confidence in Carter, in Ibrahim, who's the next man down, and in Will Beer as well. I haven't seen enough of Archie Lenham and Henry Crocombe to bat, but certainly complete confidence in Carter. As in comes Warner, races in, bowls, and Carter plays this down to fine leg, picks up a single, so 11 off the over, a good over as far as Sussex are concerned. 119 for 5. Carter on 4, Brown on 61. Sussex needing 98 to win into 16 overs at a required run rate of 6.1. But the really interesting stat on the scoreboard is DLS, which is 137 compared to Sussex's 120 for 5.
No, I think we might get through, you know.
Good, I hope so.
I really do. Tom Smith is going to bowl his last over. I think the worry for Chris Dent is what does he do at the other end, because Warner's come back and had 1 over that's been, again, quite expensive. 3 overs for 23. Smith's last over, he's got 3 for 27. Can he nip out another one? Trots past umpire Watts, and Carter's content to defend. And maybe Ben Brown has said, look, you know, this is his last over.
See him off.
See him off.
Yeah, nothing daft. But a very good spell by Tom Smith.
Excellent. 120 for 5, chasing 218 in this 42 overs a side game. Smith in, and again Ollie Carter defends. This is the 27th over, so 15 overs after this, which would be 98 and 15. You'd say most of the time that was probably fine, but it's so well balanced because of this Sussex batting order. Slapped away this time by Carter, a little bit wider. Then you go up to long off, where Dan Worrell again does the fielding.
I think, Ian, as a batting side, you know, you want to be in this game with 5 overs to go, don't you? You want to be in with a shout of winning it.
I tend to think 75 off the last 10, you back the batting side. It's not going to be far off that off. You know, the rate's not going to be that much different. Brown defends. Smith has got, I think, 2 balls to go off his spell. But he's done A very good job for his side today. Two balls for Brown to survive. He uses his feet to get down the pitch. I mean, what he needed to do.
Good experience. I mean, it's a good contest, isn't it, between these two? Thomas Smith will know that Ben Brown is the big scalp now. Ben Brown knows equally he needs to stay there.
Smith's last ball. Brown almost a leading edge, and Smith fields off his own bowling, and he knows how close that was, and he just has a word for umpire Watts, who may have said words to the effect of well bowled, because he gets a tap on the back. He's bowled 9 overs. He hasn't bowled a maiden today, but he's bowled 9 overs and taken 3 for 28. Just one boundary conceded. When you've got a short leg side boundary from this sea end at Hove, that's a very good effort. Now the problem for Gloucestershire is, what do? They've only got 3 overs of spin left, and they too have a degree of inexperience. Jared Warner is not the most experienced bowler. Matt Taylor and Dan Worrell a bit more so, but they haven't tended to be very economical at the back end of innings in white ball cricket this season.
Well, in comes Warner, herring down the hill. He really does hare down the hill as well. Bowls to Carter, who's forward and plays quietly to short extra, fielded by Chris Dent. There is no run. You can probably hear the Gloucestershire players giving Jared Warner encouragement. And so we've got this very good effects microphone up on the roof, which we try to keep dry with paving stones that we have on top of it, particularly in the windy weather the other day. You can probably pick up the voices of the Gloucestershire fielders out on the pitch. Some heavier cloud is drifting in from the southwest. I just hope that stays away.
The DLS gap is 19 runs at the moment.
That's quite a big gap, as Warner is on his way. There are a couple of pigeons in the way of his run, who now decide it's a good idea to fly away.
Matt Taylor doing some limbering up down to our right.
Yeah. Warner in again, bowls and short, and Carter. That was an ambitious shot. He was going to pull that one over square leg, and I think Ben Brown's just going to come down and have a little word with Ollie Carter. That was perhaps an ill-advised shot. Wasn't really short enough to play that shot. Carter looking to pull it over square leg.
The bottom half or inside half of the bat, and he'd have dragged that onto off stump.
Yeah, the ground staff are still in their dugout away to our left-hand side. They're not sort of poised to run on, which is always encouraging, but they're sort of there, which is a bit worrying. But now there's a bit of sunshine across the ground, though. An evenly poised game, 121 for 5. Warner down the hill, bowls to Carter, who plays that into the offside without timing. Nonetheless, he's going to pick up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. I was saying about all the groundsman's paraphernalia they've got down here. Just down below us, the covers and the pipes and all sorts of things. Just in case we do get a sudden deluge. An old ladder down here resting on some gravel at the end of the ground. Bit of sunshine across Hove, floodlights on. Wonderful setting and a really good game of cricket. 122 for 5. Warner again. In and bowls, and Ben Brown plays this, but straight to backward point, fielded by Taylor. This is a much better over from Jared Warner. Was that signal as a no ball? Or was it just the signal that 4 balls have been bowled in the over? I think that's what it is. Some of the umpires,
my board still says 122, and the scoreboard on the ground says 122.
Yeah, they look. Sometimes after 4 balls, the umpires do look at the square leg umpire, aren't they? They give a little signal.
Yeah, 2
to go. And maybe that was the signal which I mistook. It was possibly a no ball signal. 3 men saving 1 on the offside. Sweeper on the cover boundary and a 3rd man. A mid-on and a mid-wicket both saving 1 as well, as Warner is in bowls, and Brown tucks that one down towards fine leg. They take 1. I think they'll have to come back for 2. Yes, they are indeed. Ben Brown scampers back. He's very quick between the wickets, and nothing much that Scott could do about that. 2 more to Brown. He goes to 63, and Sussex to 124 for 5.
I suppose there's the other option for Gloucester. I mean, there's an option exactly, is that if they can squeeze Brown off strike for a while and give Carter the majority of the strike, they might be able to drive the runs up a little more, given that Carter's not really had much of the strike so far. He's got to get his eye in.
Warner again bowls, and Brown. Oh, he's played on as Ben Brown. Oh, that's really unfortunate for Ben Brown and for Sussex. It was short from Warner, and Ben Brown was looking to play that one down to third man, but instead he's played on, and that's a huge moment in the match. And Ben Brown, who's batted beautifully for his 63, is on his way. And now it really is down to the Sussex youngsters. 124 for 6. Let's listen to the ovation for Ben Brown, because it's been a really good innings by. Yeah, he's disappointed. He raises his bat to acknowledge the crowd, but you just feel that that could be a really decisive moment in the match. That's not to say the Sussex youngsters can't carry them over the line, but I just fear it's a long way from here.
Well, Warner was clearly feeling that was a big wicket. Obviously it was his first wicket, his first list day wicket for Gloucestershire, and it may be one that gives them an element of control in the match. But Daniel Ibrahim is coming out at number 8, so Will Beer almost certainly at 9, and do not underestimate his ability with the bat. But that really has now changed the DLS, which has gone up from, is now up at 155, so Gloucestershire 30 runs ahead. But the shouldn't get overcooked by that. The target is, remember, is 218. There are 14 overs to go. So 14 overs to get 94. 6.71 is the rate. Still not impossible. And you've already said that, you know, Carter's got a 50 in this tournament.
Ibrahim has a first-class 50 to his name.
So it's not a done deal yet by any means.
No, they are young players, but it's just a lot of practice. You know, winner takes all in terms of progressing this competition.
So Matt Taylor back into the attack from the C end, and that's outside the off stump, and just pushed at a bit tentatively by Carter, and it's taken by James Bracey. If you go back to the John Bracewell era at Gloucestershire in particular, and a little bit under Richard Dawson as well, often the way that they tried to control games was by just squeezing the opposition with modest targets, and this is kind of just absolute trademark Gloucestershire when you're not sure if they've got enough runs, but they'll make you fight tooth and nail for every run in the target. And just to go back to Ben Brown, it just proves, I know he wasn't batting in his usual position in the order, but he just used all his county championship experience, all his first class experience to build a proper innings. Taylor around the wicket to bowl again to Carter, who defends, and what he did was organise the first 2/3 of this chase for his team. The pity was that it just one of those ones that, you know, you do drag on occasionally if you just get tucked up in the wrong place. And that's what he did. But one shouldn't knock the fact that he just policed that first part of the innings really well. Matt Taylor around the wicket again to Carter, who punches that straight to Charlesworth at mid-off. No run.
And you can see the effect here now with overs beginning to run out, the effect on the required run rate. It was 6.9 at the start of the over, it's now 7.1.
I wonder if you might be half tempted now to bring Van Buren back and really try and push it up by tightening the grip at one end, but Warner's deserved at least one more over with that wicket. Here is Matt Taylor round the wicket, hauled into the leg side by Carter in the air, and he'll get 4 for it. He's beaten the infield, and Van Buren can't cut it off. That's a good shot. It was short enough that he could just almost play it with a lot of bottom hand and whip it round. Van Buren is quite square on the boundary in front of the scoreboard. Went to the right of Jack Taylor and to the left of Van Buren and away for 4. Carter into double figures. 128 for 6. Matt Taylor, who switched ends from his first spell, runs away from us. That's very short. It's outside the off stump, and it's given us a wide. Yeah, that was very wide actually. Didn't have to be any way that was going to be let go by umpire Watts. See, by and large, the radar's been pretty good today from both teams. We haven't seen rashes of wides.
No, we haven't.
Ibrahim tried to bowl a slower ball and got done for a no ball, which was a genuine error. You could see what he was trying to do. He's at the non-striker's end now. Carter swishes at that outside the off stump. That was close enough not to be called as a wide, and Matt Taylor has got through 5 overs for 30. Warner 4 overs, 1 for 26. Van Buren 6 overs for 24. Worrell 5 overs, 2 for 21. And Tom Smith has bowled out 9 overs, 3 for 28. We've only had 2 sixes today in the match. One by George Scott and one by Jack Taylor, both right at the end of the Gloucestershire innings. It's been a pretty even contest between bat and ball, and sometimes you don't always get that.
No, you don't. So, 13 overs left. Sussex needing 89 to win. They need to score at 6.9 and over. Can these two young Sussex players take their side to victory? We shall see. Warner comes in, bowls to Ibrahim down the leg side. That's signalled a wide. So, Jared Warner's a little annoyed with himself as umpire Baton signals that wide. Duckworth Lewis 157. Sussex now need to hope that it doesn't rain. And in fact, away to the west, there are some brighter skies, so that gives some hope. I think from here, if you were looking at this, you'd say Gloucestershire have got their noses in front here.
It's not by much.
But not by much. No, I agree. Not by much at all. But a big test for these 16-year-old Ibrahim. He faces as Warner is running at pace down the hill. He's in and bowls, and Ibrahim plays that very nicely down to a fine leg, picks up a single fielded by Worrell. One more to the total, goes to 131 for 6. Ibrahim is on his way.
So Christian's only used 5 bowlers so far, so if he's going to stick to that, and maybe a Scott or a Charlesworth isn't going to be given a couple of overs, then he's got to find 2 for Van Buren somewhere. But he's got no more left-handers to worry about, so you probably would again keep him at the top end with the long leg side boundary.
Here comes again Warner bowls, and Carter was quite an aggressive bowler, isn't he, Jared Warner? He races in, and it was played back by Ollie Carter straight to Jared Warner, who collected the ball and made as if to throw at the stumps.
But the thing is, I fully get that, and some players would let the ball go, which would.
Yeah.
Well,
there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
But when you've had relatively little first team cricket, any opportunity, you're so keen to make a point
Absolutely.
about what you can do.
Yeah. No, nothing wrong with that at all.
To make your case.
He's fully entitled to do that. Warner in again. Bowls, and Carter plays nicely. Looks a nice relaxed cricketer, Ollie Carter. He plays it through the offside, fielded out there by Graham Van Buren. One more to the total. Carter goes to 11. Sussex to 132 for 6. So 3 off the over so far. 3 balls remaining because one of those deliveries was wide. I don't think there's any massive panic here for Sussex in terms of the run rate. They won't want it to get to sort of 9s and 10s. But I think it's just important if these two for the next 3 or 4 overs can keep ticking along, 5, 6 and over. Warner in bowls, and forward comes Ibrahim, plays down the ground. Nearly breached his defences, and there is no run. That's exactly what happened up at Sedbergh, Ian, where Lancashire were way behind the rate, but Bailey and Danny Lamb were experienced enough to pick up singles. They were just plodding along at 6 and over quite nicely, and although the rate did start to get up towards 9 and 10, they were still in the game with a handful of overs to go, and then they launched their attack. If you're 9 down, it's very difficult.
Yeah, I would say that they'd be quite happy to go up 4 or 5 even for the next 5 or 6 overs perhaps.
In comes Warner bowls, and that looks very close. Yeah, it's absolutely plumb. Ibrahim is on his way, and I think he knew. He didn't dare look, and even from here that did look very out. He was playing across the line, was Dan Ibrahim. He goes, and Sussex have got an absolute mountain to climb here. 132 for 7. Ibrahim is on his way for 1. It's not all over yet, Sussex supporters, because Will Beer is still to come, who fights for every last run for Sussex. But it's a long way back as Ibrahim drags himself off, and that did look, I don't think there's much of a decision for Bainton to make that looked very out.
Yeah, and Warner's taken 2 wickets in this spell. He has been a bit expensive, but the important thing from a Gloucestershire point of view is that he has backed up what Tom Smith did from this C end with two important wickets, the one of Ben Brown in particular, but now to get rid of Daniel Ibrahim, who, as Adrian has made the point, does have a lot of potential. And here is Will Beer coming out at number 9. Right. The key point perhaps is less about DLS, but it's now about the actual match situation, because Sussex are 132 for 7. There is one ball left of the 30th over. We have 42 overs of course in the game, so 12 overs to go, and the target is 218.
Yeah.
So they need 86. If this is a dot ball, which is, well, let's just assume it is for the moment. They need 86 off 12.
Yeah.
Now that's not too difficult. If you've got 3 wickets down, you would have thought.
No, but not with 3.
But
not
with 7 down,
yeah,
that's a different kind of equation.
No, it's been a very good bowling performance by Gloucestershire. Sussex, you made the comment earlier on that with their batsman light, Tom Clark out with a knee injury, so options slightly limited for Sussex. But apart from Ben Brown with that very good 63, no one really. James Cole's making 21, no one else past 20. It's not all up, but it's a big one. Gloucestershire, we said noses in front. Gloucestershire right in the driving seat here. DLS is 173, 132 for 7. It's going to need something pretty heroic here from Sussex if they're going to win this game and keep their hopes alive in this Royal London One Day Cup. Warner, final ball of the over, comes running into bowl to Will Beer. He's in and bowls, and Beer works that down to third man. So he's on his way. He picks up a single, but that was an over which accounted for Daniel Ibrahim. Sussex 133 for 7. They need another 85 to win in 12 overs and a required run rate of 7.1 and over. Carter on 11, Beer is on 1. We haven't seen enough of Archie Lennon batting. He's a very fine young cricketer, but it's going to be a big ask for he and Henry Crocombe. So these two, you feel absolutely key here for Sussex if they're going to get anywhere near the total.
Yeah, 30 overs in the Gloucestershire innings, or 31. They were 137 before, so runs are about the same.
Yeah,
but it's the wickets column that is the problem for Sussex, and Gloucestershire know that they have to stay calm here and just.
Well, I just need to see this game out, don't they? I think Chris Dunn holds all the cards.
Good disciplines from here is what they need.
Yeah.
And Beer to face his first ball from Matt Taylor from the CN, the commentary box end, and steered away by Beer into the offside. Just to give you an idea about Will Beer, he's got 500 runs in List A cricket, an average of 16, but a lot of them, I suspect, batting at 8, where he's probably come in for limited amount of batting time. He has made a 50 in this format, but they need to get some singles going if they're going to stay in the game here, these two. And there's one of them, Beer out to Graham Van Buren at deep square. So 12 overs together, probably, if they had 7 overs at 4, they'd be up around 160 with 5 overs to go. They'd be asking a lot from there, but they'd still be in with a chance if these two were out there. A genuine striker of the ball at both ends. Matt Taylor's just pushed brother Jack out on the edge of the circle here. 5 saving 1 for Matt Taylor, round the wicket and cracked through the offside by Carter, but again it's only a single. But Sussex have to have these two there probably for the last 4. With 4 overs to go, these two have got to be in.
Yeah, absolutely.
They cannot afford to open one end up. And Gloucestershire will kind of know that if they can keep them to 4 and over without a boundary, then they'll be a long way behind the clock at that stage. That didn't get up very much from Matt Taylor, very straight, and will be unable to do anything with it. Out to Tom Lace. Earlier in the day, Gloucestershire 218 for 8. The main stand was for the 6th wicket. There were some starts, but no big scores at the top of the order. Charles with 39, Bracey 27, Van Buren 29, and then Jack Taylor and George Scott pulled it round. Dabbed away this time by Beer, but going straight to Lace. No run. Taylor made 52 and Scott 38. Taylor out in the last but 1 over, and Scott out in the last. The pick of the Sussex bowlers now on strike will be a 2 for 30 for him. Lisa 2 for 44. Coles bowl well, 1 for 32, and Crocombe 1 for 33, the other wicket takers. Matt Taylor in, running away from us, and all dabbed away. Very much a slow ball, but I so dabbed, he didn't get a touch by Will Beer. I thought he was going to dab it down towards third man, but in fact it bounced the second time before it got through to James Bracey. It was a slower ball, and Beer didn't get anything on it. So the end of Taylor's over. Sussex 135 for 7. I mean, Ben Brown 63 from 78 balls dominates their chase. Coles 21, Haynes 14, and Carter not at 12. The only other players in double figures, and there are now 11 overs to go.
So,
Essex have won, are they?
Essex have won. Essex have beaten Kent by 9 wickets at Chelmsford. Lancashire have beaten Hampshire by 51 runs under Duckworth-Lewis method down at the Ageas Bowl. And then comes Jared Warner running in, bowling to Carter, who's forward, plays it quietly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Lancashire's good run in the competition continues. They look very strong, as do Essex. The game at New Road, Worcestershire 168 for 2, needing another 135 in 14 overs to beat Middlesex. A high-scoring game. Middlesex making 302 for 5 in their 41 overs. The other games in this group, so at the moment it's looking very much like Lancashire, Essex, maybe Worcestershire as well, who are top of the group. And
well, Gloucestershire play Essex on Tuesday.
Okay, at Bristol?
Yes.
Here comes Warner racing in, bowls, Carter with a nice looking forward defensive, 2 short extra cover.
And that's why I think actually today, yes, it obviously would have helped had Kent won, but the fact that Essex did win, Gloucestershire have a chance to dent Essex's chances on Tuesday if they win here.
Yes, indeed. And certainly at the moment, Gloucestershire in the driving seat.
Lancashire were very well placed, don't they?
Yeah, and they're a strong side, Lancashire.
So Lancashire have 7 points from 4 games. Essex have 6 from 4. Worcestershire 6 from 3.
Warner in again, bowls, and Carter pulls through mid-wicket. Just a single for Ollie Carter. There won't be 2 there, and Will Beer rightly says, no, don't come back for a second. We don't want to get a run out here.
Just remind me of the position at New Road.
At New Road, Middlesex 302 for 5 in 41 overs. Worcestershire 168 for 2, needing 135 in 14 and a half overs.
Well, that'd be a good finish there.
Yeah, Tom Fell going nicely. He's on 57.
How many did Haynes get today?
15.
Not many.
Oliveira 74.
He looks a good bat.
Yep, he does. Warner coming into bowl from the Cromwell Road end, down the hill, bowls to Will Beer, and Beer drives nicely through the covers, picks up a single, does Will Beer. He goes to 3, Sussex to 137 for 7, 81 needed, just 10 overs after this, so the run rate inching up towards 8 and over.
What did I say earlier? 75 off 10.
Yeah, you said, but
generally back the batting team. But
with
how many occasions does a side win with 7 wickets down? Lancashire have proved it can be done.
Yes, they did. They did at Sebra School. They certainly did.
There's the warning shot for Gloucestershire.
Warner in again, bowls to Carter, and Carter is a nice looking shot, a deft shot down to third man, fielded down on the boundary here by Matt Taylor, who gets in the throw. 1 more to Carter. He goes to 14 off 22, 138 for 7.
So I haven't seen all of Will Beer's 500 runs in List A cricket. Would you say he is a dabber and a nudger rather than a hitter?
Well, up at Sebra School, that wasn't the case, because he made 40 very quickly in that game, just when Sussex needed quick. So he is capable of hitting a long ball. My feeling at the moment is he'll just be dabbing and nudging and picking up the 1s and 2s and just getting Sussex, if he can, somewhere near the finishing line. Warner races in, bowls to Beer, who just covers up and plays quietly to mid-wicket. At the end of another good over from Jared Warner, just conceding the 3 runs. He's bowling at a good time. He's picked up a couple of important wickets, notably that of Ben Brown. Sussex 138 for 7. They need 80 to win in 10 overs. So don't need a genius to tell you that needs Sussex to score at 8 and over. It's not impossible, but at some stage someone's going to have to play a big innings here. Either Carter or Beer, both of whom are capable batsmen, There is, of course, this shortish leg side boundary. DLS is 176. The weather, well, if it rains, Sussex are absolutely snookered because they're way behind on DLS. So Sussex need to stay on. Gloucestershire holding all the cards at the moment. But you never know, that's the beauty of the game.
Sun has come back out again. And I say, those who've decided to spend their Sunday here at Hove have, I think, been rewarded.
Yeah,
fair play to the ground staff too, who did a lot of work before play. Actually was due to start at 11. We went 15 minutes late originally, but I arrived at the ground at 9:30. All the covers were off and there was every indication of a start. Matt Taylor from around the wicket, a little dab this time by Carter down to Tom Smith, who was brought up to short third man by Matt Taylor specifically for that shot from Carter, and he saved a single by doing so. So Taylor in his 7th over. Worrell's got potentially 4 to bowl. That's clipped straight to Worrell at mid-on the edge of the circle by Carter. One more to the total, 139 for 7. So at least Chris Dent's got some options here. He's got Taylor with 2 left after this, Warner with, well, potentially he may only have 1 left, but he's got all his bowlers available. One of them can bowl 9. Matt Taylor around the wicket. That's again into the ground, but to Dent's left, and there'll only be 1 run, as he's always in the game in that position. Chris Dent at short extra. I mean, he was in the game as a skipper as well, but very much in the game fielding wise. Deep backward square, mid on, and fine leg on the leg side. So a split field for Matt Taylor, and they're trying to pack that offside and only give Carter singles out to George Scott, who's out in front of the grandstand. And they'll be content if they can squeeze Sussex to singles only and push the run rate up. Now for Beer, they've got 2 men back now on the leg side. 141 for 7 in the 33rd out of 42. Target is 218. That's past umpire Watts. That's pitched up, and it should go straight to Worrell. It's very well caught. Diving low in front of him, Dan Worrell. And another wicket goes, and Will Beer has to depart. I wasn't sure that was going to carry to Worrell.
Good catch, wasn't it?
But he did take it very well, tumbling forward. And an 8th wicket goes, and that may open one end for Gloucestershire and one end towards 2 points. 141 for 8.
Good catch, wasn't it? It was one of those, actually, Ian, where often with fielders you might think, do I go for it, do I let it bounce? And he could have been forgiven for just thinking, I'll just let him have the single here, because Sussex are needing to score at 8.5 and over. But Will Beer goes, Will Beer would have known that at some stage he was going to have to hit the boundary, the shorter side, that's where he was hitting to, but it was a really good catch by Worrell, diving forward, fine cricketer, and Sussex are really up against it now. Archie Lenham comes out to bat. He's a good young cricketer, Archie Lenham, but it's asking an awful lot, isn't it, for a 17-year-old to come in and score over 8 and over. But you never know. You have to live in hope, but it's going to need something pretty miraculous if Sussex are going to get over the line. But Gloucestershire, you have to say, an experienced side, Gloucestershire, the likes of Worrell, the Taylor brothers, Chris Dent, players who've been there and done it, Bracey, Tom Smith.
Yes.
And we did wonder, didn't we, when Gloucestershire were batting, whether it wasn't quite as easy to score as we thought. And really, with the exception of Charlesworth, who batted well, Taylor and Brown, everyone else has struggled, really.
Yes, Scott did well to manufacture his innings towards the end, but he gave Jack Taylor good support.
Yeah.
And now Archie Lenham's coming up. Adrian's quite right. He's not batted an awful lot, so it's hard to tell.
He plays very correctly.
What his ability is with the bat. Gloucester put a slip in.
Yeah, he's certainly not frightened, and he'll get into line and he'll play proper cricket shots, but you're not looking at somebody who's going to heave the ball for 6s. at this stage in proceedings.
141 for 8. Matt Taylor around the wicket from this CN to bowl to Lennon, who's off straight away for a single, and he gets a good round of applause from spectators who chiefly have stayed. I haven't seen anybody really leaving. 142 for 8 from 33 overs. There are 9 overs to go for Sussex, but the equation now looks difficult. 77 from 9 overs and 76 from 9 overs, and just 2 wickets in hand, and I'm not surprised to see Graham Van Buren come back to try and push that rate up a bit more.
No, absolutely. So it's all got rather quiet around Hove. I think the Sussex supporters are rather probably thinking that this is a bridge too far for these 2 youngsters. I think they score 8.4 and over. Some experienced campaigners in this Gloucester side who have really come to the party today when they've really needed it. We wondered if 218 was going to be enough at the moment. It does look comfortably as if it is enough. 142 for 8, but let's see what happens.
Step coming in for young Lennon. Ben Charles has gone in there.
So, in comes Van Buren round the wicket, bowls to Archie Lennon, moves forward and plays quietly down the track, and there is no run. 3 men saving 1 on the leg side, 2 on the off.
How old does the young spinner play spin, I wonder?
Van Buren in bowls to Lennon, who just eases that through the offside to the fielder on the cover boundary, who is Jarrod Warner, gets in the throw.
I would say
143 for 8.
For a young lad who has got into the Sussex first team at his age, I suspect he's not a rabbit.
Oh, he's not a rabbit. Oh,
even at this level,
no,
at his age, however many levels he's come up, he's still not a rabbit.
No, he's definitely not. Van Buren in bowls to Carter, who pulls that onto the leg side. They'll take a single to mid-on. There won't be 2 there, no, and you've got Les Lenham, his grandfather, and Neil Lenham, his father, who are very fine batsmen. So
Neil, what I did read, was it Neil got 10,000 runs for Sussex?
Well, he's
something like that.
A fine player, so he can certainly back in young Archie. In comes Van Buren, and then just tucks it onto the leg side, picks up another single. He goes to 3. Sussex to 145 for 8. I was hearing back in the winter how he was batting, and there's some pretty quick bowlers in the nets down here at Hove, and Archie Lennon was getting to line and pulling and hooking, and so he's a decent player. In comes Van Buren, bowls, and that's a reverse sweep by Ollie Carter. Well, that's very bold, but that's lifted the spirits of the Hove crowd. Reverse swept for 4 by Carter. Nice looking shot, and some late defiance from the 19-year-old wicket-keeper batsman, who goes to 21, and Sussex to 149 for 8.
Well, only 1 man out for Van Buren on the offside, and Warner is forward of square, so he clearly thought that was a shot of limited risk.
Van Buren in again, bowls. Carter works it onto the onside. Good over this for Sussex. They've taken 1. That's all they'll take. So far there have been 8 off the over, and that's what Sussex need. They need to score 8.5 and over. So Sussex at least keeping up with the rate with these 2 young players. Carter on 22, Lenham on 3, 150 for 8. A ripple of applause around the county ground. Sussex needing 68 to win in 8 overs at a run rate required of 8.5 and over.
So we now, I think, go to the last phase of the match, which is where the power play 3, as they would call it.
Yes.
So Chris Dent, if he wants, can really go defensive. There is some grey cloud coming across the ground, but with the lights, and if it almost been we've been in a microclimate this afternoon with the rain going past us, which has been very welcome. Matt Taylor in from the CN, that's outside the off stump, squirted away, all straight to Lace, and there's a misfield. They don't normally run on a misfield, but they have scampered through for a single. They had to take the gamble on that, and 1 run to Carter. Carter goes to 23.
I was just looking, Dan Worrell still. I mean, he's still got 3 overs of Worrell up his sleeve. Dent, who's a mighty experienced campaigner.
Hasn't tended, I have to say this, has not tended to bowl that economically latterly in white ball cricket this summer. But the difference, I suppose, here is that you've got tail enders to bowl up rather than batsmen with all due respect to both these 2, experienced and genuine ability. So it's all that. I'm sure that's why Van Buren was brought back, to try and push that rate up even further. Van Buren's bowled 7 overs for 32. This is Taylor's 8th. He might bowl one more. That's short, pulled away in the air and over
Six.
Jack Taylor's head for I think 6. He wasn't quite on the rope.
I think
deep straight mid
I
wicket.
think the fielder will probably signal that as 6.
Certainly, all the spectators saying it was 6.
Yeah.
And in fact, if he'd have been right on the rope, he might have caught it. But the problem was he had ground to make up and couldn't get himself right on the rope. 6 to Ollie Carter. The ball will need to be sanitised.
Well, we were saying the short edge on this leg side. If you've got wickets at hand, it does give you a chance. But he's not going down without a fight, is he, Ollie Carter?
29 he's got. 29 from 30. 158 for 8. Target is 218.
Yeah.
That's gone as well. That's a big hit. That's gone out of the ground towards the flats, away on the right hand side from our vantage point. And that's a much cleaner hit, and that's probably one of the biggest hits of the day, to rival the one that George Scott hit into the practice nets at the far end.
Wow, that was a super shot, was it? So that's gone out the ground. That's gone into the flat. So, well, that just means Chris Dent, who was probably feeling reasonably relaxed about things, and probably still will be, but certainly lovely shot by Ollie Carter, wasn't it? Just too short and just hammered away by Ollie Carter. 35 off 31.
I suspect that Taylor might not get a 9th over now.
Yeah.
164 for 8. The target is 218 in 42 overs, and this is the 35th. 7 overs after this. Perhaps Carter hasn't read the script that Sussex are on the back foot here.
Well, it's good to see some defiance, isn't it, down the order, because Sussex have been staring down the barrel, and still are, but 2 wonderful shots by Ollie Carter.
What will Taylor do this time? She'll answer with a Yorker. It's outside the off stump. Well, away outside, that would be a wide. Predictable reaction from the home crowd.
Yeah, shakes his head, doesn't he? I mean, Sussex have now got 15 off this over, and there's still 2 balls to go, so there's no need to, the run rate is down to 7.2 and over, so he'll perhaps feel sort of job done here, or he might think, well, I've got him on the rack, I'm just going to go for it.
There was that one expensive Visa over, which helped Gloucestershire. Here is Matt Taylor again, round the wicket again. That's going to be a wide as well. An overcompensation from Taylor, who's now 1 for 52.
And that's 16 off the over with 2 to bowl.
Two balls left in this over. I think Van Buren might be the bowler to bowl out, He might be the bowler to bowl 9. Taylor, that's a straighter ball. That's in the air, that's 4 more. This is a big over for Sussex. And Carter is dominating it.
20 off the over. And in fact, Chris, I just saw Dan Worrell there, who's very experienced down here at long on. He just looked towards Chris Dent and sort of made a motion as if to say, go and talk to him. Go and talk to your bowler. Yeah, so it's an over that's cost 20 runs so far. Is that right? Yeah, 12, 13, 14, 2 wides, 15, 16, yeah, 20 off the over.
Deep square is coming up, and they're pushing long off back. So deep square inside the circle. What may be Matt Taylor's last ball. In and short, and it is a dot to finish his spell. He throws the ball away with some disgust. He's finished with 8 overs for 56. I don't see him bowling a 9th.
No.
170 for 8. DLS is 192 to give you a guide. So Sussex need 48 to win, and there are 7 overs left.
Yeah, so the rate required now is down to... Now, Dan Worrell is warming up. Now, whether he was going to bowl or not, I think he definitely will now. You'd still say, at this stage, Gloucestershire are favourites, but from a Sussex perspective, well, you just need 7 and over. And you're right, Van Buren is coming back into the attack.
So Van Buren's got
1 to bowl.
Well, he might bowl 2.
Oh, right, okay, so no one else has bowled 9. In he comes, bowls to Archie Lenham, who punches that to mid-wicket.
Yeah, so it's 2 9s and 3 8s. Smith has bowled 9. Van Buren
in again, bowls to Lenham, who cuts this to backward point, and it's a single well run by Ollie Carter. Lenham doing his job, he goes to 5. It brings Carter on strike, who's on 39 or 33, and the field spread. So now, don't need to do anything daft here. 13, there's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square, a long off, and a sweeper on the cover boundary. What will Carter do this time? Van Buren in and bowls, and Carter is going to get runs. It's going to be 4 byes. Down the leg side, he won't cut that off. Not down the hill, the ball runs away, and that's 4 byes. Well, they all count.
Well, Gloucestershire had a couple of those at the end of the Sussex innings.
They did.
Not byes necessarily, but shots which were dabs or flicks that went very, very fine.
Well, locals are enjoying this. In comes Van Buren, bowls, reverse swept by Carter, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, who's Chris Dent, and there is no roll. There's a lot to be said here. Ollie Carter is playing his shots, and maybe the best thing is for him to carry on doing it. 39 off 35, 175 for 8. Van Buren in and bowls, and Carter plays it away on the leg side. They've taken one, they're thinking about 2 here. He's like a hair between the wickets. Oh, they're coming back for the second, and need to get a move on, and they do, and there's some overthrows. No, there's not. Good running between the pair. Carter was back very quickly, gets the thumbs up from Archie Lenham. 2 more. He goes to 41 off 36, 177 for 8. This partnership now worth 36 for the 9th wicket.
Of which Lenham's share is a modest one.
Van Buren in, bowls to Carter, and Carter is caught between 2 minds. I think he was thinking of using his feet getting down the track. It is the end of Graham Van Buren's over. So, Sussex at the end of that over, 177 for 8. They need 41 to win in 6 overs. They need to score at 6.8 an over. And I think now we're going to see the return of Dan Worrell, who's going to come back into the attack, the experienced Australian. So there is a glimmer of hope for Sussex. You still think Gloucestershire are in the driving seat? Yes, yeah, I am here, Dave. Well, it's an exciting finish here, and largely due to 2 young Sussex players. Ollie Carter, who's on 39. Archie Lenham, who's just 17 years of age. He's on 5. Sussex 177 for 8. They need another 41 to win in 6 overs. It's a long shot for Sussex, but these 2 young Sussex batsmen maybe could carry Sussex to victory. We'll always see. 177 for 8. They need 41, David, in 6 overs.
So Worrell from the C end. He in theory can bowl out from this end. And coming and bowls to Lenham. And tries to York, and there's a bat involved in that,
Yes,
I think.
Yes, there was a bat involved. Little nudge, wait for the umpire's signal. Yeah, a bit of inside edge onto the bat.
Certainly 2 sounds to me.
Well, I told you Archie Lenham wouldn't get out of the way. He gets into line. He's not happy, is Worrell. He's having word to the umpire, but obviously he got a bit of bat on that, did Archie Lenham, so good on him.
41 off 6, remember. 6 overs, that is, not 6 deliveries. And Chris Dent now has got a little bit of thinking to do with Carter on strike to Worrell. One thing is sure, Gloucestershire cannot afford to have an expensive over. They've had one, and that was probably their buffer removed. A wicket would change things a lot, particularly if Carter got out. And he's hit that. That's over 4. Chris Dent. That's a good shot. That'll be 4. Away to the boundary at straight extra cover. And 4 more to Carter. And he is doing what Jack Taylor did in the Gloucestershire innings. If it's in his half, he is quite prepared to go for his shots. And what Gloucestershire mustn't do, effectively, is bowl good length deliveries. And Worrell's got to mix things up a bit here. The occasional snowball, the one that's back of the length, not too much that's drivable. And that's almost a full toss, but he's worked that away, and Van Buren is at deep square, and he'll keep him down to a single. I mean, Carter off strike is one answer, but if he's on strike, well, I think they've got to give him no more than 1 run.
Well, Sussex here, and I'm sure Ollie Carter, they've done wonderfully well, these 2. I wonder if they're just having a little word and saying, well, look, You know, the run rate required now is just 6.4 and over. We've taken 6 off this over, so that's nothing daft. As I say, we'll get into line, will Archie Lennon.
Wall to him, and that's steered away. A good stop by Tom Lacey. It'll only be 1 run. It should only be 1 run, and that's well fielded at point on the bounce, but it was a parry.
This partnership is worth 43.
Yeah, it's been a day of partnerships of that sort of order.
Well, I didn't think this was going to happen 15 minutes ago.
Worrell to Carter. Oh, and he's got 4 off a bottom edge. Down past James Bracey, nothing you can do about that. And this is proving a profitable over for Sussex. They're not out of this so far, and it's 50 to Ollie Carter from 40 balls and 5 fours and 2 sixes.
Well,
and this young 19-year-old is now past 50 for the second time in this tournament.
Well, he got a standing ovation around Hove, and why not? That's it was a fortuitous way to go to half century, but he won't give a jot about that. This over has gone for 11.
188 for 8. Worrell to Carter again. Drives that pleasantly away to the point boundary. Scott is onto it. They get the ball back in quickly. 1 run, but that means that Carter will keep the strike, and Sussex will want that.
Well, 12 off that over, Ian. And Sussex just needing 29 to win now. They've got 5 overs to get them in. The required run rate is now down to 5.8 and over. And these two are having what do you do? It's just very, in this situation, do you think, right, it's a runner ball, we don't take any risk, or do you keep playing in the way that's got you into this position? This partnership between this pair is worth 48.
Gloucestershire would have thought when Dan Worrell took that catch to get Will Beer out, that the game
was
ought
up
to have been theirs to drive from there. Van Buren will bowl a 9th over, his last.
He will, and he's going to bowl to Ollie Carter, who's on 51 off 41 deliveries. Van Buren in bowls, and Carter looks to sweep. The ball just bounces down in front of him. It's a dot ball. Carter remains on 51. 29 to win. Van Buren in again, bowls, and Carter is hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Umpire Baton turns it down. 2 dot balls. Ollie Carter wanders away to square leg. Has a little think. Van Buren's always at the batsman, isn't he? He comes in, bowls his overs very quickly. He's in and bowls, and Carter down the ground. He's hit that many a mile. Is it going to go for 6? Yes, it has. Hammers it down the ground, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. Another 6 from Ollie Carter. These two coming together when Sussex were 141 for 8. They're now 195 for 8. Carter to 57. 23 needed to win for Sussex. Van Buren in again, bowls, and Carter nudges that onto the onside and picks up a single. He goes to 58. Sussex 196 for 8, needing another 22 to win, and the required run rate is now just 5.1 and over.
And Christian has the bigger problem now because he doesn't have many runs to play with.
Wow. Van Buren to bowl to young Archie Lennon, who's on 7 bowls, and Lemon just plays that away on the offside. No need to take any risks here for Sussex. They've got 7 off of the over, which is more than enough. 22 to win, needing to score at 5.3 and over. Van Buren in. Archie Lemon uses his feet and drives through extra cover. They've taken 1. They're going to think about 2. I'm not sure they should come back. Oh, they are going to come back. There's good running between the wicket. Excellent running by Ollie Carter. He gets a standing ovation around the ground. I don't think people can quite believe what they're seeing. Archie Lennon gives the thumbs up to Ollie Carter. Lennon goes to 9. Sussex to 198 for 8, needing 20 to win in 4 overs. So they need to score at 5 and over off these last 2 overs. And this partnership between these two is now worth 57. Extraordinary, really, Ian.
Yeah, and I think if it was 20 off 2, I'd think you'd say it was still in the balance, but 20 off 4, it's Sussex's to lose now.
Well, and Duckworth Lewis is 197, and Sussex were out of this 3 or 4 overs ago. But what an innings from Ollie Carter.
It's that Matt Taylor over.
Yes, it did. Yeah, 20 off that over. Here comes Worrell.
needs to take a wicket. Comes in and bowls to Lenham, who drives confidently straight to Dent.
So it's
Dot ball. But in a way, that's kind of irrelevant. Gloucestershire need 2 wickets, and they need them quickly.
well, what again, there's been some terrific games in this 50 over competition. But I have to say, Sussex at 141 for 8 look absolutely dead and buried. And if nothing else, these 2 young players have certainly shown what they can do.
Well, Carter batting at number 5. Down the ground again. Running to Dent. And they'll just pick up 1 run. As I say, all Brown, Haynes head.
They came in at 6, Ollie Carter.
7 actually. 7, he came behind Visa.
Yes, he did, apologies, yep.
So batting at 7.
3 6s, 5 4s.
This is he got 55 at Sedbergh, as you said, and he's got 58 here. 19 years old. 199 for 8. Carter gets a short ball this time from Worrell, which he tries to guide away to third man. Not called a no ball, and an element of risk of that shot, but he didn't get a touch taken by Bracey.
Everyone's on the edge of their seats, aren't they? I mean, I don't know if anyone left the ground when Sussex lost their 8th wicket, but they probably might be scurrying back, because this could be a very exciting last 3 and a bit overs to this game.
Carter waits for Worrell in his 7th over. Over the wicket to him. He's steered away in the air, but safe. Down to Thomas Smith. They'll look for 2. It's a long boundary out there. They've come back for 2 and they've got them. It's well played by Lenham. 200 up for Sussex.
Yeah, a partnership of 60 between this pair. And every time Archie Lenham completes a run, he puts his thumbs up to Ollie Carter. So well run.
Worrell, with only 17 now to play with, in bowls a short one again, and that's gone over the head of the batsman, and that's the one for the over, says umpire Watts.
That was quick, wasn't it? I told you Archie Lenham wouldn't get out of the way. I was hearing in the winter how he was facing Jamie Atkins in the nets here, and Jamie Atkins is rapid, and he was hooking him and getting into line.
So Worrell's got 1 ball left of this, his 7th over. Jack Taylor's gone back onto the boundary at mid-wicket. This is the 39th over of 42. Worrell in, pitches that one up, dubbed away by Lenham. They'll want 2.
Oh no!
Smith is coming in for the throw, and they've got back for the 2nd run.
It's extraordinary running. I mean, there really wasn't 2 there, to be honest. But Lenham is like a hair between. Dan Worrell is shaking his head. He can't believe it.
15 off 3 overs, 2 wickets in hand.
Wow, what a game.
I should say about Lenham's batting. So in the Royal London Cup, he made 15 not out and 0 not out in his 2 innings.
Yeah.
In the T20, he made 6 runs and wasn't dismissed.
Yeah. Well, we've seen enough to know that he plays very straight. And
so, in fact, he has not been dismissed in a first-team match. And here he is today, 13 not out.
Well, this is extraordinary. So, Jared Warner is back into the attack. 203 for 8. Sussex needing 15 to win in 3 overs. Ollie Carter, the innings of his life so far, 59 off 47. He faces Warner. He's in a bowl right over the block hole, and he's bowled him! And Jared Warner has bowled Ollie Carter for 59, right up in the block hole. Carter looking to make one to hit the ball away, and that's rather nice actually. I just saw Graham Van Buren ran up and just patted Ollie Carter on the back, and let's just listen to the ovation for Ollie Carter, because I'm sure he's going to get a terrific ovation all the way back to the pavilion. The young man, what a knock that is. Tremendous innings, 59 of 48 balls, 5 4s, 3 6s. He'll be disappointed, but he needn't be. He should hold his head high. And they're standing up all around Hove and applauding. He just bangs his bat on the floor as he makes his way off, because he would have thought that Maybe Sussex were going to... maybe his efforts would carry Sussex to victory. They might well do even now. Who knows? Henry Crocombe is the new batsman who made Henry Crocombe in the game here against Northamptonshire in the county championship. As I feverishly look back through my notes, I think he made 40. He made 46 not out.
Yeah.
So he can bat, can Henry Crocombe. And he's young Archie Lennon is sort of saying, "Oh, this is what you need to do." Well, with Carter there, you'd have thought.
Do you think it was leave it to me?
Maybe. Warner's taken how many wickets?
3. 3 for 33.
Yeah, and he's taken important wickets at important times. So that partnership was worth between those two 62.
62. Good effort.
Yeah. So, but Jared Warner has done the job here for the visitors. And he's running in down the hill to bowls to the right-handed Henry Crocombe, who's going to get 4 runs. Big outside edge. He can't set fields for that. He stepped away to leg. Big swing of the bat. Gets a big outside edge down to third man. Crocombe goes to 4. Sussex to 207 for 9.
11 to win. See, you only need a couple of those.
No, you do.
And I say, Chris Dent's problem is that he has so few runs now to play with.
Now, I'm sure that Archie Lennon is thinking, I could do a being down that end. Let's just see what...
This isn't going to go to the last over, Adrian. Is it one way or another? This is not going to go to the last over.
In comes Jared Warner down the hill, under lights, bowls to Henry Crocombe, and Crocombe with a play and a miss outside of the off stump through to keeper Bracey, and there is no run. Now, Ben Charlesworth is coming across, and he's wanting Matt Taylor, is that?
Yes.
Still somewhere else?
Yeah.
Why that is. Perhaps he feels he's a better backward point fielder, I don't know. Henry Crocombe hasn't really got into line with it. He's got a boundary, but you sort of get the feeling if he bowls it on the stumps here that Crocombe is going to... Crocombe misses, that Warner's going to hit here. We'll just see. 11 to win. A real hush around Hove. In comes Warner, bowls, and Crocombe gets more runs here, down to third man, down as far as Dan Worrell, who gets in the throw. Crocombe to 5.
2 to go in the over, I think.
208 for 9. The Sussex needing 10 to win. Wow, what a game. The two young batsmen have a word. Henry Crocombe is also just 19 years of age. He's 20 in September. Now, what will Archie Lennon do? He's looking at the scoreboard. The required run rate isn't an issue. I mean, the required run rate is 4.3 and over. So that's not a problem for Sussex. It's just the fact they've only got 1 wicket left. Warner is on his way. What a match. He comes in and bowls. And Lennon drives. He's going to get runs here down towards third man. He's going to get run. Don't come back for a second. No, he doesn't. But throw comes into the base of the stumps. And Lennon gets a single. He goes to 14. 209 for 9. We're meant to be sort of balanced and unbiased in our commentary, but it's pretty difficult in a game like this. Don't come back for a second, Archie.
It has been a very, very good match.
Yeah, it's been a terrific game. Whoever wins.
1 ball left for Warner in this over.
Yeah, 9 to win, Sussex need. There's...
You know, one streaky edge can make all the
No,
difference
absolutely
here.
it can. As in comes Warner down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in on bowls and right up in the block. Crocombe touchdown. That's going to be 4 runs. Clips it away through mid wickets, racing towards the boundary. 2 fielders converge. Oh, it doesn't go for 4, but it's gone for 3 as the throw comes in. Super shot by Henry Crocombe. He goes to 8. End of the over. Sussex are 212 for 9. Sussex needing 6 to win off of 2 overs. So they only need to score 4 and over. The problem is they've got the last pairing at the crease. Henry Crocombe on 8. Archie Lennon is on 14. Dan Worrell is going to bowl this over. Wow, what a game.
Yeah, we're not going to get to the last over here. There's no way we're going to get to the last over. I just don't see it. Why is Dan Worrell with Crocombe on the strike? Surely a fast straight Yorker is what you want.
Well, he's
to the number 11.
Well, he's a vastly experienced cricketer. He's got a third man, hasn't he? Which is probably pretty important.
And Lenham wants to have a word with Crocombe.
Yeah, he does. He's probably saying, look, you know, we only need 8 here. Well, sorry, we only need 6. You know, it's 3 and over, so we just need to get into line, push the ones here. But it's easy from up here, isn't it?
Worrell into Crocombe. Can he fish out the wicket that Gloucestershire need? Dot ball played back comfortably by Crocombe.
That's all right.
To Worrell. 6 off 11. It will be quite something to give Jared Warner the last over if it comes to it. But personally, I would be surprised if we get that far, one way or the other.
There's been many better games of cricket than this today.
Sussex needs 6. Worrell to bowl to Crocombe, who steps away and chops it into the offside, straight to Tom Smith. And again, it's a dot ball. That was an unusual way to defend by the number 11. Lenham is 14 off 16 at the other end. We've seen 2 half-centuries today, one by Jack Taylor in the Gloucestershire innings, one by Bed Brown in the Sussex innings. This is the season for both these two teams in this competition. Worrell in. Crocombe steers that away. He's going to get 1 to deep backward square off a thickish inside edge, and he's got Lenham on strike, and that's the dangerous bit from a Gloucestershire perspective. They need 5.
Yeah.
5 to win for Sussex.
Well, extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, everyone is absolutely glued to this. On the edge of their seat stuff, it really is. Sussex were 141 for 8 when Will Beer was out. But Ollie Carter...
Worrell looking hard at his field.
Yeah.
To bowl to Lenham. Over the wicket. Steered out by Lenham into the offside.
Dot ball.
Straight to Tom Smith for a dot ball. I wonder if Lenham might feel... I know I said he wouldn't get to the last over. 2 balls left in this over. That Worrell might be the greater danger, and there might be more chance of a stray delivery from Warner at the other end.
Yes, I think you're right. I think they might have said, look, you know, this guy's a top-class bowler.
Lenham waits for Worrell to bowl to him. Steered away past Smith. Now they might look for 2 here. They should get 2.
Oh, he's coming! Oh!
And they're going to get it.
Oh,
he's run out! He's run out! What a throw from down on the boundary from Tom Lace. And Sussex have been beaten. They've gone for the 2nd run, and umpire Bainton has given the decision, and Tom Lace has seen the run out, and Gloucestershire are going to win this match. They have won this match by 3 runs on Duckworth Lewis. An extraordinary end. It hasn't gone to the last over. We said it wouldn't.
Oh, poor Archie
But
Lenham.
a cliffhanger of a finish.
I'm just going to watch this because all the Gloucestershire players are going over to shake the hand of Archie Lenham, and that's really nice. That is really, really nice. He probably didn't need to come back for the 2nd run. Oh, what a shame. It was an absolute cliffhanger, wasn't it? The throw, you've got to say it was a brilliant bit of fielding, but if they'd have just taken the single, Sussex would have just needed 4 off the last over.
And there was an extra over to go. It wasn't as if that was a real scamper job.
No, it was. Well, what a game. And, well, first of all, well done Gloucestershire, because they were under pressure there at the end. But I think you have to say well done to Ollie Carter and well done to young Archie Lenham. Let's listen to the applause. It's been a super game of cricket. Well done all. Listen to this. Can I just say, hats off to the Gloucestershire players. I know it's easy to be magnanimous when you've won a game of cricket, but they were applauding there, and that was good sportsmanship, because they know that these Sussex youngsters have very nearly carried their side to victory. But Gloucestershire held their nerve, which was a super game of cricket, Ian.
Well, you don't get many better 50. I mean, you've had a couple of absolute corkers. The game at Sedbergh, which Sussex came out on the wrong side of, and today, where they were, so far behind the game, at 141 for 8, and then the stand between Carter and Lenham got them to 203 for 8 before Carter was bowled by Warner, and then that was not the last over.
No, it wasn't. They didn't. I mean,
Lenham,
if they'd have settled for the one, they'd have needed 4 off the last over. But they went for the second run.
It was bold.
It was bold. They'd run extremely well between the wickets.
214 all out, chasing 218 to win.
Yeah.
With 7 balls left. Worrell finishes with 2 for 40, Taylor 1 for 56, Warner 3 for 42, Smith 3 for 28, bowled beautifully, and Van Buren no wicket for 44. And I have to say this, there will be no more relieved man in the Gloucestershire team than Matt Taylor after that expensive over, which looked to have got Sussex right in the game at the end. I fear for Sussex in terms of their campaign now being over in effect.
Yes, it is. Yes.
For Gloucestershire, they just about lived it. They've had a last over game at Scarborough. They've had a last but one over game here, but they've come out on the right side of both, and they live to fight another day against Essex on Tuesday at Bristol. What a delight to be with you, Adrian, for that.
It's been a wonderful day, Ian. I'm sure that young Archie Lenham, you could see, was devastated, didn't he, when he didn't get back for that second run. But he should hold his head high. I mean, these Sussex youngsters we've spoken a lot about this season, and I'm sure the Sussex supporters making their way from the ground will be disappointed, but they'll be encouraged no end by the performance of particularly Ollie Carter and Archie Lenham at the end, getting Sussex so close. But it wasn't to be. Sussex have got a few days off now. We go down to New Road, Worcester on Friday for the next instalment, then Essex away and Middlesex here as the final game of the Royal London One Day Cup. So still plenty for Sussex to play for in terms of sides who will be needing points to qualify for the in this Royal London One Day Cup. So plenty for Sussex to play for in those games, but unfortunately they won't make it to the latter stages of the competition. But a super game. I've thoroughly enjoyed your company today, Ian. It's been
very kind.
It's been really good fun. We'll go and get some interviews. No doubt they'll be posted on the various BBC outlets as the evening develops. It just goes for me to say to thank you all very much for listening, whether you've been listening around the ground or online. What an absolutely super cricket match. I doubt if there are many better matches around the country today than that. That was drama-packed all the way through to the end. Wonderful game of cricket. Thank you for listening, and we'll be back with you certainly on Tuesday down at Bristol if you're a Gloucestershire supporter. The Sussex supporters will be back on Friday at New Road in Worcester. So have a very pleasant evening. Thank you for listening, and a very good night.